Binnall of America.
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 Binnall of America. Woo! Audio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Binnall of America!
And now, ladies and gentlemen, your host, Tim Binnall.
No commercials, no subscriptions, no network, no rules. And at the end of the day, my friends, no comparison. Welcome to a very special edition of Binnall of America, as it is our monstrous 20th anniversary special spectacular. It is quite the happening you are tuning in for, my friends. Long story short, I'm going to try and keep this intro as tight as I possibly can, given what we're about to unleash on you. When 2025 started, I knew we had an anniversary coming up here on Binnall of America, but I hadn't really given it much thought. A couple of months ago, I'm like, I should probably look into that more. And then I was like, oh, wow, April 23rd, that's a Wednesday. That's when we roll out the shows. April 23rd was the date that I interviewed Stanton Friedman, my very first interview ever, that launched the whole BOA franchise, if you will. And I'm like, look, if it all coincides like this, we should probably do something big. And I kind of probably extended myself on this one, but I wanted to really go big. So it's the 20th anniversary spectacular. And the theme of this whole thing is the friends we made along the way. I didn't want to make this all about Binnall of America. I really wanted to make it about all the great folks who made up Binnall of America over the years. As I said, the friends we made along the way. So in something of an alcohol-fueled foolishness, I was like, you know what would be a great idea? 20 guests for 20 years. And thus began the biggest and most ambitious Binnall of America episode that we've ever created. For the longtime listeners, you may recall how we used to do those shows where we'd grab 5 or 6 guests and put them all together. This is a big one, folks. This is 20 guests for 20 years. All told, there are 12 segments that we taped over the course of 11 days just this month. Like I just wrapped this up a few days ago. And it's total fan service. It's going to clock in at 5 hours and change. So we're looking at an enormous edition of Binnall of America. I'm not going to get on the guest list. You can probably see it somewhere online or at BOA or wherever we list the show on social media and all that. There'll be a graphic that has all the names, but all the folks you expect from Binnall of America, all the people that we've come to know and love over the last 20 years are here. And we couldn't get everybody. You know, it's as I said, we scheduled this all kind of haphazardly, so no ill intent to anyone who may have missed out on joining in on the festivities. We'll get you on for a 25th anniversary special in 2030, but I don't know if it'll be this crazy. If you're on the YouTube, there'll be timestamps of the episode, so you can find the different parts of the show if you want to check out and check back in or look at or listen to one particular guest. You'll be able to do that. And the thread running through the show, and I'll apologize in a sense, there'll be some repetition as I talk to the different guests. I probably revisit where I was 20 years ago multiple times over the course of this marathon episode. But the gist of it is 3 questions that I have for all the guests. Where were they 20 years ago? How did I even meet them in the first place? And there are some really funny stories there. And our best memories from the past 20 years of various misadventures, either on the program or for many of the guests, real life misadventures that we've gotten into over the years at various places and locales and landmarks. So, it's quite the show, and I'm really looking forward to rolling it out for everybody. I got one last note here before we get into the show. This is the last BOA for a little while. taking a little break. I'm going to be taking about the next month off. We'll return on June 4th, 2025. So about 5 weeks from now. I've already got one episode in the can, so don't worry. I'm not just going to vanish now after this crazy, massive 20th anniversary special. I got it all planned out. I got a guest in the can. I got one scheduled, so it's all good. I'm just completely burned out from the production of just this show. This is like a season's worth of BOA in one episode. So I'm like, I got to relax a little bit and sort of build back up the BOA stockpile here. So we'll be back June 4th. 2025, 5 weeks from now, with an awesome episode and a whole bunch more coming down the pike after that, I promise. I think that's about it. Of course, I do want to thank the listeners. Obviously, you guys are the heart and soul of Binnall of America. Obviously, the people who are from the very beginning. If you've been listening to BOA since April of 2005, thank you so much. You're in for a real treat because this is, as I said, this is fan service at the maximum because there's no bigger fan of Binnall of America than me. So I'm like, I'm doing fan service on this one, and we're gonna have a fucking party. But it's all of you folks. I know, some folks checked out, some folks checked back in. It's been 20 years. 20 years. It's amazing. And I know a lot of you have been on this ride, if not from the very beginning, shortly thereafter. So I want to thank all of you. You are absolutely the best, and I hope you enjoy this show. I put a lot of work into this one, but I really wanted to celebrate with something wild here, deserving of the big 20th anniversary. So with all that said, without any further ado, let's get down to business, my friends, on the Binnall of America 20th Anniversary Spectacular.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
All right, folks, kicking off the 20th anniversary special, we've got two longtime friends of the program. Well, let's face it, everybody coming on this big special is going to be longtime friends of the program. But these are two dear friends of mine, and we're going to have an adventure later this year. We'll tell you about that at the end of this segment. But I learned from my wrestling days, like I was in the wrestling, my wrestling fan. Yeah. I competed under a mask. Yes, I was the revolting blob. But you get him in the arena, then you start promoting the next thing. So we have something cool to tell you about at the end of the segment. So I figure most of the listeners will tune in for at least the first one. They're going to be dipped out by guest number 18. They're going to be like, yeah, all right, great, 20 years. Fuck you, Binnall. All right, I got to get on with my life. With all that in mind, Joshua Cutchin, Steve Berg, welcome back to the show, my friends. Thank you so much for taking part in this 20th anniversary special.
Congratulations. Oh, Josh, you first, Ben.
I was like, I'm going to wait. No, I'm not going to wait.
No,
it's an absolute pleasure, Tim. And I couldn't think of anywhere else I'd rather be on whatever date this airs.
Right, dude. Congratulations, Tim. From a fan to a friend to on the show. Yeah. Folks, dreams do come true. But yeah, no, seriously, dude, congratulations. As you know, I started listening pretty early on and, basically stalked you until you became my friend. I think we're going to talk about how we met, 'cause it's still a little fuzzy for me. But man, I'm so proud of you, dude. I love this show so much. I love you. I think this is great. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, dude. Thank you both so much. Well, Steve, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be doing this this special because, you kind of greased the wheels for the revival to happen now like 2 years ago almost. Yeah, when you launched High Strangeness. We were down in Nashville before that, like 6 months earlier, and you were like, you got to bring back the show. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't like technology.
I strong-armed you a little bit. Yeah, and I'm like, just do it. Don't be a dork. Let's hear. But honestly, it was for selfish purposes, because, when you took those long breaks, I noticed I was missing my Binnall. So, I mean, you doing the show again, it's all, for selfish reasons. And plus, you need to be sharing as much Tim Binnall with the world as possible. We need you right now. But yeah, man, I'm so happy you brought it back. I think it's better than ever. So,
It's been great. Yeah, it's been a whole amazing ride.
It's the best legacy sequel that's ever happened.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really, I'm hoping to someday match the number of shows in the original 10-season run, number of episodes. Then it'll be
what was the original run?
Something number? Like 200 and something episodes.
Damn.
So we're talking like 4 or 5 years of this. I'll have to go like 10 years or something that'll
you got that
revival. I think so.
Very attainable.
Yeah. So just for record keeping, because Tyler Kokjohn always gives me shit about this. So Josh Cutchin, for the stats here, you debuted on Binnall of America May 30th, 2015. So almost 10 years ago. Wow. It was the first time you were on the show. You've made
Trojan
5 appearances.
Feast era.
5. Yes, it was before the Trojan Feast.
5 appearances.
Yeah. And Steve, you came on in September 15th, 2017. You've been on 3 times. But that's because we've been on the hiatus all this time. So it's a lot of the people who came on, like at that point, the show was, believe it or not, folks, 12 years old.
That 2015 to 2017 feels so much longer than 2017 to 2025. I don't know what that is. It's so weird. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out exactly how I stumbled across Binnall of America, and it was probably part of that, that sort of ever escalating high that I was chasing listening to paranormal podcasts. And I started out with Mysterious Universe, which at the time was, sort of like a very accessible, huge show. Yeah. Back in 2014 or 13, whatever it was. And then from there, I think I got plugged into Micah, and then from Micah, Greg, and then from Greg, I think is probably the sort of my journey that I ended up taking. But I still vividly remember to this day, because, a Trojan Feast came out 10 years ago. So this is a little mini celebration for me too. I've been in this for a decade. But I still remember going to the kitchen to get some ice in the middle of that first appearance with you, and I didn't know anything about you, and I was kind of anxious, and I was like, "Who is this? How crusty is this guy?" And I'm trying to be really quiet, and I've got like my laptop in one hand, and I'm getting ice from the fridge. And you're like, "What are you doing? You cleaning dishes right now? What the fuck?" So and I was like, "Oh no, I've messed up big." And then I guess I met you for the first time at Paramania 2016. The inaugural Paramania. And, I had that thing where when you meet someone that you've only heard for so long, even though you've seen pictures of them, you see them you meet them for the first time, you're like, oh God, that's what they look like, and, it was that way with everybody. I think it's just sort of that disconnect between like
Uncanny Valley,
who they are. Yeah. The animated character that they are in your head when you're listening in the theater of the mind, and then you're in person, you're like, oh, this is who this person is. But it's been an absolute joy getting to know you through all the ups and downs and all the stories that we can share together.
Yes, yeah.
But I consider you I still say to this day, you're one of my favorite people. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And for you to have been in this game for as long as you have is nothing short of miraculous. And to have sidestepped burnout, I think is probably the best way to put it.
I've done it.
That's something that not a lot of people can achieve either. So, I think that there's something incredibly commendable in that. And
thank you, man.
I'm glad that the world is richer for you and for Binnall of America existing.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, jeez, thank you so much. I appreciate all that. You're too kind. Wow.
Well, I mean it. I know.
I'm kind of speechless. I don't know what to say.
If I didn't mean it, I'd have to have sat down and draft it out.
Yeah, right. He's reading it. He's he's got his readers out.
I proofread it this afternoon. I'm like, yeah, Josh, this is a banger.
So one of the threads we're going through is. Now, it's funny you say when this episode drops. The episode's going to drop literally on the 20th anniversary of the first interview I ever did with Stanton Friedman.
Oh, yeah.
So 20 years. So one of the things is all right, where were you 20 years ago? Not necessarily today per se, but this time, April of 2005, where you're pretty young, Kutch. You must have been like 19 or something like that.
Oh, man.
So what were you up to 20 years ago?
Yeah, I was right at 20 years ago. I was right at 20 years old, rather, because I'm going to be 40 on the 22nd of April.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. So happy birthday then. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was not involved in this stuff at all. a Trojan Feast and my entry into this are almost a simultaneous flashpoint. I had a couple of Bigfoot books here and there. I was leaving. Let me see if I get this right. I was in the middle of my studies in undergrad on the classical tuba performance track. I wasn't even in Georgia yet. I was up in Wisconsin. And the plan for my life looked very different. It was going to be sitting in the back of an orchestra, counting measures and maybe teaching students. And now I play New Orleans tuba and write books on the paranormal. And I never would have aimed for this because it's so niche, Yeah. But I remember being a 8-year-old or whatever and reading Loren Coleman books and being like, Dad, can I be a cryptozoologist? And he's like, that's not a real job. You can't be a cryptozoologist.
He's still right.
He's still right, but the kind of the closest, the next best thing, I guess, is kind of like producing content in this space, and the fact that I do it and that I am able to sort of provide support to my family in the way that I do through this is something that I never in a million years would have dreamed of. So, but yeah, 20 years ago, this wasn't even on my radar, and you were already talking to Stanton Friedman. That's
that was you kind of nailed it in a way too. That's sort of in my mind. Putting this all together and everything. It's just kind of like, it is just fucking crazy. 20 years.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel forced to think back about it. And I'm like, I was 26.
But the people you've talked to, the people you have talked to, holy shit. And the people that I will never have a chance to talk to because they've shuffled off the mortal coil. I mean, that's a lifetime's worth of education in the past 20 years.
It's pretty crazy. Well, look, I mean, it gets sometimes it's a little depressing to say, but I will say it. This is my fucking life's work, dude. 20 years of this, hundreds and hundreds of shows. Yeah. I didn't know when I was sitting there in the fucking Marriott in Maryland talking to Stanton Friedman. I never in my wildest dreams, I'd be like, 20 years from now, you're going to be doing a show with all the folks you've interviewed over the years, all the people you become friends with.
It's so endearing to go back and listen to those early episodes because you're like, hi, I'm Tim Binnall. You're very a little bit of a wallflower,
His voice is a lot higher too.
Hey, hi guys. I'm Tim Binnall.
You're the youth.
That was very youthful, yeah. Certainly not as cynical as I am now, that's for sure. You can kind of track it over the years, I'm sure. Because I remember when I started, I was like, I don't want to kind of I don't want to really say too much and kind of stick my opinion in there and shit. And then somewhere along the way, I'm like, hold the fucking phone. Can we fucking stop? Can we get serious here? You
get 10 to 12 years in with nobody showing you an alien, and you're like, okay, I have every right to be opinionated in this space.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right, I'll stop monopolizing. I'll see.
All right, so Steve, where were you 10 years ago, buddy?
Well, I first want to just say how I found you. Can I just say how I found your show? Yeah. Well, I remember God, it was I remember just hearing the word podcast, right? I'm what the hell is it? It sounds lame. And but I remember I got really sick one summer. My wife was visiting her family, and so I was alone for a week and a half, and then I was really sick. I had a terrible flu and bronchitis, all this stuff.
Jeez.
And I let me give this podcast thing a try. Found Radio Mysterioso, and then I was listening to all of that, and then 3 days later, I found your show, and I just started jamming on it. Going to town, loving it. And then I remember, right around there, I joined Facebook. And right away, I'm like, I'm going to just let this Tim Binnall guy know I'm really appreciating what he's doing. And so I commented or direct messaged you. And I don't think he ever got back to me. I didn't care. I was just dude, hey, man.
I've thrown you a, hey, thanks, man. I don't know. I never know what to say,
You might have, but then you found out shortly after that and reached out to me. You're oh, remember you realized that you had seen something that you liked I was in.
Yes, Idiot Sitter.
It was Idiot Sitter, yeah. And they're man.
I'm oh, wait, you're that guy in Idiot Sitter.
Right,
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And then, but anyways, we became buddies. But and then I met Josh, and the thing is about the Paramania thing is I got to meet both you guys there because I remember hearing Josh on your show, Tim, and just being right away, I loved this guy. First off, it was so fresh, and it was what I'd been craving in like the paranormal and the Fortean world. It's just this like deep, like really scholarly, like, comparative analysis, which I've come to love so much. And Josh just does it better than anyone. So really, the Paramania was so fun. I remember meeting Josh, and Josh was so emotional, and I was too. It was like, hey man, I'm meeting everyone too for the first time, and Tim and I finally met in person. It was great. Yes. We had such a fun night. Like
those first two Paramanias. That first Paramania, I remember being at the pool with you, just me and you, Tears. Tim, and we're just hammered and we're just crying because we're like, it's so much fun. I met everybody. I love everybody. And now it's like, I'll see you again later, asshole.
Yeah. It's like, how are you getting to the fucking airport? How are you getting to the airport? Right. We need to figure this out.
I've noticed
Sayne on the phone. Get him over here.
I've noticed, like, since I guess I missed the first Strange Realities, but I think I was at the other ones, or maybe I missed two of them. I can't remember. But since I've been going, which is like 3 or 4, 3 years now, the three of us somehow inevitably become like kind of like a tight, like a little unit during Strange Realities.
We're a complex.
We eat our meals together. We always ride there together. Josh, now that you're the driver, you're always driving Tim and I around. We ain't driving down to Nashville.
You gotta hit a Walgreens or something. It's like the three of us wind up in a Walgreens.
Yep.
Or gastation burritos.
That's exactly
gas station burritos at 2 a.m.
They're so delicious. Man. They're so delicious. But to answer your question about 20 years ago, I was just thinking about this. I know I was in LA for sure, and I was in like deep in the throes of my sketch comedy love, and I just remember in that era I was like starting to work as an actor, but I was still pretty like broke ass. But I was doing like comedy like 6 nights a week. It was sketch and improv, a little stand up, and I was just like loving life. I was like 200% into it. And that wears off after a while, but it was actually a poor but great time in my life. 2005.
Yeah, it was. Looking back on it, that's kind of the other thing. When I was like, you look back, you're like, shit, 20 years ago. It's like, wow, things were a lot easier back then.
They were pretty easy.
Yeah, and you thought that they were hard. That's the thing. It's like, and if you could, with the benefit of hindsight, and this is nothing that anybody hasn't already sussed out if they're as far along as we are, but like, you really wish you could go back and be like, it's going to be okay. Just enjoy this. Just enjoy this. It's going to be okay. Like, whatever you're worried about, it's going to be okay.
Right. It was all small potatoes back then.
You don't want to freak yourself up. You don't want to be like, it's going to get so much worse.
Right. You're going to be okay. The world,
it's going to be a nightmare.
Well, there's a clip I'm going to play later just to kind of captures the craziness of this time span. Because when I had Jim Marrs on the first time, I was like, it was 2005, so it was like, what do you think 2012 is going to be like? And he's like, and he had this like poetic, he was like, 2012 will be nothing like what you think it's going to be and nothing like today. And it's like, he's pretty much right now.
You've got to play this clip. I distinctly remember this clip on a 2019 episode. It might have been the New Year's episode. And you're like, 2020. I like the sound of that. It had a nice round shape to it.
Yes.
2020 sounds like a great year. It's going to be a great. I remember that.
It had a ring to it.
I remember hearing that on the toilet. That's like burned into my memory as you talking about how great 2020 is going to be. And then,
but all's got to be right.
Great podcaster, right. Piss poor prophet, but that's okay.
True.
You're no Edgar Casey, Binnall. How many times have I said that to you? I also just want to say one of my favorite Binnall moments. I have a ton, but one that I think is the one that I remember being on an airplane and laughing so hard that I thought I was going to get asked to leave the flight. And it was Tim, I brought this up. It's not going to surprise you. It's the Little Mole in the How episode, right?
Oh God, yeah.
And you just asked this amazing question, like right in the middle of it, as she's like, she had said she'd won an Emmy multiple times for sound editing, and also the Stanford stuff she likes to drop. And I'm not disparaging, but At some point you go, well, guy, you have all these accolades. You know what? He went to Stanford. Do you ever regret getting into UFOs? And she lost her mind.
Yeah, she was not a fan. I probably didn't word it right anyway. I
No, you.
I don't know. I thought I did.
You were polite. No, you were very sweet.
Yeah,
It was not.
Yeah.
It was not a jab at all. But I just remember like losing it because I'd never like heard anyone flummox a little more than how like that.
I'll say this. This came up. I was laughing about this because later people will hear the Tyler Kokjohn episode later in the segment. And after we finish the segment, then Tyler starts waxing poetic about the history of Binnall of America. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? The show's over. Yeah. So I have to give these guys like a heads up. But anyway, he was asking me about the birth of Binnall of America. And part of the thing, which I think is interesting, is that it was supposed to be like an inside the actor's studio of the paranormal, where it was supposed to be like, okay, how did you get into this? What's your everyday life like? Like, what is your family thing? So that question for Linda kind of came from that desire. But like I quickly learned as I interviewed more people that these folks are not really that interested in introspection or self-awareness.
There's a lot of steering of the conversation back towards the body of work. And they're like, yeah, that's cool, but I want to talk about Rendlesham. Who cares what my wife thinks? And it's like, I care. That's the point of the show. It's like after a while, I got so much resistance to that kind of like line of thought that I'm like, all right, just talk about Rendlesham. Fine. I think that's a cool idea, though. I mean, you know,
Nowadays it might fly.
Just to have me on next time, and I'll just talk about tuba playing for like 2 hours. Yeah,
half. Honestly, like 30 to 40 minutes of every episode of my shows is devoted to like, what are you cooking? What's your best recipe? Let's talk it out.
I think back then people were like, there were so few outlets that they were like, this is my chance to talk about.
And there were, though. You're right. There were few outlets.
Yeah. I mean,
and so they jump on. They're like, no, I want to talk about my Bigfoot stuff, or I want to talk about chupacabras and stuff.
Well, and the amount of effort that it took to find and get a podcast, like, you know, if memory serves, like you had to like download it to your iPod. It wasn't this era of like Spotify where nowadays you're having podcasts like shoved in your face.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And you know, first in, best dressed, Tim Binnall.
Exactly. First in, best dressed.
All right. I
always want to say one thing. I remember because I was so unfamiliar with like podcasts, like literally like I think BOA was the second podcast I ever listened to. Like, I'm not even joking. And I remember just picturing like, wow, this guy is like really doing it. He must have like what looks like some kind of radio station, at least 5 employees, like writers in the background, you know, someone bringing him a hot cup of Joe. Like I had pictured this as like some kind of like
some whole operation,
big operation in Massachusetts. So I'm like, good God, man, this guy has figured it out.
Well, and to that extent, I don't know, Tim, if you're planning on having Wren on or not, but one of the truest things that I've ever heard about you, because you loom so large in my head, like you live rent free in my head. I hope you know that. Like you're the combination of so many different archetypes. Like anybody who says they don't believe in archetypes, I'm like, look at Tim. But I was having a conversation, I think it was this last Strange Realities that we were at with Wren Collier, a mutual friend of ours. And Wren said that one time you asked him, you know, hey, if I was going to get into magic, like what would you advise doing? And Wren says, I looked at Tim and I said, Tim Binnall, you don't need magic. And like that is such a perfect summation of like what the true occultist hopes to accomplish and whatnot in life. And I think that's a pretty good summation of the ease with which you not only have constructed the BOA empire, but also quite frankly, how somehow you end up endearing yourself to people. And I still don't understand it, but it worked on me and it's working on others too. So
I'm a bit of an acquired taste.
I love you. I love you, buddy. Like
I love you, man. I love you.
I love you. Yeah.
Thank you. I love you too, Steve.
I love you guys too. You know I do. I'm free with my love with you guys, man. Like, I mean, in terms of like expressing it though, like it is one of these things you get older and now, like the hangs start becoming like, even though you feel like, all right, see you later, but I'm always like, but you know, I love you a lot, man, in case I like die in the airplane. Like,
yeah, as you get older. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I'm an emotional man as I'm older now.
I've noticed that myself too. Yeah. So part of the I joked at this beginning here. We're kicking off this big special with Cutch and Berg because we're going on a fucking adventure.
Hell yeah!
In late October, early November, Halloween. I don't want to give too much specifics. Cutch, you sort of.
Well, yeah,
this was Cutch's brainchild, and Steve and I are coming along for the ride. So Cutch is steering the ship on this one.
Well, there have been some reliable inflection points over the past several years where it's like, well, I'll see Tim and Steve at X or at Y, and Paramania can be touch and go. I'm never sure it's going to happen until like I'm landed and I'm in the lobby, right? And Strange Realities, this was the last year. Great job that Adam's done with that conference, but this is the last year at least that's been planned. So I was like, oh, there's this hole in my life, and there's this hole also in our schedules. So I talked to my wife, and I said, I don't want a birthday present. I don't want a Christmas present. I want permission to disappear for a weekend into the woods with Tim Binnall and Steve Berg. It's basically what it was. So to that end, last year I had the pleasure of getting to know Scott and Sheila Granger, who do some expeditions into North Georgia, Bigfoot expeditions, and they've gotten some pretty impressive results. I was on an outing with them where I had a very John Keel sort of moment where in the middle of nowhere, it was public land, but to get there, we drove over 20 minutes through a very, very poorly maintained road, one of the worst maintained roads I've ever been on. In the middle of the wilderness, I heard a car door slam, and somebody else heard it too, which is like John Keel. I think that might be Mothman Prophecies, where he talks about Davies crying and car doors slamming, right? So, but anyway, I said I want to go out with these guys. With Scott and Sheila and see if we can rustle up some spookiness.
Yes.
And it's the timing just so happens to be that our first night out in the wilderness is going to be Halloween of 2025, which
yeah, baby.
Yeah, I'm literally, I'm not kidding, guys. Every day I like game out different scenarios for what to do when you guys get here and who's going to sleep where. And like, oh, I've got to make sure I do this before they get here. And what should we eat? What should we eat that first night? And like, I literally had a discussion with my wife earlier today about like what the meal should be that first night. Like,
oh my God.
I can't tell you how overjoyed, because like, again, we've all had friends. We say, wouldn't it be fun to do X, Y, Z? And it never really comes together. Yeah. And part of me thought it wasn't going to come together, but we're all committed now. Plane tickets have been bought, and I'm not, I'm here. So you guys are coming to me. So I'm beside myself with excitement. And, I have some stuff that's happening between now and then. But honestly, even if we don't see a damn thing out there or don't experience a damn thing out there, it is going to be a highlight of the year because I just get to spend time with you guys and pal around and, it's going to be amazing. It's a genuine Bigfoot hunt.
It's an adventure, man. I mean, like, what is better than getting out there and, like, I don't know, man. Like, we're going to have the best time. It's going to be great. I think something weird's definitely going to happen. And it may not be what we expect. It may just be like I ate a bad sandwich and So
we can see a portal like Adam Davies, dude. We can see a portal. Who knows?
I mean,
I would love a portal.
If you're camping for 48 hours in North Georgia, any number of things could happen. For sure. So
yes, I can't wait. And I've never really explored. I've been to Atlanta quite a bit, but like I've never explored Georgia. So this is gonna be beautiful.
It is.
Yeah,
it is beautiful.
It's gonna be amazing. It's just gonna be so nice.
With the time of year and the elevation, the temperature should start. I think the average for that time of year is like 65 or something. So of course it could be sweltering, but hopefully, like again, the elevation will help with that a little bit. So
we're elite athletes. We can handle this. I got this shit, man.
Well, and misery loves company, and there's not much better company than you guys. So.
Right? We're good foxhole.
We were going to have so many laughs, dude.
Oh yeah.
I am
so many laughs.
I am beside myself with excitement. In case you guys can't tell, so.
They're going to be shushing us so much. God, seriously,
right?
You're scaring away all the high strangeness.
Guys, stop. Yeah, no, it's gonna be amazing. I just can't wait. It's like all years. I know Cutch has, but it's like Steve. Maybe you have down in Nebraska. I actually never looked for Bigfoot. So it's I owe it that at least.
You're gonna love it. I mean, what's more fun? And by looking for Bigfoot, it's like a lot of times I go to the place where Bigfoot was spotted and go, all right, cool. Maybe I'll have this granola bar now and just sit there.
Yeah, I've really ramped up my field work in the past like 2 or 3 years, and I will say that if someone was like, "Oh, you have to do a ghost hunt," or "Oh, you have to do a Bigfoot hunt," I would choose the Bigfoot one every time because. So often on the ghost things, you're like 3 hours in and you're just staring at drywall, and nothing's happening. And at least in the woods, there's always like the potential of something coming from somewhere else, or you might see a light, and it's a maybe light, but it's still cool. Yeah. So I'm excited.
You have the option for everything in the woods. Exactly. It's any cryptids on the table. You got you got little fairy lights. It's something weird is going to go down.
It's going to be so cool, and we'll have something from coming out of this. Who knows? But we'll record something or whatever. Steve and I were just talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I got 3 different.
This will be documented, so
I've got 3 different battery packs and solar panels, and we are ready to rock and roll. I just got to figure out what we're sleeping in and sleeping on, and then we'll be in business.
So and we may even do a show like before, like come September or whatever. We'll come back on Binnall of America or your show, Steve. We'll really fucking get into this and be like, okay, how is this going to work? Yeah.
And then we'll do an aftermath. Yeah.
for as confident as people as we may sound, we really barely scratched the surface of like what the fuck we're doing. We're talking
so ill prepared.
Just talking tense now.
Being ill prepared is good.
Hey. Now, to be fair, the snake chaps have been ordered. So
exactly.
Did you order? You really ordered those?
I have some. Yeah,
I'm getting them.
They look cool. Anyways, I think I'll use them no matter what.
Yeah, the thing you got to worry about here, I think, is the rattlers. Copperheads will scurry away, but again, like I've been out in the woods. I think I have a pair of snake chaps, and I don't think I've worn them because I've either been in Pennsylvania doing stuff or the times that I've been out here. I mean, if visibility is good,
Yeah, so, they're everywhere.
If you're literally going through underbrush, that's a different story. But yeah,
and if I go by a rattlesnake bite on a Bigfoot hunt trip, I mean, look, honestly, my eulogy will be badass. I mean,
it's like, well, what else? How else did you expect it?
Exactly,
he died doing what he loved.
He died doing what he loved.
All right, we got to wrap it up here because otherwise people are going to be like, what the fuck, man? So we'll talk more about all this stuff later. Cutch, quickly, the book.
It should be out by now. Fourth Wall Phantoms.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I have a new book that just came out, Fourth Wall Phantoms. It's about fictions that come to life and the implications of that for ufology, cryptozoology, and parapsychology. A very personal project to me, and if anyone's so inclined and likes my other stuff, check it out.
There you go. And we'll get Cutch on for a solo version where we'll give him the old school treatment where I'll read the fucking book and be like, on page 82, what do you mean by that? So we'll do one of those in-depth ones. Cutch will love that because he's deep into this shit. And Steve, High Strange is the podcast, of course, right?
That's it, baby. That's it. Check her out.
All right. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Love you, Timmy. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
So much.
Yeah. Congratulations.
To another 20, baby.
Let's hope so.
Nah, you got it.
All right. Big thanks to my good buddies and fellow future Bigfoot hunters, Joshua Cutchin and Steve Berg, for helping to kick off this episode. I'm not going to be coming at you with too many of these little in-between segment voiceovers, but I did want to do an intro here because as we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Binnall of America, it all began April 23rd, 2005, talking to Stanton Friedman. So here is a little clip from the very first interview ever conducted with Stanton Friedman, classic Binnall of America style right from the get-go. We're talking about steroids in baseball. Complete, no pun intended, curveball thrown at Stan during this interview. And, of course, he masterfully has a fascinating and thoughtful answer because he was Stanton Friedman, of course. So take it away, Binnall from 20 years ago.
You're an old school baseball fan. That's what you told me yesterday.
Yeah.
So what do you think of this steroid flap? We'll move away from ufology and into something that probably people don't get a chance to hear from you, and that's a sports-related question, but that's what I'm interested in hearing your opinion of. So what do you think of the steroid controversy in baseball?
I'm frankly rather disheartened. Growing up as a kid in New Jersey, where you had 3 major league teams within earshot, so to speak, you were either a Dodger, Giant, or Yankee fan. I was a Dodger fan, and I was really inspired by, for example, Jackie Robinson. The guy's guts, his daring, his challenging of pitchers, all the rest of it. It was all based on native ability and then some. He had an overabundance, if you will. And frankly, it gave me hope as a young Jewish kid. If a black guy can put up with what he had to put up with that first couple of years and still succeed so well and be so exciting, then there's hope for the rest of us. But I grew up respecting native talent, and the chemical enhancement of capabilities bothers me, frankly. I don't much approve of that. I think that that's what makes sports exciting, is A, that you can aspire to do what your heroes do. And of course, one thing that was different then, the same guys played for a team for a long time, so you could develop loyalties, which was important. And there were human relations things that were important. They weren't getting paid these horribly large salaries, which I think is nuts. When a Southerner, Pee Wee Reese, can play shortstop to Jackie's second base, that's an inspiration, too, that people can overcome their innate prejudices and so forth. Now, if you throw chemistry into the act, that fouls up everything. And I'm sure that some people are more enhanced than others, and the beneficial effects are greater with some people than with others. But I love to watch baseball. I used to take my kids when the Dodgers moved to California. I moved out there, too, not because of them. But you take the kids to Dodger Stadium. It didn't cost me an arm and a leg, and it was fun. It was good. And when I look at some of these guys now who don't realize they've got fans looking up to them, and young fans especially, and where it's who can make the most money and take the most pills, so to speak, at some risk to their own bodies, incidentally, which is another bad thing. Sports is tough enough as it is, without throwing in the pain from the chemicals at a later date. I'm dismayed. I'm not in approval of enhancement. And I think that baseball has let this go on for much too long. It hasn't done the disciplining that needs to be done. And, we were living in Canada when Ben Johnson won the 100 meters at the Olympics and then lost it. That was a horrible disappointment to an awful lot of people. And, the guy worked awfully hard. He was a good runner. It's a shame he had to go that extra step to be the best. And so in ufology, we have people who talk much bigger than they should. It's like they've chemically enhanced their presentations, and I don't much approve of that either. So I'm fairly consistent. I like loyalty. I like talent. I like people who work their butts off to get where they are. And I suppose it's a throwback. I worked my way through college. I had scholarships, but I worked as a busboy in the Catskills 2 summers. I waited table. I was a union waiter in Chicago for 3 years. Had a good restaurant in the south side of Chicago. I earned my way, in other words. And I tend to look upon that as the way things should be. It's nice if you got a rich uncle. But, Hughes Aircraft once did a study of their engineers and found the higher the percentage of their college expenses they had made themselves, the more they were making now, which I thought was an interesting correlation. So you leave the chemicals to the chemists as far as I'm concerned, and take them away from the athletes.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
Up next here on the 20th anniversary special, we've got a big time guest for you folks. He is the legendary Loren Coleman. He's been on the program 9 times. He's had 9 appearances on BOA over the years, in addition to 9 appearances on the baseball special, the much maligned baseball special we used to do back in the day. So all told, he's been on BOA 18 times, and he made his first ever appearance on the program way back in February of 2006. So we're close to the 20th anniversary of Loren being on the show. So welcome to the 20th anniversary special, Loren. Thank you so much for being a part of the festivities.
Oh, Tim, it's so fun to be here. I'm glad to see you again, talk to you again, as it's almost like an annual thing.
It's certainly, almost is, with all those appearances you've done on the show. As you know, I sent all the guests the questions ahead of time, so I didn't catch them flat-footed. Where were you 20 years ago? As the people listening know, 20 years ago, literally, this episode's coming out on the 23rd, so next Wednesday, literally 20 years ago today, I was doing my first ever interview with Stanton Friedman in the ballroom or whatever of the Marriott in Gaithersburg, Maryland, at the X Conference. First time I ever did an interview, so that's why we're celebrating here the 20th anniversary. But where were you in April of 2005, 20 years ago?
Well, in April of 2005, I was in Portland, Maine, living on Massachusetts Avenue. I'd quit my professor job, quit my consulting jobs, and decided to do full-time, as much as possible, the museum, which was actually founded in 2003. And I wasn't that far from the university, so I was doing a little adjunct teaching and that kind of stuff. But I was getting the museum together, and it was in my home at the time. And I would, I don't know, Detectives of the Deep or, Australian X-Animal or all kinds of weird people would show up to talk to me. And my neighbors would just look, wow, what's that big truck doing in the front, of the house with the column up into the air and all of that. And I remember I was thinking about when I first met you, and it actually was before that, when we were at the John Horgan, remember him?
Who could forget? Yes, yeah.
He used to do these conferences in Massachusetts on Fortean phenomena and UFOs. And I remember you as this, and this isn't disrespectful, but this creeping sort of interviewer going around saying, pulling me outside saying, well, let's get here behind this piece of a door so the wind doesn't blow into the microphone. And it was weird, but it was lots of fun because, everybody was doing their thing and trying to impress each other in the conference. And we were just having some good conversations. So that was way back in the day.
Yeah,
That's what I was doing. And very soon after that, in 2005, then in 2009, I believe it was, 2006, we actually found a location for the museum downtown Portland. So changed my whole life. That was brought on by the fact that the IRS decided to come down and do a massive audit of me. And I had to have like 11 meetings with them and bring all my books and bring all the citations of the appearances. They didn't believe that cryptozoology actually existed. And so I, used you as a sort of, well, this guy wouldn't have been interested in me if I wasn't real. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, that was the first time we met. I remember I had gotten you on the show originally, right. and then we met at the Horgan event in Watertown.
Right.
Shortly thereafter, a couple years later, that's where we taped the thing. And that weekend was the weekend. It was that you had just opened the museum, because I remember I came up a few weeks later and I still have it. I have the opening day T-shirt. We've joked about this. Probably doesn't fit. I'm almost certain it doesn't fit me now, but I was a little wispier back then.
You've got one of the grand opening ones, which are very rare. I've only seen a couple others, and that was relatives. So.
Yeah, I got the grand opening, and I've mentioned this before. It really did mean a lot to me. I got a little choked up when we had you on back in January talking about it. I'll be a little bit, I'll keep it together a little more tonight. But yeah, that meant a lot to me when I came up to see the museum. This was back when it was in the back of the Green Hand, right?
Right.
Yeah, and I just kind of took a chair and sort of sat at the base of the learning tree, of the Loren Coleman learning tree, and we talked for like an hour and a half or something. My mom's off shopping for antiques or whatever in Portland while you and I talked and hung out. And you treated me as an equal, which was huge to me at the time because I was just getting into this crazy field. So I really that really meant a lot to me back then. I know I've said this to you before, and I hope you. I hope it resonates with you because it really did mean a lot to me.
Well, sure, but that's the way I really saw you, that you were equal. You were obviously an intellectual like I am, and it was great to talk to you, and not talk about people so much with what conferences are versus ideas and thoughts and our actual dreams. And actually, it is interesting. Here we are 20 years later, and it's just got better, I think. And we really got more involved in the field. And we haven't let it go. And that's something that a lot of people, I was noticing in cryptozoology. I mean, by then, I started in 1960. So yes. I'd been in it for a few years. And one of the things that really amazed me, there was so much passion in it for me. I was amazed at people leaving the field after 2 years. And I thought, how could people do that? This should be their lifeblood. So, and cryptozoology maybe has a different feel to it for some people, but UFOs, certainly there's been people involved in UFOs for their whole lifetime.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Yeah, we're both still hanging around this field. I certainly, when I sat down to interview Stanton Friedman in that Marriott in Maryland, I certainly didn't think 20 years later I'd be gathering with all these folks that I became friends with along the way. It's been a remarkable journey that you were a huge part of. And I think I also want to extend some gratitude to you also, because when I first started out, I've tried to explain this to people and sort of what it was like in 2005. There weren't all these radio shows. There were no podcasts. We were one of the first paranormal podcasts to ever exist. And so it was an opportunity for big name folks like you and Stan and Jim Mars, all folks Rich Dolan, Greg Bishop, all big name folks who were in the field, who came on that first season of the show. And all you guys just gave the program instant credibility with the paranormal community. And you guys really helped put Binnall of America on the map, because it was like, oh my God, dude, what is this show? Who is this guy? He's interviewing Stanton Friedman and Loren Coleman and Jim Mars, and later on down the line, like Brad Steiger and Jacques Vallée. And it was like, so many big names came on the show in the early years that really kind of gave us a stamp of approval. And I really do appreciate it. You guys all could have been like, hey, get the hell out of here, kid. I'm trying to get a museum up and running. I don't have time to talk to you, but y'all were so gracious and generous with your time. And it really, it meant a lot to me.
Well, you made it a lot of fun, and you always, I won't mention any other names, but there's some radio shows that you go on and they kind of ask the same questions. They have no insights. They can't get off script. And you were very much with the person that's talking and having a conversation. I mean, and as you go through those names, it's kind of sad, but we've lost Stan, we've lost Jim.
Yeah.
You were able to get into a time frame that we all thought was going to be that way forever, but we've lost some people, and it's really it's nice to have those tapes now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean that early archive, the whole archive to me. I mean, it's crazy to say in a way. I'm sure you feel this way about all of your work and all of your, the museum and everything else. But like I said on one of the very first segments I taped earlier in the special, this is, for better or for worse, as crazy as it sounds, this is like my life's work. This is 20 years of interviews, hundreds of interviews, thousands of hours of conversations with people that is now looking back on it. I'm like, wow, this is pretty awesome that, I try not to pat myself too much on the back, but it's like, wow, it's really pretty crazy that we made it 20 years and we have so much great stuff that we've recorded over the years. It was like with you and with Stan and Jim and Greg and all these folks who are on the show, who are going to be featured on the special here this week. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. And you were, in their questions, what are my favorite misadventures? Or
yeah.
Whatever. I think that what really touched me was for you to agree to be the master of ceremonies to one of our early conferences. That really was touching for me, to get someone that knows me kind of off camera and off interview and really come to the museum and enjoy it. And the part of that you may not really understand, that I found extremely touching, was how you brought your mother into it. So much so that you were showing her an exhibit, and the local newspaper took a picture of you two, and it became the image for that conference. And that is, up on my wall, that you and your mother were really looking at an exhibit in depth in a way that really conveyed how I wanted the visitors to really enjoy their experience, to be deeply in thought, deeply in conversation, and not even really be celebrities, but they turned out to be.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Oh, it was my pleasure, man. It was my pleasure. And I don't have it. The office is a mess, but I have that picture framed somewhere here in the office as well. So it's a cherished memory. And it wasn't just the local news. It was the Boston Globe. Yeah. I was like, look, Ma, we're in the Boston Globe. Right. It was really cool. It was quite a surprise. And I think I remember the reporter being there, and I think that she was like, taking the pictures, but I never was like, I never thought that would be in the Boston Globe. So it was pretty crazy. And the other, at the risk of being too melancholy here, the other great memory I have is when we hung out up in Canada that time. That was a really unique experience and a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was. And my side experience was that Stan was there without a car, and I drove up across the what is it called? The thing that goes in the water? the ferry.
The ferry?
Yeah, the ferry. And because he didn't have a car, I had to take him to all of the lunches and stuff away from the conference. And so he sat down with me and he told me his life story. It was nothing at all about UFOs. It was about his kids and his wife and how he discovered, a long ago connection. And it was just amazing, those things. And then to talk to you and have those pictures with you and Paul and it was like fun. And it felt like I was in a tavern without liquor. It was so enjoyable.
Now, I used to give Stan grief about this all the time, begging him. And so I do wonder, have you ever considered, you've written all these books and everything, and I'm sure there's a lot of autobiographical elements in there, but have you ever considered writing an autobiography about your amazing career?
Yes and no, but I sometimes feel so busy, I don't want to stop to ponder that.
Yeah.
A couple of people have asked me, could they write about me? And it ends up usually an article, and then they go off to another thing. Yeah. But I figure even if I've got only 20 months left in me, or 20 years, I'm so busy. I mean, like, I could not believe the 5 or 6 things I had to run around and do today, including getting a shed delivered to the back of the museum today for extra artifacts to be put in. Huh. And then late tonight to find out that the Bigfoot Discovery Museum caught fire last night, and Mike Rugg's whole, his cabin burnt down, and I really need to stay up late to help him out by writing his GoFundMe so I can get around in the news. So I just feel like there's always something to do, and why write about me?
Exactly. Why stop and look back when you just keep going forward as it is? Yeah. And I mean, I'm blown away by your endurance and your work ethic and stuff. Like, I see, you're sending me pictures of the move and everything, and I'm like, Jesus, Loren, slow down, man. Yeah. So I look up to you in that regard as well. It's like, I hope I can keep it up when I'm older and a little grayer in the hair. I'm starting to get the gray hairs now. So, but it's hey, there you go. But yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I actually wrote that up for Coast to Coast a couple days ago. The Bigfoot Discovery Museum. Luckily, I didn't get the chance to run this down. This is just sort of a peripheral thing. Just to want to ask you before we wrap up, because you mentioned that. It was only a little cabin where he lived, so luckily nothing in the museum was damaged in the fire, presumably, right? Right.
I guess there was 4 cabins altogether.
Okay.
And his cabin had electrical fire that it got completely destroyed.
Yeah,
and the fire damage to the museum was all around the outside. But I think since he was going to close anyway, I think this is the death, Neil.
Yeah.
It's going to be over.
Yeah, but it's kind of, I mean, I don't want to say miraculous, but it is kind of fortuitous, I suppose you could say, that it could have taken out the whole museum. So it's like, it was a lucky break there.
There's been some strange arson stuff going on out west. I thought at first when I started reading it, it might have been because, like, the Bigfoot books that closed, like a year ago.
Oh, yeah, there was a fire there too, right?
Yeah, there was a fire there, and there was actually somebody had come by and shot bullets in the windows. So it's just been strange stuff.
That's odd. Now, before I let you go, let's do the plugs here. I've shortchanged most of the guests and not let them plug anything, but I love you, man. So we're gonna do the plugs.
I love you too.
So the museum's still up and running for the rest of this year, relatively, right? So we got spring.
In
Portland. Yes, yeah.
Probably
we got spring and summer. So this is your chance to go, folks, if you haven't.
It'll end sometime at the end of winter because our lease runs out. Because of our lease, 3 years ago, we bought a monumental building in Bangor that I actually worked very hard to save and got on the National Register of Historical Places. It's a streamlined building from the Art Deco era, and that'll open probably in the spring of next year.
Yeah.
Everything that we had all over the state in houses and our extra building in Portland is all going to be up in Portland because the square footage is 6 times as large as down in Portland.
Wow.
So we're going to have fun with that. Yeah.
That's going to be fantastic.
Actually, this summer, we're going to a Portland Sea Dogs game and throw out the first pitch.
Yes. When is that? Because I might try to make the trip up for that one.
And on Scooby-Doo Day on July 6th.
All right.
A noontime game.
Day. Oh, wow. That's very good. All right.
I've got a ticket for you because we'll have a special section for special people. So let's keep in touch.
Absolutely. Yes, I will let you know. But yeah, that sounds fantastic. And I may have to bring Mom up. Did you get the extra one for her too?
Oh, yeah. We got 20 seats for 20 people.
Okay. Oh, hey, look at that. Just like tonight's special.
Right. And we'll see who's on rehab from the Red Sox.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Who knows? Oh, boy. All right. Well, with all that said, folks, go check out the International Cryptozoology Museum in Portland this spring, this summer, in the fall. This is the last year it's going to be in Portland. And we'll be talking, obviously, Loren, you're not going to be talking.
Yeah.
You know, we always talk. We're always exchanging messages. So we'll be in touch, and you know, we'll be making sure people are well aware of when the big opening is next year. And again, just to wrap it all up, I just want to thank you so much for being a part of this program for 19 years. You were on the first season, so it's a straight 20, really. You've been on here from the very beginning, and as I said, you were just instrumental in making this program what it is. So I can't thank you enough for everything you've done.
Very welcome. Congratulations on your 20 years and 20 more.
Thanks, brother.
Bye, Tim.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
Moving right along, folks, we've got two dear friends of mine. I've said this before on the show for the Christmas special. I've had two co-hosts over my illustrious career here in podcasting, and it's these two guys. They're my dear friends, Jeremy Vaeni, Dr. Tyler Kokjohn. They're now a fixture of the holiday season here on Binnall of America, but they've been around forever, really. And I know Tyler, he's inspired me, and we'll be doing this with all the folks who come on the show. So Tyler, he's made 7 appearances on the program. He's had plus the 10 Corona casts. So we're looking at like about 17 canonical appearances for Tyler Kokjohn, who made his BOA debut on June 4th, 2014. So 11 years ago, Tyler. And Vaeni is an even more seasoned member of the BOA family. He's made 8 appearances, a staggering 41 Good Parade shows, which is, when I found that out, I was like, that's troubling that we did 41 of those shows, and at least 4 election night specials. So, you know, Vaeni, he's part of the fabric of the show, and he made his BOA debut on December 8th, 2007. So almost 18 years ago was the first time Vaeni appeared on Binnall of America. Pretty crazy. Thank you guys so much for coming on the show, being a part of this celebration. It wouldn't be the same without you, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Tim.
Always fun.
left me hanging there. I was waiting. I'm like, oh, shit. Were they going to say anything or what? All right.
There might be a delay, a little time delay.
That's true. That's true. I'm here in Boston. Vaeni is in lovely, sunny Hawaii. And, of course, Dr. Tyler Kokjohn is in the golfer's paradise out in Arizona. So,
yeah. Could you please refer to me as doctor, too, by the way? What is this? What the hell is this?
Hey, dude, he earned it. He earned it.
True.
So I sent you guys the heads up, the questions here we're going to be doing on the special. So the first one is, because we know where I was 20 years ago. I was talking to Stanton Friedman in a fucking outside of a conference room in a Baltimore hotel. So I can tell you right where I was on this day, 20 fucking years ago. I can tell you exactly where I was. So we'll start with Vaeni. Vaeni, April 2005. Where were you 20 years ago, man?
What? That was that. I don't know where I was then. In 2005. Well, I was in New York. I was probably editing my movie, No One's Watching, an alien abductee story, because I think that released in 2006. And I was writing for UFO Magazine. I was not in podcasting when I met you. And
you were close, though.
So that's where I was.
Yeah. I think you were wrapped up with Book of Thoth or something, right?
No. When I met you, I had not done any podcasting yet.
Oh, wow. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. See, that wasn't so hard.
Yeah, I think I started podcasting in like 2008 or 2007. Yeah. Go ahead.
And then Dr. Tyler Kokjohn, where were you 20 years ago? I have a feeling you have a much sharper memory here than old Vaeni. So where were you back in April of 2005?
I was just about to be promoted to full professor and teaching, doing some research on Alzheimer's disease, and blissfully unaware of the paranormal world that was out there without any of my knowledge at that time. The way I got into and met you guys was through Carol Rainey. And she had posted something on the Paratopia website, which I saw, and I thought, well, I wonder if she has a web page of her own, and sent a message, and she replied, and we started communicating, and then she got me connected with Jeff Ritzman and Jeremy, and we took off from there.
Yeah, well, that's the second part of the questions here is how.
Yeah, that's another question, Tyler.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. How did we all even meet? So from what I can remember, Vaeni, you're on in 2007. So you had been in the scene right around when I had come in. So, yeah, because you were working on your movie. So I must have heard about the movie like the year after, like around when it came out. So like 19 years ago.
No.
What are you shaking?
That's not how we met.
How did we meet? Is this from?
I'll tell you how we met.
How you got kicked off?
Yes, I was promoting the first Culture Contact Festival. Yes. And I was on Coast to Coast with George Norrie. I got unceremoniously kicked off. I went to a movie nerd website called chud.com. They had a message board, and I just vented on it, figuring no one would ever see this, but I just wanted to get it out and be public because I don't know why. And Tim Binnall, of all people, read that and then was on his Binnall of America message board going, oh my God, you remember that guy who was kicked off, who left mid-stream coast to coast? Yeah. Always wondered what happened to him. Here it is. And then you contacted me and had me on your show.
Well, there you go. Yeah, all right. I didn't realize that was the original, but yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I do remember that was early or how you came on my radar for sure. Now that I think about it, yeah. And Tyler,
yeah, I had a website, but I didn't have a podcast. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. Yeah, you were you were in the scene though, pretty much. What a different time that was back then. Jesus.
Yeah.
And Tyler, I met you through Jeremy and Jeff because they were always I remember they were working with you on something. I think the survey thing that you guys did. And it was like Dr. Tyler Kokjohn this and Dr. Tyler Kokjohn that. And I'm like, who is this fucking Kokjohn guy? I'll get him on Binnall of America and we'll interrogate him. And look at that. And then the rest is history. What a wonderful friendship bloomed.
Yeah, it was the UFO Hunters program on History Channel. Bill Burns, and I started watching that, and that's what actually then started the dominoes falling, which ultimately led to me getting in touch with Carol Rainey, because she wrote a book with Bud Hopkins called Sight Unseen, and I thought there were really good ideas in there, and then she had a very good concept of genetic research, how you might create transgenic creatures and such, and so I thought, well, who wrote this? And so I had to find out, and got in touch with her, and we started communicating. And what I really wanted to know at that time was there a second book coming out where they had actually tried to assess the transgenicity of some of their abductees, get to the scientific roots of it. And she said, no, not really, not at the time. Now, I didn't know her situation at all. She was very cautious about what she would reveal to me early on. But I told her, there's a way to track these down. There's a way to get the data, to find out what's going on. And then she really got intrigued. And I think that's how she got me with either Jeff or Jeremy, who until that point had been pretty much uniformly contemptuous of anything I posted on their site. So, but it was consistent, Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but probably we didn't. We probably thought you were just some bitchy debunker.
Yeah. Well, and indeed I was.
A doctor. Yeah.
Just another one. Yeah. So that anyway.
All he really wanted was for you to put him in touch with the Star Child skull guy. Vaeni, come on.
Yeah.
I know. Well, and look how that turned out.
Exactly.
I had such high hopes for that because I thought Lloyd Pye maybe had a mechanism that would work. Never mind.
It is what it is, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of we all kind of connected through that like little swirlingness of what was going on back then, which must have been like I don't know, but because I knew Vaeni long before you and I connected, Tyler.
Oh yeah.
And then here we are. We're part of the we're part of the fabric of the show. Because really, looking back on it, the last thing was just sort of any fun memories with you two guys. This could go all day, and it won't. But I have so many great memories with you guys. I have so many. For as crazy, bizarre, and unsettling and all that, the pandemic was, that 10-week run where we did the Corona cast was really special, man. I really enjoyed that so much. It really was, I oddly look back very fondly on that period where we would hang out every Friday night, Tyler. It was really, it was therapeutic, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it was peculiar. It was kind of doing like a play-by-play on some sort of unfolding tragedy. Because I remember you counting out how many cases there were, and we were watching that number go and having no idea how bad it was going to get.
Or how long it was going to last and everything. And we were just like, it was, I haven't gone back and listened to those, but it would be a fascinating glimpse of like that time period of like just the week to week insanity of it all. And it was like, now people like, they don't want to, they insist on getting their haircuts and all this other shit. It was crazy. Everything was going crazy all the time. It was unreal. And with Vaeni, dude, you and I mean, come on. I think mostly of the time in Exeter, really. I think of that weekend in Exeter because that was really me, you, John Flynn, a whole bunch of ragtag crew of strange people, just having a lot of laughs and people watching all these Alien fans.
See, it's funny because when I first saw the question of when we first met, I thought of the actual first time we met, which is the going on the whale watch and you just be like, look at the beautiful tail fluke. That is the first image that comes to mind of like, oh, this is me meeting Tim Binnall. But you're right, Exeter was fun and a special time.
Oh my
God. Hey,
Tyler,
can I ask one quick question? Tyler, when you go back to your normal friends, are you like bored by them, or are you like, oh, thank God, I need a break from these nuts? Because Tim said he found your hanging out with you therapeutic, and you found it peculiar, and I thought that was interesting.
Well, first of all, I don't have any normal friends. Okay, I hang out with professors and such. So right off the bat, you're at a level of strangeness that it's hard to describe. But they're boring. What can I tell you? They don't. For the most part, they can't take a joke. But I will also tell you that it turns out, over time, I discovered that a large number of my academic contacts are experiencers. They would never tell someone that if they weren't pretty sure that you would be receptive. And as it became apparent that I would, investigate some of these things, listen to these things, was actually out there looking at, people would call me, looking at stuff, they began to open up. And that was quite interesting. So their spectrum of experiences is very much like the gambit out there, from strange encounters in their homes to seeing UFOs and being very, very disturbed by it. Interestingly enough, you think a rational scientific mind, but I'm going to tell you that I've never had a UFO experience like this. But I did have something that came close once, and it shook me up until I realized what was going on. And they were These people were pretty shaken up.
Ontological shock.
A lot of questions. Just like everybody else. How about that?
There you go. See that, Tyler? You're like a bridge from the academics to the strange.
Well, yeah. Let's see where that goes.
It goes off a cliff.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, yeah, the whale watch, dude. I forgot all about that. Yeah, that was
also the first time you met my mom.
I know, it was me.
The first time Tim Binnall meets me and my mom, he gets drunk on a boat on a whale watch and just starts yelling, "Look at the beautiful tail fluke" at the top of his lungs. He thought that would be a good look to meet people with.
That is such a gross mischaracterization of it.
We remembered how we remember it.
Yes, yeah. The thing was it was the guy who did the show. He was terrible, and he just kept saying that the whole time.
Oh, that's right.
Our meme of the week. Oh, yeah, because he was just like, he had no shtick or whatever. He was just bad. And he was just
but that is
that was his
so it's another level. It's another level of Tim actually not yelling at the whales so much as making fun of the MC of the whale watch, who's just saying, "Look at the beautiful tail fluke," and then
that's all he had.
"Look at the beautiful tail fluke."
You'd be dynamite on a 3-week cruise to Antarctica.
Oh man, I thought I was boosting.
Are you going to do some of that on the Bigfoot hunt? Are we going to see some of that come out?
I don't even know. If I make it home alive from the Bigfoot hunt, I'll be happy. Jesus.
You got your gear ready? Are you ready to roll?
I have to get them, but I'm getting like shin guards. Cutchin's like, make sure you get snake waders. I'm like, snake fucking, what is it, chaps?
Yeah.
Snake chaps. I'm like, what the fuck are you? I thought he was being a smartass at first. Then I looked it up and I'm like, oh, I need to wear shin guards so I don't get bitten by a fucking snake. So that'll be great. Yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Another one for the books, yeah.
Is this going to be in a swamp?
No, I think it's in a wooded area.
Okay.
Yeah, but I really am fucking going in blind. They don't even tell you really where it is, until you get there.
Oh no.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
So
and then you sign an NDA and shit, so no one tells where because apparently that's Bigfoot's there. Bigfoot's there, they say. So
Bigfoot actually demands the NDA. That's the whole thing. He doesn't really want to be discovered.
Exactly.
No. This is going to be like the Blair Witch Project, isn't it? That's where we're going, isn't it?
Like missing 411. I don't know if you know about that.
No.
Tyler, oh God, don't look into that. Yeah. There's people vanishing in the woods and shit. And they say, oh, it could be Bigfoot. Oh, man.
Okay. Insecticides with DEET. Okay. That's what you're going to need.
I'll be all right, Tyler. I'll be okay. Yeah.
We don't want any problems some diseases, that kind of stuff. So.
Oh man! Every time I think about Vaeni, just one on the last one is when the Exeter's the fucking guy who had the presentation and it was sticky. He had Post-it notes on the fucking presentation and shit. And it was he just had it up. You remember that?
Cool.
You remember that? It was
that wasn't Steve Fermani, was it?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Oh God.
Nice. I was trying to be nice.
That was the 5 a.m. They were like, hey everyone, Steve Fermani at 5 a.m. Wake up for that.
Oh my God. You should see it nowadays, dude. It's a 2-day event. It's a whole thing. It's crazy.
Nice.
You should, yeah. Anyway. Well, Tyler, Vaeni and I have had a lot of in-person adventures. You and I, several people on the show on the 20th anniversary special here who I have yet to hang out with in person, but we've got to do it because if you think Binnall on the radio is something, the in-person experience is really, you can't match it. As Vaeni can attest.
Yeah.
Harrowing. Well, harrowing, some would call it.
It was when I actually did visit Jeremy's home.
I know. You rub it in every time we all get together.
It's worth a visit. The location is fabulous, and the people he knows and is connected with are pretty interesting. So I know you won't be bored at all. And I'm going to move in I'm just going to take over the small building.
We should all go out for Christmas one year. We'll do the Christmas special.
Yeah.
That would be fucking cool.
That'd be a blast. Come. You both should come.
All right.
I'm ready.
Well, on that note, as I said, I'm trying to keep these to a tight 20. We could do, as we know, we could fucking do this all day. You know, all the different people that are going to be on the show, folks, on this celebration. Each one could be and has been their own episode, and so I'm trying to keep it tight so we don't have a crazy runtime of like 5 hours on this special. I love you guys. You know, there's going to be a lot of love here on this whole show, and I mean it. You guys are the best of friends. You know, you've always been there for me. You've always been anytime I need anything or just to chat or whatever, you're always around, and you've kept me going over the years through your friendship. So thank you so much. Thank you for being a part of Binnall of America for all these years, and here's to many more fun and hilarious conversations with the two of you guys.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. Love you too, buddy. Mwah.
Aww.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
All right, here's another throwback clip. The man who helped us kick off every season of Binnall of America 1 through 10. The man who inspired me really to get into all this. As I always say, rule by secrecy opened the door for Binnall of America to exist, if you will. Certainly planted the seed of this crazy garden of insanity that it's become. Ruled by secrecy by the mighty Jim Mars, true legend, a friend. We lost him a few years ago. I dearly, dearly miss him. Would love to know what he thinks of the world today. He would have a lot to say, I'm sure. Truly an amazing person. So here's a little throwback to the mighty Jim Mars on Binnall of America.
I told you this story when we talked offline, but I should probably share it with the listening audience. But what started me in the entire realm of esoteric research was rule by secrecy. I was at a Barnes & Noble. I saw it on the shelf. I said, this looks pretty interesting. I'll check it out. And I haven't looked back since. So...
Well, shout it out loud. I think if people have this overview, this alternative view of history, Franklin Roosevelt once said that when it comes to politics, if something happens, you better believe that it was planned that way. In other words, there are very few accidents in history. Or my line is, if it's not an act of God, it's a conspiracy. And that sounds kind of cute, but if you'll think about it, it's very true. Yes, cars have collisions, planes crash, ships sink. There are acts of God. There are accidents. But especially if something happens as a world event or even a national event, or particularly in business, you know, if you stop and think about it, that's not an accident. Somebody planned it that way. In fact, Tim, let me share with you and your audience what I consider not only the proof of conspiracy, but proof of the greatest conspiracy going on in the world today. We don't like to think about this, but if we'll all stop, we'd have to agree that, one, even while we're listening and conducting this interview, there are thousands, perhaps millions, of children all around the earth who are literally starving to death. That's incredible, but it's true. Now, I think we'd also be forced to admit that we have the technology on the shelf right now on this planet that we could feed every single person in this world. In our country, in the USA, every year we pay millions of dollars of tax money to farmers not to plant crops so that they don't drive down the prices on the agriculture market. Well, let's go ahead and plant those crops. We have the technology. We have the means of producing enough food for everybody on this planet. That's a given. So why is it that these millions of children are starving. I don't want that. You don't want that. I don't think anybody that's listening to this would say, oh, yeah, I want those kids to starve. Nobody's going to say that. So we don't really want that. Then why is it happening? Because once you get past the rationales, oh, well, there's politics and national boundaries and transportation costs and blah, 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 blah. That's just rationales. Once you get past that, you realize that the reason children are starving all around the planet today is because somewhere, somebody wants it that way. Because if nobody wanted it that way, it wouldn't be that way. We would find the ways and the means to get food to those children. Okay? So there you have it. That's the biggest conspiracy going on today, and it is proof that there is conspiracy, because without conspiracy, there's really no rational reason why there's anybody going hungry on this planet today.
That somebody that you're speaking of, was kind of segues perfectly into the next question. I was going to say, how many people are at the very top of this pyramid structure? The ones who have all the answers and the power. How many people are there, and, who do you think they are? But, you don't have to tell me their names or anything. But,
well, I could list you a whole list of names that's not going to do any good, because you wouldn't recognize their name, neither would anybody else. These people are very, when you get to positions like that, you don't want people to know your name, okay? And your name does not appear very often in public media. There's not very many of them. Okay? Perhaps a couple of thousand at the most, and probably less than that. Now, a couple of thousand sounds like a lot of people, but when you consider the 6.5 billion souls on this planet, that's just a fraction, a tiny fraction. And also, think of it this way. Because when you think of the whole world, it's easy to go, oh, man, that's a whole big, huge world, 6.5 billion people. God, how's that going to work? Nobody can control that. Well, don't think of it that way. Think of these 2,000 as being a little bitty small town. And most all of us have had experiences with little bitty small towns of 2,000 or less. And you go to any little small town of 2,000, and you find that there's always a pecking order, okay? A pyramid of power. And at the very apex is usually one person. He might be the banker. He might be a leading attorney. He might be the newspaper editor. But there's always one person that's kind of top of the food chain. And when he says, I think we're going to put Tim in as sheriff, Tim usually gets in, because everybody else falls in the line, and that's the way it works. Well, extrapolate that up to the world with these 2,000 people who are in touch, many of whom are sitting on interlocking boards of directorships with some of these big international corporations, and it's very easy to see how that they can maintain their ownership and hence control over all the rest of us.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
All right, here we go with another segment on the 20th anniversary special. I actually had to rush and hit record because we've been just laughing our asses off before we got started. And I'm like, well, let's just go on the proverbial air here. Our next three guests, I don't know if I even have the right words to express how much these guys mean to me. They are three of my best friends in this community. They're three of the coolest people I've become friends with over the course of my 20 years in this business, if you will. They're the three guys I would want in the foxhole with me in any situation. They're really three of my very, very best friends in this field, and I love them to death. And we've shared so many laughs over the years that they're like brothers to me, these three guys. Aaron Gulyas, Jack Brewer, and the legendary Adam Gorightly. We like to call ourselves informally the Invisible Frat House, because that's kind of the personality our little contingent has taken on over the years. So it's going to be a lot of fun to reunite with these guys after kind of being separated for a little while over the last few months. So welcome back to the show, Aaron, Jack, Adam. Thank you so much for being a part of this special, and thank you for being a part of Binnall of America for all these years.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
My pleasure. Now we'll start. We're going to start with Adam. I got some stats here. These are always fun. So Adam has made 8 appearances on Binnall of America over the years. Wow. And in addition to that, 9 of the baseball specials. So we'll count those as part of the canon. So 17 times you've been on the show total. And I was trying to dig up the email today. My computer crashed right before I got on the thing, my other office computer where I use for this stuff. But essentially, in October or so of 2005, we had just launched Binnall of America in the seasonal format, like that summer. And I get like a press release written by this guy, Adam Gorightly. And it's like, The Beast of Adam Gorightly is the book. And it just details all the stuff. And I'm like, and it was like, I had just started. So I'm like, holy shit, now people want to come on my show.
Like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, I'm like, holy fuck. Hey, how did he even hear of me? I've only done like 6 episodes of this show. And B, like, holy shit, people want to come on my show. So, I sent him back. I'm like, yeah, dude, send me the book and I'll get you on the show. Turned out he's longtime friends with Greg Bishop. You heard Greg on the show. And appeared on Binnall of America. We taped it sometime prior to this, but essentially he appeared. His debut on BOA was December 3rd, 2005. So almost 20 years. Adam's been a part of the program from the very, very beginning, like within the first 10 or 11, 12 episodes of this show. Now that there are hundreds and hundreds of them, Adam was on the very ground floor of it. So, yeah, and well, I guess we'll continue here with just sort of the stats here. Aaron has made 8 appearances, including the final holiday special with Stanton Friedman, a WrestleMania special that was probably ill-advised now that I look back on it, and a holiday special to tie it all in because these guys were all on a holiday special a few years ago. So, and he debuted on BOA in March 11th. 2014, so 11 years ago. And our buddy Jack Brewer, he's made 5 appearances on the show over the years, and he debuted April 17th, 2015, so 10 years ago. Wow. Almost to the week in a way, Jack debuted. So you guys have long histories with Binnall of America. And like you're part of the fabric of this show and a fabric of my life, really, especially in the last like 6 or 7 years, which we can get into later. But one of the questions, the thread that ties all this together with all the guests, and well, I'll go this way. So I'll go to Aaron first. Where were you 20 years ago, Aaron? What was going on in your life back in April of 2005?
April 2005. Okay. No lie, I was in Southern Illinois teaching history part-time, and in my spare time, I was attracting way too much attention from Sherry Shriner back in 2005. So that's right around the time that I got mixed up with her craziness and her threatening to dox me on various message boards and her knowing that I was both Satan and an agent of the CIA. So that's what happens when you don't have enough to do, right? You get into trouble on the internet with crazy people. So that's where I was. I was a couple years out of grad school. I was thinking about writing a book, but it took me like another, 7 years to do it. But yeah, that's where I was.
Nice. There you go. So you're already mixing it up, throwing elbows with the crazies of the paranormal.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. And how about you, Jack? 20 years ago, April 2005. Where was
20 years ago, I was operating a music studio with my longtime girlfriend and life partner in Central Florida. And as far as the fringe community goes, I was watching, remember the message boards? You had the different UFO forums, and I was keeping an eye on what was going on around there. But 10 years ago, when I was first on your show, when you mentioned that, remember then we were still using standard phones to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember that your show was the first show I ever told anybody I was writing a book because I had tried to write a book a few times and would scrap the idea. And so I didn't want to tell anybody until I was far enough into it that I was pretty sure I was going to complete it. And I was at the point you interviewed me. And so that's what I was doing at that time. And another reason I didn't want to say anything about writing a book is guys like Aaron and Gorightly will write a book like on their way to the 7-Eleven or something.
Now, how about you, Adam? You're one of the few people that I'm having on this special that I actually have a vague idea of what you were doing, because little did I know, 20 years ago, you were just a few months away from sending me that press release for the Beast of Adam Gorightly. So our ships passed very quickly right after the launch of the show. But so I'm guessing you were kind of wrapping up the work on the book at that point, right? April of 2000.
Yeah, the book was done, and that was kind of my modus operandi back in those days, was to put out a press release, which is kind of silly now that I think of it, but whip up a press release and send it out to different podcasts or radio. This is a little bit before social media, and I start thinking about those days and how was I able to do this? The publicizing, is a bit different than social media. With social media now, which has kind of gone to shit too, so it's kind of gone full circle. But there was a lot of networking that went on, and among my friends were Greg Bishop, and I heard him on your show. I think is what happened, or he posted it on wherever he would post it back then, Radio Misterioso on website somehow, I heard. And he was like one of your first guests. So yeah, like you said, it was in the early days of your show, and okay. I'd put together a list of, target a bunch of different shows and stuff to try to get on, and fortunately or unfortunately, you were one of them. You were gracious enough to have me on, and the rest is history.
Absolutely, yeah. The rest is history, yeah. Well, I mean, it sort of covers the second question away, how we met, because you reached out to me, and next thing you know, you were on the show. I can't recall the first time I met you, but we've hung out actually on multiple occasions at this point, luckily enough. And
we had to meet the first time in person in 2010 when I was out there on the East Coast. We got together.
That must have been it.
Went to the Salem and had a crazy time there for the whatever they call that, the Salem Witch Festival.
Yeah, we made the mistake of going to Salem on the Saturday before Halloween, which is like...
That was a wild time.
They shut down the whole city,
We were hanging out at Tim's house. Oh, what do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? And his mom chimes in, well, they're having the Salem Festival. Why don't you guys go check out that? Okay, that sounds good. We had no idea that it's like tens of thousands of people go to this thing.
Well, you're also burying the lead on that visit, because there was also how, and I don't know my way around Boston, I completely have no idea. So me and Adam's wife, we go into Boston to see the Celtics game, and we're like, this is before all the GPS and shit. So we're just kind of like going off of like MapQuest that we looked at before we left, kind of thing. Maybe scribble down some notes. So we're like completely fucking lost. It's not like today we look at the phone and it says we pull up next to some dude like on the road. Go ahead, Adam.
You used to like draw a map on a sheet of paper and head out. Yeah.
Well, like Boston, as I recall, it's this big circle where you can go around the city and around and try to figure where to get off. And we finally got off somewhere and like it should be nearby or somewhere, but we couldn't see it, wave somebody down. Hey, where's the Boston, what's it called? Boston Garden.
Yeah.
And I basically, it's right over there, you dumb bastard.
Yeah,
basically.
It's like right there. It's like we turn our heads and we would have seen it.
And we saw that's when
we saw Big Baby Davis.
Shaq was on the Celtics. Shaq? That was the one year he was on the Celtics. And I can't remember who they were playing. Do you?
I don't remember at all.
Yeah.
No, I'd have to look that one up. That was that was a while ago.
2010.
2010. Yeah. So 15 years ago. Crazy.
Time flies, man.
And then Aaron and Jack, I think the three of us all originally kind of met sort of in that ecosystem, the early, like Adam was talking about. It was like you met people and you networked on message boards and in the comment sections of blogs. I remember, I think you and I met through the Kimball blog, maybe, and Vaeni's blog, and Jack for sure in those that sort of ecosystem.
I think to sort of circle back to Sherry Shriner, I think I was like looking up Sherry Shriner, and the Binnall of America website popped up because you would do, the episode recaps of the different shows, and she was on Rents or something, and I was laughing, laughing at the way you wrote up her appearance on Rents, and then I joined the message board there, and yet a whole like crew of regulars who would hang out there, and the writers, and was Reagan Lee out there on that site? Was she?
Yes.
Yeah, she was there, and you had some
rest her soul, the late Reagan Lee.
Yeah, you had some Welsh guy, I think. And
Richard from Wales.
Richard from Wales. That was it. Yeah, and
Leslie Gunter and
Leslie Gunter. Yeah.
Rochelle Hawks.
Rochelle Hawks. These folks were all folks who wrote for Binnall of America back in the day.
Binnall had like the ladies of the paranormal just lined up there, giving them a platform. Absolutely. So that's where I became aware of you. I think even before you started the interviews in the program and stuff. Yeah, and I think in real life, I'm pretty sure the first time we met was in Liverpool, Nova Scotia for East Coast Paracon. I think that was 2017. I think maybe
something like No, wait, East Coast Paracon. Not the
not the other one, but 2017. So that was fun. Greg Bishop was out there, and Paul Kimball, sort of was out there, and that was fun. The people who ran that they did a good job with that back then.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my favorite memories, I'm sure you'll remember this, of that weekend. We're on this ghost hunt. We're like in the basement, and like we're just looking, and we're like looking around and shit. And then we stumble upon like just some teenagers' crude ass drawings of like penises and like naked ladies and shit. It was like that was more. What kind of ghost hunt is this?
It was more fun than any ghost. I mean, just
it was
the graffiti was way better.
Hilarious discovery. It was like, okay. They're not that different from us, I guess. These Canadians. And Jack, Jack, you and I connected through the Vaeni ecosystem, I think. I remember.
Vaeni and his friends. And I then was like seeing interviews where you had been. And then that led me to going, oh, wow, this guy has his own thing going and he interviews people too. And then some of our mutual friends, I think kind of coordinated between us and whatnot. And what really stands out in my memory, though, about my interactions with Tim really isn't about like podcasts and friends stuff as much as sports, really. I mean, we ended up doing a lot with we do this NFL pool just for fun that's been running a few years now. And I remember when the Red Sox were hot, I was texting with them till the wee hours of the morning when they were like in a World Series game till 4:00 in the morning. And it was crazy. But and I've told the story a number of times that when you did the pandemic podcast with Dr. Kokjohn, that was just like a weekly occurrence. Just, get dinner and turn on the Friday night podcast, Yeah,
that was a really strange experience for me. I mentioned this when we had Tyler on. It was unlike anything I ever did, even in the 20 years I was doing this. It was like for one brief 10-week period, I had like, quote unquote, like a real radio show with callers and a co-host, and like a topic of the day. It was really fun. It was kind of like I could see myself doing something like this, like someday. I joke with Tyler. I'm always like, you know, if that would be the one upside of the pandemic came back, we could relaunch the show, dude. We could relaunch the Corona Cast. It's all worth it.
That was good. That was good. Yeah. Also, when I was with you there in 2010, we saw the World Series was going on, as I recall correctly, with the
Giants.
My Giants. Yeah. Didn't we watch a game at your house? I think so. Yeah.
And they lost. Yeah. They lost.
Damn it.
Wow.
They'll pull through.
They won the World Series, though. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I was down there on some work-related stuff, so I wasn't even expecting the Giants at that point. Obviously, the Giants are going to be in the World Series. Yeah, right. Then they went on a run and won 3 out of 5.
And then several years
3 out of 5 years, yeah.
I get it. You know, Adam and I were in regular correspondence. This may, well, I don't want to jump ahead necessarily, but then I get an email from Adam. All of my messenger, whatever. We've moved on now. It's many years later. People stop emailing. Now I'm getting other kind of messages, right? So Adam's like, I'm coming up there. Going to be in a movie. I'm filming a movie.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, and it was way the fuck out of the way. And I don't drive. So I'm like, I'm just get a ride out here and shit. And I'm like, I don't know if, like, you know, the procrastinating, lazy, older side of me was winning out, and I'm like, I don't want to fucking go all the way out there in the middle of the night, like what is this? You know, what is he even talking about? What is this movie? So finally, like, common sense prevailed, and I'm like, you know, but all this is a once in a lifetime. They're letting you be in a fucking movie. What are you, an idiot? Like, go, just go. So I go down to this like creepy down this dirt road and this field. And there's a fucking dough truck and a real life like movie crew, like a real, not like one dude with a fucking camera, like multiple cameras, the whole 9 yards. I mean, I don't even know how many people were on the crew of that movie, but like in the dozens. I'm like, this is a real fucking movie. Holy shit. And yeah. And then I had a cameo in The Hill in the Hole. So starring Adam, which is like, you know, Adam, you were really a star of the fucking movie. Still, even now, I'm still like, holy shit, I cannot believe fucking they made a movie. Adam's like one of the main characters acting in the movie.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to remember the times I met you, and I remembered, 2010, I went out there then at different Paramania, and then Nashville a couple of years ago, but I forgot the movie. Yeah, that was a great time, and it was. I mean, the crew wasn't that big. There was a bunch of extras there.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a lot of people.
A bunch of friends they brought in. Yeah, it was a decent size crew. You know, they had the sound man and the cameraman and the director and a couple other gophers. So, for an independent film, it was pretty cool happening. Of course, we had the fried bread truck, which was the star of the show.
Yeah. I had the hairnet and everything. It was pretty amazing. I really happy about that decision.
One thing, they fired up that fried dough truck to show how all the fryers work, and I practiced making a few. Then okay, we're going to start filming. And it was like, can we frickin' turn off these burners, man? We're frickin' dying in here. And the director goes, no, it'll be good. I'll put you in the mood.
Yes, yeah. I saw like a load of bugs in the oil and shit. We were like, I'm never getting fried dough again in my life.
I was using the strainer to pull all the bugs out of there, but
wow.
Yeah, and we were smoking in there too. That was part of my role, and I was thinking later of dropped one of those cigarettes in the fry.
Yeah, we live pretty dangerous.
It's a recommended movie, by the way. The Hill in the Hole. It's a fun ride.
Hill in the Hole.
It's really good.
It's a classic. Good. Yeah. If you're a Binnall of America fan, you need to see that movie.
Yeah.
And you did a great job, Tim.
Oh, thank you. Well, I remember at one point you turned to me and you're like, you said later or something, you're like, it was like surreal. Like I turned to you and I'm like, why are you acting this way or something? And then I was like, I realized that we were in the scene or whatever. And I'm like, I'm a good actor, dude. What can I say?
Right.
And
I was so into my role. I was going to say I was so in my role, remembering my lines and all that, and I said my little bit, and I pat Tim on the shoulder, and he gives me this weird look, like his character probably should have, but it was like I was looking at him as more as my buddy Tim and not the character. It's like, why are you looking all weird at me? Did I piss you off or something? Okay. Then that dawned on me later. Oh, he was in character. I don't know, just one of those little weird.
I was just going to say that if you haven't seen the movie, I'll tell you, these two guys can wear a hairnet. They're just really, they looked the part. They had the little things on the head. The cigarette. I
had the Chef Boyardee cap.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yes, yeah.
Just because I've eaten a lot of fried dough, guys. I'm not going to lie, and I've never seen a guy in a chef's hat at the dough truck. So, that was...
I never thought of that.
That was amazing.
That's just ridiculous, yeah.
And the cigarette was just perfect.
Oh, man. I'd be remiss, too, if I sort of alluded to this. The four of us all kind of knew each other in different ways up until about, 2018 or so, 2019, before the pandemic, when we'll have to give credit to credit's due. Some enterprising maniac out there started collecting the collected writings of one Scheme Gene Steinberg and his many emails begging for money. And they started appearing on this Twitter account, the Scheme Gene Research Community or something.
Hilarious.
And the four of us, we just took to it. We thought it was the funniest thing we've ever seen in our lives. And as this epic, telenovela unfolding in Gene Steinberg's life, involving the trials and tribulations of his wife and the constable and his dog. I forget
Teddy
the name.
Bear.
Teddy Bear.
Teddy Bear.
Teddy Bear the dog. And so and then the four of us just kind of came together over that and became a real tight knit group of friends. So
it was
we owe you something, Gene, but not money.
No, absolutely not. It's we all love Gene Steinberg to some degree, possibly, and I just think it's a real object lesson or a real sort of parable about the less you say when you're asking for money, the better off you are, because the more he would weave these, and I have no doubt that he was telling the truth about some of this. I know he probably was, but the more you go into it, it's just okay, I'm not even thinking about giving you money. I'm just waiting for the next installment in this epic saga. The constable thing was amazing, and it was. And the thing is, as far as I know, he's still standing. He's still out there and doing the Paracast and
still going,
all of that. So good for him. He said questioningly, maybe it's good for him. I don't know. It sounds like it's a pretty stressful gig, but ever since all of that happened, it's just I can't get an email from the Paracast without just bursting into laughter.
Oh man!
Check this out. I was at. You guys have grocery outlets where you're at? They're a chain out here on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Grocery outlet, Bargain Market. I was in there the other day, and there's always music playing in the background, but a lot of times it's just white noise you don't notice. But this was 3 days ago, and guess what song kind of pierced my consciousness? It was that song we love. I'm Still Standing by Elton John, which is kind of the Scheme Gene theme song, official theme song.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time I hear that song, I think every time I hear I'm Still Standing,
before you know it, I was dancing in the aisles, man.
I just hope Teddy Bear's okay. I just, when he stopped mentioning the dog, I was like, oh man, I hope nothing bad happened to Teddy Bear. Gene and his wife, sure, fine. I don't want him to be hurt or anything, but Teddy Bear has my heart.
It's amazing. He must have a 20th anniversary coming up himself soon, because it's
at least
amazing. And he never even. I took a few years off to recharge my batteries. He just seems to have gone. Kudos.
It's amazing. He
really is.
He's a machine. He is a machine.
So yeah, I mean, we could go all night with these memories and these stories and these inside jokes and a lot of stuff we haven't even scratched the surface of from the Invisible Frat House. But we got a lot more special to go. So I want to thank all you guys for everything. You mean the world to me. You really do. Like I said, you guys are like brothers to me in a lot of ways. We've been through some shit, the four of us, in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And you three have been by my side the whole way. And the three of us have, we've all held each other up and pulled each other through during some crazy times. So Thank you for everything from the bottom of my heart. Love you guys. And, here's to many more adventures.
Well, thank you. And congrats on 20 years of this nonsense. It's amazing.
Yes, thank you, and congratulations, Tim. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, all you guys, for sticking together through all these, Tim mentioned, the hard COVID years.
Crazy.
Yeah.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
All right, folks, up next, we've got yet another special guest here on the 20th anniversary spectacular. Our friend here once famously scored 4 touchdowns in a single game while playing for Polk High. Oh, wait, hold on, though. That's the wrong notes here. There he is. Yeah. Talking about, of course, Jason Offutt, a dear friend of Binnall of America. As we've been doing here on the special, let's throw the stats out. Jason's got a formidable BOA resume, folks. He's been on Binnall of America. He's done 8 appearances on the show. 8 appearances, plus 6 appearances on the much maligned baseball specials that only 3 people ever listened to, in addition to the guests. So 14 total appearances on Binnall of America, and he made his debut on the show May 26, 2009. So.
And before we go there, Tim, you're forgetting my appearances on the Lost Cast.
Oh, yeah. So we can add 2 more there. So, yeah. So I think we're up to now, 16 appearances total. I forgot about the Lost Cast. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm going to have to adjust my numbers here for Bruce Rux as well. And as I said, he debuted May 26, 2009. So 16 years ago, he was on Binnall of America, made his first appearance. And there's such a much richer backstory to all that. But before we get into that, the first question we're hitting everybody with, where were you 20 years ago? Where was Jason Offutt, either physically, mentally, whatever, however you spiritually, what was going on with Jason Offutt in April of 2005?
All right, mentally, I'm not going to go there. Spiritually, that's tough, man. I've made a hell of a journey in the last 20 years spiritually. But where I was is I had just made the transition from being a newspaper editor to teaching journalism at a university.
Yeah.
And I was scared to death. I mean, I'd spent 17 years in the newspaper industry. I knew exactly what I was doing. And here I was teaching now. I knew what I was talking about, but I had imposter syndrome for at least 5 years. It was kind of weird.
Yeah. All right. So you were just starting out. That was like your first time around teaching. Interesting.
Yeah. It's it's you do one career and all of a sudden you switch gears and you're doing something else. It's kind of humbling.
Yeah. Well, that's a big, I mean, I can see that. So interesting. Yeah. It's been really interesting to hear everybody's look back at 20 years. Everyone was all different in different places in their lives. And so many people hadn't even gotten mixed up in all this stuff yet. So it's
right. And at that point, I had 2 children. Now I got 5. So I've been busy.
Yeah, busy man. There you go. Did you know? So I don't forget this. Now I've been meaning to go on Amazon and buy this. You know, you can get a Pokai Bundy football jersey.
You know what? If I knew this was going to come up, I would have worn mine.
Oh, you have one?
Oh hell yeah! I've had one for like 10 years. The first time I went to Bacon Fest in Iowa, I wore my Pokai jersey.
Nice. Yeah, I've been meaning to get one. So, and for some reason, I came upon it, I think, last year, and I was like, I gotta fucking mention this. I may have even sent you something about it on Amazon if I hadn't. I don't know, but
well, actually, I've got a picture somewhere on my computer that I should probably send you. My wife and I were Alan Peggy Bundy for Halloween one year.
Oh wow! Yeah, you gotta send me that.
Yeah.
Jason and I have a shared affinity for Married with Children, so that's one of our favorite off book.
Right, and it's one of those shows that any situation that comes up in life, I can reference Married with Children and it'll fit.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great show. Yeah. I mean, it's appreciated, but it's almost kind of underappreciated because people think it's like low. It is low, toilet humor kind of shit, but it's great. It's great. It is. And my wife, when it was first on, she'd watched it with her dad growing up, and she was like, "This is gross. It's stupid." And then she started to watch it with me when we got married, and she fell in love with it so much we bought all 11 seasons on DVD. Yeah,
back before Hulu and Netflix were really a thing.
Yeah.
So yeah,
but I did a presentation last October at the Strange Realities Conference, and I did UFO sitcom stories, UFO sitcom episodes with UFO stories, and
the Al Bundy Socks is Fuel episode.
Yes. And I watched the show on occasion, but this was like the first time I really, in a long time, that I kind of really sat down and like paid attention. I was like taking notes and shit, and just it is just the way Al Bundy reacts to shit is just so. Ed O'Neill is just a genius, dude. Like his face, he just does shit with his face that like he doesn't have to say a word. He just does these faces, and you're like. Oh my God, I was like rolling on the floor, man.
Yeah.
So the second point here, the big thread that runs through the special is how
you do. Wait, so you do know I can talk about Married with Children the whole night?
I know. I have to be judicious with the time here.
I'm done.
We may circle back around to it. You don't know. Is the second part of the thread that runs through the special here is how did we even meet? And this is crazy, and I sent you the email today. I found the email, as I've said to some of the other guests who've been on the show. I have I keep all the emails from ever since I started the show. So I'm looking through season 4, and I'm like, okay, I have like Offutt and I are talking, but it seems like we already knew each other somehow. So then I'm like, I go just overall search Offutt, and I find this email. Now, bear in mind, folks, Jason was on. He made his debut on the show May 26, 2009. I find this email from March of 2007 from Jason Offutt. And he writes to me, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he just says, I just wanted to tell you how much I enjoy your show. I found it during season 1 and have continued to follow it. I think you do a terrific job, not only bringing on great guests, but asking them intelligent questions. I've listened to a number of esoteric talk programs for quite a few years and think yours is one of the most well done. So, Jason, he's been listening since season 1. You mentioned you were particularly taken with the Philo T. Farnsworth episode.
Well, absolutely. And as I said in that email, one of my classes is Introduction to Mass Media, and it's partly a mass media history class. And when I stumbled upon that particular episode, I had just finished lecturing about the invention of television and Philo T. Farnsworth. And I thought that was absolutely brilliant to have on the show. And again, you said, well done. Yeah, it was absolutely well done. And that really, really, really sparked me to listen more. And the funny thing is when I wrote you, you said 2007, I had just published my first book on ghosts. I hadn't done anything else. That's the first thing I'd done. So all along this way, when you asked me on, has been everything I've researched since, my very first book. So you've been with me since my beginning too.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. And I really, it's just crazy because I've known you for so long. We've been, obviously, we didn't really I think I wrote you back, said thanks. And then you wrote me a couple other times and stuff. And then it was like, oh, you, through Patrick Weege, I think, was putting out the Shadow People book or the Black Eyed Children book, one of them. And then I was like, well, come on the fucking show. Come on, you ought to come on the show. And that's how we got you on in 2009. But I couldn't believe it because I was like, oh, holy shit. Jason was a listener before we ever had him on the show. I had no recollection of how we met until today.
Right. You told me, back in the day, you told me that I was the very first listener who became a guest on your show.
Okay, so I remembered it back then.
Yeah.
It's been 18 years.
A few years have passed since then. You're forgiven.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're so familiar with each other now. We exchange messages all the time. So it's like, yeah, it's crazy sometimes. I have another email. It was like from Greg Bishop where he just wrote me. He's like, I don't think I've ever talked to you before, but here, correcting me about something or asking me about something or. It was just like, holy shit, I even have that email. That's crazy.
Hell, man, people listen to you, Tim.
It's pretty wild, man. It's pretty cool. Wild. So that's how we met, folks. Jason wrote to me, and then we had him on the show. We just hit it off. We're like gangbusters. And next thing you know, he's on the baseball specials. He made an appearance on one of the Christmas specials. And eight appearances plus the Lost cast. So
we bonded over Bigfoot, baseball, Lost, and Al Bundy.
Yeah,
lots of bees
Bigfoot,
in there.
Baseball, Black-Eyed Kids,
and Bundies.
The Bundys, yeah. So we've covered just about all of it. It's been quite a journey. Now we got 20 guests on here on this special. 3 of them. You are kind of the sad 3. You're unfortunately one of the sad 3 that we have never actually hung out in real life.
Right.
It's you, Bruce Rux, and Jack Brewer.
We were so close. We were like a week away from each other last year in Nashville.
Really?
I was in Nashville, and like the next weekend, you were going to be there for a conference.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Damn. What were you doing in Nashville? Vacationing?
Yeah.
Damn, it's a nice place.
I was having a Bloody Mary at 10 o'clock in the morning in the Johnny Cash Bar and Museum.
As one does.
As one does.
Yeah, exactly. But we have to hang out sometime. I'm surprised, actually, because I think you're like my oldest friend on here that I haven't met in person. But we've talked about it.
I know. I would love, people that I haven't met that I would love to meet. You and Miguel. I'd love to meet him, and I might meet Steve Berg this summer because I think we're both going to the Van Meter Monster Festival in Van Meter, Iowa.
Oh, you're going to Van Meter? Okay, nice. Yeah. I've been wanting to go, but there's a huge Bigfoot festival here in Vermont that I go to, so it's like the same weekend. But one of these years, I'm going to just skip the Bigfoot festival and go.
You got to pick them, baby.
How are you getting to Van Meter? You're in Missouri, right?
Oh yeah, but I live in Maryville, which is about a 15-minute drive to Iowa.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
right. I mean, Van Meter's maybe 2 hours at most.
Okay, interesting.
Hell, my son and I drove 6 hours to go watch AC/DC in Minneapolis last Thursday, so I'm okay with a road trip.
I saw the pictures, yeah. AC/DC, dude, they're awesome.
It was fun.
I bet. But yeah, I've joked with you in a half serious way that we're certainly not ready to announce anything like this at all, but we'll put it out there into the universe. Ticonderoga Star Trek set museum. We just need to round up all the paranormalists who are into Star Trek. I'm not particularly into it, but I love that fucking place because it's so out of this world, no pun intended. It's like Twilight Zone-y. We'll just put paranormal conference just to go to Ticonderoga to do that. We'll just.
I would love to go to Ticonderoga and have a festival there. It would be great. I would love that. And in New York, when I go to Ticonderoga, because I'm going to go there sometime, if it's for the festival or not, I am also going to go to the Rod Serling Museum and Memorial.
Is that in
which is in New York? I don't remember the name of the city.
Okay. All right. I was going to say, how could I have missed that? Ticonderoga, yeah. It's a nice place, but it's an interesting place. If you ever do make it out there, if we don't actually try to like hoodwink ourselves into having a reason to go, if you ever just decide to go, you let me know. It's only like 4 hours away from me, so it's
all right, dude. I will, but if I can't hoodwink myself, I probably am not going to go. I love
yeah.
See, that's what I was a journalist for a long time. So if I can't get in somewhere free, I usually don't go.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's how it is for me in the paranormal community. So when they're like $75 a ticket, I'm like, yeah, press pass, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how I've always gone to Comic-Con. Press pass.
Exactly. Now you have a new book coming out. Like later this year. We talked about it when you were on the show, but now it's like really, really real. Like there's a cover and everything. It's not
in fact,
pre-ordered,
today I got the very last copy that I need to read through if there's any minor changes. It's already past any major changes. It's called Chasing North American Monsters. Back in 2019, a cryptozoology book I wrote called Chasing American Monsters came out.
Yes.
And it was really well received. And my publisher got a hold of me and said, hey, would you like to write another one? See, usually it's the other way around. You're begging a publisher to publish your book. But I had a publisher asking me to write one. So I jumped all over that. And
you got to.
Yeah, and it's coming out on September 8th of this year. And I cover all the monsters from Greenland that we don't own as Americans. From Greenland all the way down to Panama that we don't own either.
There you go.
And it's really a whole hell of a lot of fun. More than 250 monsters in it. And Loren Coleman wrote the foreword.
Yeah. I saw Loren mentioning it online recently. Now, there was one other thing I just remembered. I meant to put in my notes. I'm glad I remembered it. We talk about fond memories. Since we haven't really hung out, we've had many laughs over the years on the show. But perhaps I would say the coolest aspect of this relationship, this friendship, is how I don't remember how I think I was just busting your balls and I was like, you should hide my name in your books.
Yeah.
And put me as part of like a recurring like Stan Lee thing in the Offutt verse. Yep. And you fucking did. And so I sent you the picture like a few months ago. Yeah. Someone was reading the fucking book and they're like, what the fuck? There's a street in this guy Jason Offutt's book called Binnall Street. And I'm like,
it wasn't just Binnall Street, it was Tim Binnall Avenue.
Oh, Tim Binnall Avenue.
Yeah, okay, Tim Binnall Avenue. You're not just a street, baby. You're an avenue.
I finally made it. Yeah. And I like he took a picture of it and I sent it to you and I'm like, we did it, dude. Yeah. We did it. Someone finally noticed the fucking Easter egg.
That was one of the coolest things, man. I'm really glad you sent that to me. I really appreciated that. Well, and you've been in other book, in another book of mine, you were a guy whose your car was stolen.
Yeah.
And that was a minor one. And you got busted for something in another book of mine. But you're going to be in an upcoming book. I'm almost finished writing it now. It's Chasing the World's Monsters.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The follow-up to Chasing American Monsters, Chasing North American Monsters, the first volume of Chasing the World's Monsters. You're in that because I reference a Coast article that you did.
Oh, excellent. All right. What monster, if you don't mind me asking?
It was Lake Monster in Argentina.
Ah, the Nahuelito.
See, I wasn't going to try to pronounce that, but that's the one.
That's one of my favorites.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, awesome. That's great. Yeah, so I'm a part of the Offutt verse, and it's a real thrill. It really is kind of just so funny to me. It's just so amusing, and I was over the moon when that guy was like, "What the fuck?" Tim Binnall Avenue, like, just completely came out of nowhere, and I'm like, "Holy shit! Someone finally fucking mentioned this."
Hell, I was just happy somebody was reading my book.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Well, that should be for all the Binnall of America listeners. Go out and get Jason's books, the fiction books, because you're good, and the other books, of course. But you mostly probably already have those.
But the one Tim's talking about was so you had to build a time machine.
Yes.
Yeah.
And go get those books and look for the Binnall Easter eggs because they're in there. And yeah, check it out. And if you find them, take a picture and send it to me and Jason so we can fucking high five.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect.
Oh, man. Well, I just want to thank you, man, for everything, for the friendship over the years, for your support at the beginning of the show. Like I said, it blows my mind, really, that I found that email today because I was just like, we're such good friends. I never even gave it a thought as to how the fuck we became friends 18, 19 years ago or whatever. And it's like, oh my God. Oh, okay. Now I remember. So, I mean, I just want to thank you, man, for your support over the years, your friendship. You're always been willing to drop everything and fucking come on when I need a guest. And you just make me laugh all the time. And we always have so many laughs. That's why you always ended up coming back on the show all the time. It's like, we would just crack each other up, and I'm like, I got to get Jason back on. I need some laughs again.
Right. And guys, all our discussions on social media and outside the show, we're not going to tell you what we talk about.
No,
it's not. Yeah, we're not going to do that. But Tim, no, I agree, man. I told you a long time ago, you are one of the best interviewers. I don't feel like I'm being interviewed. I feel like I'm just hanging out. Which is the sign of a good interviewer, man. Just hanging out.
That's always been the goal of the show. That's always been the goal of the show, to have it so people felt like they were listening in on a conversation with two buddies at the bar. And you and I hit that chemistry right away. So I think that's why you became a part of the fabric of BOA. And it's been a great ride, and it's been awesome having you with us all along this way, man. I just really
appreciate it.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
One of the most legendary episodes of BOA in our entire catalog. Of course, Adam Davies, John Carlson, talking about their bizarre, for lack of a better term, we kind of called it the Bigfoot portal experience. Not quite a Bigfoot portal, but that's how we refer to it in shorthand. It's an amazing episode. As mentioned, it's been cited in books. It's been referenced on other shows. It's been dissected by other people on other programs. But it all happened here on Binnall of America first. Adam Davies, John Carlson. Let's throw it back to that iconic episode of BOA.
Me and John joked that if this was some sort of horror film or whatever else, that you'd be saying, it's way too weird.
Right. Like the truth is stranger than fiction, yeah.
It wasn't a hoax. It happened. All three of us saw it. There's no benefit to me to tell this story. There are reasons why John and I want to talk about it now, but there are no benefit. There's no, we're not getting anything out of it. You're certainly not paying us. Do you know what I mean?
No. I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm definitely not.
I've been forced to talk about it because I've been had that much pressure about it that eventually I popped.
One of the most legendary episodes of BOA in our entire catalog. Of course, Adam Davies, John Carlson, talking about their bizarre, for lack of a better term, we kind of called it the Bigfoot portal experience. Not quite a Bigfoot portal, but that's how we refer to it in shorthand. It's an amazing episode. As mentioned, it's been cited in books. It's been referenced on other shows. It's been dissected by other people on other programs. But it all happened here on Binnall of America first. Adam Davies, John Carlson. Let's throw it back to that iconic episode of BOA.
I see this. There's this horizontal light. It's like a strip. It's like a strip of light. And it was about midnight or so. And I said to John, that doesn't look natural. It doesn't look like, a real thing. What's going, a natural thing, what's going on.
And you hadn't seen it the previous night?
No.
Okay, so it wasn't like something that was a house that you knew was there or something like that?
No.
Like
there was absolutely no houses or anything up here.
No.
You were familiar, like, where it was coming from, in a sense?
No houses, no people up there.
There's nothing there. And we see this strip of light. And then this thing starts, for one of the better words, starts growing. We see all these lights coming off it, like crackling lights,
Now,
like a mist.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is there's an entrance into the camping area, which ends at the end of the road, ends in a circular area, and this was kind of at the entrance would be like the 6 o'clock position in the road. This was maybe 150 feet, maybe 50, 60, maybe 60 yards or meters or so up the road from the entrance. So it wasn't immediately like right in front of us. It was a little distance, but not very, very far.
Okay, so it's about 150 feet away from you guys. Yeah. And Adam, before we continue, I just want to make sure we get as many details as possible in on this. So you see the strip. Approximately how big was this horizontal strip of light? I know it's tough because you're 150 feet away.
Well, not very big. It was like a beam, it wasn't like very wide. It was like a strip of light,
kind of like almost a mist to me at first, as my eyes interpreted it as kind of a mist, but it was glowing.
All right.
But it was, more or less kind of a,
But how big was
the
it?
road?
How big was it? Like 3 feet, 2 feet, 6 feet?
The width of the road, so what would you say, 6, 8?
Okay.
6 to 8 feet, not big,
I guess.
But it kind of grew, it was growing, and these lights, and there was like an arc of light. Do you remember that, John?
Yes, it kind of went like a shooting star over the road, and then there were some kind of floating orbs and some flashes, like old-fashioned flash bulbs going off a few times.
Yeah.
We were like this glowing area.
Yeah, we were like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
We were like, what is going on here?
At first it was fairly dim, but then it gradually got brighter and brighter as we were looking at it.
Okay, so it was almost the kind of thing where you're like, hey, look at that thing, that's weird, and then it just keeps getting weirder, and it's like, wait, okay, this is something. Yeah, okay.
It was just getting weirder and weirder and weirder.
Okay, so where's Matthew Johnson during all this? Does he know? Does he go, oh, that's the XYZ or whatever?
He was more, we were hanging out more towards the 6 o'clock position, towards the back of the camp, sort of behind his big Ford Suburban that he took up there. Drove us up there with, because we were smoking. And Matt doesn't like smoking, and he has asthma, and he said, stay in the back of the camp if you're going to smoke. So we weren't smoking all night, and we weren't back there. He kind of makes it out like we were hanging out there all night. We were not. We were kind of circulating around the camp, but when we smoked, we went, in deference to Matt, we went towards the back. But this blob of light was up the road a little ways, not real far, but it's upward.
And it stayed where it was. It didn't move.
No.
It didn't move. It stayed where it was.
Was he close enough where you could call out to him and be like, hey, get over here, dude, what's going on?
Yeah.
And did you, or what?
Yeah.
Jordan came over and said, what the hell's that?
All right, okay. So this was new to him, too, then?
Yeah. And then I think it was about 2:30 or thereabouts.
Yeah, I'd say 2:30.
These things came out of this mist.
Yeah,
and this is the thing I really struggle with. The next bit, very hard. He saw these things and he went off to bed. But John and they weren't doing anything at first. They were just hanging around. But the whole thing felt creepy weird by that stage. It felt oppressive. And we were like, what are those things? We were talking about it,
Okay, let me jump in. I got there's two things that that are hurting my brain.
At that point, if I had just seen these things and that had been it, I would have just said, fair enough. That was really weird. Yeah. Okay. But it was what happened next is the bit that I really have some difficulty processing. And I've really struggled with, actually, and this is why it was traumatic. So what happened next was John, because we kept talking, we're not going to go to bed, we're not going to bed. And then at that point, John says, shouts down the path, yeah, what are you going to do if we don't go to bed? Yeah. And then at that point, these two things, and they're in this orange glow. There's this orange glow around them that they move in. They come rushing up the path, and I could see the aggression on the lead one's face. And at that moment, I thought, this is how it ends. I mean, how do I fight these things? This is how I'm going to die. I'm going to die here in this bloody place, and what am I going to do? I'll kick it in the head, whatever. How can I actually fight this thing? As the things are coming nearer. And it was, I've been in some very bad situations in the past. You know that.
Absolutely, yeah.
War zones, everything else. You know all the stuff I've done.
Yeah.
But I wasn't dealing with something. I wasn't dealing with a human with a gun. Yeah.
Right.
I was dealing with something that I'd never seen before that was attacking me. Yeah. And I could see its anger, and it's that single distilled few seconds as they rushed up the path is the thing that I find most traumatic. They were they were going for us, and they were trying to attack us.
I can't get it out of my head.
Okay, well then let me ask you this, guys, because tell me, give me as much detail as you can about Adam, you said you could see the aggression in the face. What did the face look like then? Was it like a humanoid face? Was it like a Bigfoot face? What's that face look like so people can really get it out there?
Yeah, I could see a mouth that was grimacing. You know, like when someone's really angry on the face. It was pure anger I could see on this. You know, like when someone's really like...
Any teeth?
Yeah, I could see a mouth, but I can't really define the teeth. I could see when someone's mouth is contorted in anger.
Yeah, and so I'm just trying to picture this face. So glowing red eyes and an angry mouth. What about a nose, ears, any of that stuff?
No, I couldn't see nose or ears.
Okay.
I could see the mouth,
John,
and I could see the eyes.
No,
and it comes rushing at us, and it was that because it was beyond my understanding to process what was happening. But I thought, well, as it comes down to me, I'm going to fight it, and I'll do my best, but I don't see how I can possibly do it. And then we swung our lights at them, and they were really nearly on top of us. They swung our lights on, and then they just disappeared.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
All right, folks. Our next guest here on the big 20th anniversary special is a longtime friend of the program who has been a part of many memorable episodes here on BOA. Talking about, of course, the incomparable Adam Davies. Since we're rolling out the stats here on the special, Adam has been on Binnall of America 10 times. He's made 10 appearances on the show, and he debuted on BOA back on November 9th, 2008, which is really pretty crazy. That's 17 years ago. He was his first appearance on the show. So, he's a longtime friend of the show, a dear friend of the program, and a personal friend of mine. And as I said to him when we were scheduling this, we couldn't do a 20th anniversary celebration on Binnall of America without Adam Davies. So with that said, welcome to the special, Adam. Thanks for joining in on the fun.
Thank you, Tim. I feel like there's a bit of podcast history being made, so I'm really glad to be part of it, yeah.
I suppose in a way it is. I'm trying to make it about the friends we made along the way, in a sense. So that's why we wanted to have you and so many other longtime guests on the show here to celebrate the big 20th anniversary. Now, one of the threads running through the whole special is sort of a look back from the folks who are appearing, because everyone knows, I guess, because this show comes out on the same day that I taped my very first interview, April 23rd, 2005, with Stanton Friedman, kicked off this whole misadventure. Mm-hmm. What were you doing 20 years ago right now, April 2005? What was going on in the world of Adam Davies?
Well, around that time, I've been doing a lot of planning for the Orang Pendek stories. So one of the things that you were always interested in was the Orang Pendek, which is the bipedal primate in Sumatra. And as you know, I went looking for it about 8 times, and I brought back some serious, incredible scientific evidence. It was analysed as such by Hans Brunner and by Chivers for the prints, Brunner for the hairs, Meldrum as well. So there was a lot of cross-reference we were doing. So at that time, I would have been planning and thinking about leading expeditions to Sumatra to look for that. I would think. I mean, I'm always tracking and in the woods and all of that. But at that time, of course, I was still living in the UK as well.
Yeah. You've had quite a journey yourself in the last 20 years. Now you're living here in the States and, doing this quite a bit now. So exciting stuff.
Yeah, I'm always out in the woods now, of course. And, and of course, we met up in San Diego.
Yes.
And you had quite a few margaritas, I seem to recall.
Yes, I did. That's the second question on the run sheet here, and that was how did we even meet? Because I think did Anomalous Books put out your first book?
Yeah, I'll tell you how we first got together. I did the Extreme Expedition series, and the first one was put out by Anomalous, as you know, and that was Patrick and Loren Coleman had originally encouraged me to write that book. So it was through them and that you got in touch with me. Yes,
Patrick Weege. He was responsible for a lot of folks that wound up on BOA, yeah.
So that was how, I mean, since then, obviously I put my books out on Amazon now, but at the time, Patrick did that book and he did a good job as well on it. And so it was through that how we first got in touch. And then you have family over. I know you know this, but I'm just sort of explaining it to the listeners. You're not going to be surprised. Do I have family in San Diego, Adam?
Shit,
yeah. Finally, that Ancestry.com has caught you up. All those kids you had in San Diego, they all started to get in touch. My Heritage, that's the best one. I don't know. Anyway, so you went to see the Whaley House, and I was kind of working at as a volunteer at the Whaley House. And the Whaley House, just so your listeners know, is one of America's most haunted houses, allegedly. All sorts of creepy stuff happens there. How did you find the Whaley House, Tim?
I thought it was interesting. I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it quite a bit. It seemed more like the kind of place that I would rather have on my, be on my own to look around, you know what I mean? And sort of like be a part of a tour. But the tour was very interesting and informative, don't get me wrong. But it's the kind of thing you want to like be able to kind of wander on your own a little bit. But I enjoyed it quite a bit. It was certainly the kind of place, I would have liked to have hung out there at night or something like that. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you one story because you made me think about it. I haven't thought about it for a while. And you know how they had every now and again, the Whaley House would have private functions, okay, and it'd be after hours. So it's after the tour was closed, people could pay extra to have a special tour, something special. And there were always 2 of us who dealt with that. And on one occasion, they had a group there, for a stag do, a bachelor party. They had a group there, and the guy didn't know where he was going, and they brought him there, and it was great. We had all the EVPs going, and when I was upstairs, all these things always went, "Where's Adam? Where's Adam?" and did all that. Anyway, the guy who was with me, the other guide, because I was a volunteer there. The other guide, he was his job. He got ill very unusually halfway through the night, and he had to go home. Yeah, he said, "I've got to go. Can you deal with these guys?" The guys were no trouble. They were decent guys, just enjoying themselves. So I said, "Yeah, I'll do it." Anyway, he went home, and then very unusually, like in the last sort of half hour, 40 minutes, a storm started in San Diego. How rare is that? So a storm so a storm starts in San Diego. These guys go, "I have to lock up the place by myself." Yeah. So It's deserted. It's like 2 a.m. It's a storm going on. It looks like one of those 1950s, you know, like the werewolf thing. Anyway, there was a lot of activity. I've not told you this story. We never talked about it. And I thought about it today. I thought, I'm going to tell Tim this story, whether he uses it or not. It's podcast, but I don't give a shit. So I start looking at this place. I'm on my own. And what you have to do right at the end is there's an alarm on the other side of the house you have to set. And then you have to get out real quick because if you stay, you know, the alarms go off, the cops come. It's a historic building, And so there's all this. So the courthouse is one of the creepiest places. That's where that Yankee Jim ghost was and all the other shit, you know.
I can put myself in there now, right now, thinking of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of creepy stuff there. And I was like, don't look in the courthouse, you know, as I'm setting the alarms, checking all the stuff upstairs. Like, you know, don't look in the courthouse, you know, as I'm running through to the alarm. So what did I do? Tim? Of course I looked in the courthouse. And I see this ball, like it looks like a head, just floating across the courtroom out of my peripheral vision, And you know what? I thought? I wasn't like scared or anything else like that. I was really annoyed because I had to be up to teach at the school I was teaching at, and I had to be in the school for 8 a.m. It's already nearly 2 a.m. and I just lay there in my bed being really annoyed. Can I swear?
Yeah.
I lay in my bed really annoyed going, that fucking head, that fucking floating head. And I was really annoyed. And I got up the next morning on about an hour's sleep. And I was like, fucking head all day. You know, like, that's what got to me. So that was the Vaeni house. Anyway, you had a lot of margaritas and so did I, a restaurant, and we had a good time.
Right. Well, that springs out of... we hung out there in like 2017 or so. I think it was 2017. And this was right after what is probably, I think, and I mean, I know for sure, like you're the legendary now Portal episode of the show. That is like the most iconic Binnall of America episodes we've done. I mean, people have cited it in books and stuff. It's like that.
People have cited it in books. I'm like, what books? They never spoke to me about it if they cited it in books.
I think Cutchin did in his book. I'm going to have to ask him.
A few people have said that. John Carlson was saying to me, this made me laugh. Some guy did a YouTube on it. And I never saw it, but giving his opinion on it. And John Carlson made a comment on it, like saying, well, no, this is what happened, whatever. And the dude deleted it. So he never spoke to us. Like, John puts a comment in and the dude deletes it, you know? It's just
my God.
So I'm like, you know what, John, I'm not going to watch if other people put it in books or write about it. I'm sure they do, but I'm just not going to watch it because, you know, if as a first base you haven't even asked me about it, how qualitative is your research? That's just my opinion, you know?
Right. Well, I think in the one instance I'm thinking of, it was like cited that this is a story that happened or whatever, you know, but it was like people still ask me about that episode. And they still talk about it. And
I understand that.
So, you know, I appreciate you, you know, on burdening yourself of this experience on Binnall of America. Because, like, I think we've talked about this in the past, but, you know, this is sort of
we had a good relationship.
Show.
We had a good relationship.
We still do.
We still do. We had a good relationship. Well, I don't want you to get impressions on it. You know, it's not a romantic entanglement, ladies and gentlemen. Tim is still a virgin. No. He's just my buddy. That's why I can say things like that too, because I tease him. He teases me back. Don't nobody be saying Adam was mean to you, Tim, and Tim, you did nothing about it. Tim gives it good back. Believe me, he gives me some shit.
I'll get him before the show's over. Folks.
He always gives me shit. And I understand people finding that, but I deliberately wanted to put it on your show at the time because I knew it was going to mushroom and people were asking me about it, so I chose to put it on your show, so you can take that as a compliment because that was the case. And it was very harrowing. It gets easier to talk about now. It's a decade on. Or, you know, it gets easier to talk about. at first, when I talked about it, it was extremely distressing. But now it's a lot easier to talk about. Everything, with the passage of time. Right?
Yeah.
And I think the passage of time really helps all sorts of things, So
Absolutely.
That's one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I really appreciate it. I appreciated it then. I appreciate it now. I never knew at the time. I mean, look, we both kind of knew it was a wild story, but I didn't think either one of us necessarily knew it would sort of take on this life of its own in a sense. So
no, I had no idea. I just had to nip it in the bud. I had to talk about it because the story had blown up. I wanted to talk about it with someone who I trusted, and you didn't skewer the story in any way. You just let us talk and tell us the story, and that was what needed to happen. And then, that I told it, and there we are. And it's still a topic of great interest to a lot of people because, what it did for me was it was a paradigm shift in my understanding of how the world really is. Yeah. And it's not because I thought I knew everything there is to know, but I thought, well, I'm pretty well educated. I've traveled a lot, and some places I've been to are unexplored. So I have that. I've met many different people and tribes all over the world. But in reality, although I've got a good education and some good and unique life experiences, really I don't know anything about how the world really works because these things are real. I saw them over several nights. It wasn't like I caught a glimpse of it. It's not like somebody's Bigfoot story where they see a Bigfoot for a couple of seconds and it's running away. I saw these things from nights. For many occasions over several nights. And the fact that they exist alone, never mind anything else, and they're able to interact with us, albeit unpleasantly, is an indication that our understanding of the world, we've still got an awful lot to learn about how things are and how things work. And that was fascinating, really. Objectively, it's fascinating.
Well, that was like a very strange period for you, too, because that experience occurred after you had also gone on, because what I'm remembering now is like before you moved to America, you started coming to America and visiting, and you had previously come to America, and there was that picture you had of the really weird fucking like figure like shape that was over your picnic table at the campground. That preceded the
it did. Things got really serious before. I think it's fair to, and that has, I mean, people have said, what is that? Is that a guy in a sleeping bag? Is that me smoking? Well, I never smoked in a sleeping bag. People have said it couldn't be breath. Well, the campsite is colder even than the town at that time. I've been there when there's snow there because it's just a higher elevation and it's cloud. But whatever it is, that photograph will always remain a mystery. For me, it's really weird. It looks like some sort of Bigfoot-like creature to this day, but do I know it's a Bigfoot? No, I was asleep. I have no consciousness of that. Could it be? It still could be have a very ordinary explanation. I don't know what it was, but it's very strange. And I think, you've raised a good point, but because before I came to the US, for those people who don't know what I did, I've looked for evidence of unknown species all over the world. My approach was always extremely scientific, and it still is. I mean, in gathering of evidence, it has to be objectively scrutinized and corroborated, so it still is. But the really strange stuff, or the vast majority of it in my sort of adventures, for want of a better word, never really happened until I got to the US. It was more like I looked for a creature, I found evidence of it, or I did. I saw one in Norway, a cellular serpent, but most of the time, and still now, 99% of the time, nothing happens on a typical day, but the very strange stuff happened, all of it happened in the United States. Interesting, eh?
Is that why you decided to come and stay here?
No, there were many complex reasons for that, and you know.
Well, with all that said, I really just want to thank you, man. You've been a part of the fabric of Binnall of America for such a long time. Like I said, 17 years we first had you on back in 2008, and part of so many memorable episodes and a friendship that has grown over that time. I was even surprised when I looked. I was like, wow, 10 10 appearances for Adam. I knew he had him on a lot. And
I didn't realize it was 10 appearances because I like the fact that I like you know what I like? The continuity of it as well, Tim, because suddenly we'll pick it up and it'll have been a few years and you'll say like, what crazy shit have you been up to? And I'll go, well, you know, like next time we speak, I want to tell you I had because it's true, I had an actual Bigfoot encounter in the land between the lakes, and that was all filmed. So I've got more shit has happened since last time we spoke.
Nice.
So you know, I'll keep on doing it and until I am incapable of doing so, and I'll come on your show and until you are gibbering in an old folks' home. So we'll keep it that way.
So for another couple of years. Yeah, all right.
No, 2.5. Let's give.
Yeah, there you go. Well, like I said with everybody who's been on, like we're taping these little segments. It's kind of exhausting, but I want to put up the best special we can. But it's like every show, every little segment, it's like we could. You know, I'm obviously not going to just your arbor. We could do a full show, which every different person we've had on in this special. I know everybody so well, and we just groove so well, and I really, you know, you're kind of like one of those surprise experiences of doing this show where it's like I never knew, I never expected this friendship to come about with this guy from England who's doing these things. And it's like over the years, we became such good friends. And like you were saying, we met up in San Diego. I had a few margaritas and I essentially just grilled at him for like the whole dinner on the portal thing with all these questions. We still couldn't figure it out. Like we're never going to be able to. The margaritas did not help.
Margaritas
our
did
analysis,
help, but in a different way, not with analysis.
So, with all that said, Adam, I just really want to thank you, man. Thank you for all the memories, dude. Thank you for all the memories and all the laughs over the years. I love you, brother. It's been a really great run, and here's to many more conversations in the future here on Binnall of America, brother. You're like I said, you're part of the fabric of the show, and you're a big part of this show, man. I really appreciate everything you've been for us.
Love you too, Tim. I love being on the show, and we'll keep doing it until we crawling into the respective rooms here to talk. Yeah, but we've got to do some more margaritas. Now I'm on the East Coast; it's easier, and we'll organize something soon. Yeah,
absolutely, brother.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
And that's one thing that disappoints me about so many of the young Ghostbusters today, is that you can throw around some of the classic names of some of the classic researchers, and you can tell by the expressions on their face they don't know who you're talking about. Be familiar with the classics, the giants of the field who did the early research. When I was 12, I would sneak into the smoke shop where they sold magazines and buy State magazine. And that was my introduction at age 12, saying, good grief, other people are interested in this.
It was a whole different world back then. There wasn't as much information available in general. What were some of the challenges you had to face to break into that?
First of all, my grandmother was a great influence. She would read Shakespeare and the classics to me when I was just an infant, whenever I would stay overnight with her. But she was very strict, and she began ordering books for me on what she called the occult. And then she gave me stern warning that she saw my interest growing. And she had one of the, I wish I had it. It was a huge, thick book of Houdini's magic and illusions. She had that in her personal, the whole town library began with their personal collection.
Oh, wow.
But she warned me about, you don't want to get into this because you could go insane. People who explore this area go insane. So with Grandma Dina saying that, but I had a near-death experience when I was 11. On my parents' wedding anniversary, I was in a terrible farm accident. And I was the only place where they thought they could save me was the city. The nearest city of any size was 120 miles away.
Oh, wow.
And there were no superhighways at that time. We had to go the little 2-lane road through all the little towns to get to Des Moines. And so my uncle and my dad and the family doctor decided to go for it. I was in and out of the body all the way. I would be up, and I saw things then that I've described to other people who have had near-death experiences. I saw geometric designs that seemed alive, and they seemed to communicate. And my basic thought at age 11 was, I don't want to die.
Yeah.
And then I was shown something that made me understand that somehow the world would go on without me, even if I were not there. But then I saw that I was not to stay in this incredible dimension, but I was to come back. And I was shown something, and again, this sounds so grossly egocentric, but I'll quickly follow up. I saw something, this geometric design, that told me literally the meaning of life, the meaning of everything, the continuity of everything, the purpose behind everything. Now, I don't know it now. I don't know it now. But I know for one moment of pure illumination, I knew it then. And so nothing, Tim, nothing could dissuade me from telling people about it.
All right, folks, that was the incomparable Brad Steiger. Just a tremendous legend, and someone that I enjoyed talking to on BOA over the years. Just loved it. It was amazing, an amazing experience. And Brad is one of many folks that we have lost here on Binnall of America over the years. So let's take a moment during the 20th anniversary special for a little in memoriam. I'm going to run down the list of folks who guested here on Binnall of America and are sadly no longer with us. Jim Mars, Marshall Klarfeld, Terry Hansen, Jerry E. Smith, Andre Eglisham, Stanton Friedman, Mac Tonys, Kent Daniel Bentkowski, Brad Steiger, Gildas Bordays, Carl Feint, Ann Truffle, Betty Myler, Philip Spencer, Tracy Twyman, Bud Hopkins, John Lear, Christopher O'Brien, Angelia Joyner, Ken Thomas, R. Gary Patterson, Linda Godfrey, Jeff Ritzman, William H. Kennedy, Butch Witkowski, Kendall Carver, Robbie Graham, Dave McGowan, and frequent caller during the CoronaCast, Carol Rainey. Thank you to all those folks. We miss you so much. It was an amazing experience to talk to all those folks, and it never gets easier when I hear that someone who was on Binnall of America is no longer with us. And as I've said about all these folks, given the nature of this program, we can take some solace in the hope that wherever they are getting the answers to all of the mysteries that we pondered together.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
All right, folks, we're continuing onward here in this marathon special, the BOA 20th Anniversary Spectacular. We've got two more guests here tonight for the special. Two friends of the program. They're kind of like new generation Binnall of America folks that have come into our lives and come into our sphere just in the last few years, really, post-pandemic, as we like to say, as we were saying with the Strange Realities Nashville crew. Talking, of course, about the illustrious John Tenney, who's been on the program 3 times and appeared for the first time on BOA in the summer of 2020 as part of the Summer of Strangeness, June 22nd, 2020, when we were all in lockdown. And
it seems a lot longer than that.
It does, doesn't it? It really does. And then, of course, Matt Hopewell, better known as AP Strange. He's made 2 appearances on the program and holds the distinction in a way. He debuted on March 23rd, 2022, so not that long ago. And he holds the historic distinction, you could say, is he was, not counting the holiday shows, he was the last guest of the old style of Binnall of America when we used to use the telephone. So you were the last telephone guest when you debuted on the show on March 23rd, 2022. So you're an answer to a trivia question no one will ever ask.
There you go. I actually thought I killed the show for a while because I came on and then there was just no more Binnall of America for a while, so I was worried.
I remember you asking me that. You're like, is everything all right? Did I fuck things up? And as I said, these guys came into my life post-pandemic or right at the pandemic, and they've been on the show a few times because BOA was really kind of starting, stopping there during the pandemic, and then we really got back out under steam in late 23. But they've been a big part of my life in the offline world, and I consider them dear friends, and we've had some fantastic adventures over the years. And I really love the guys. I love them both, John and Matt, and I wanted to have them on here to celebrate the BOA 20th because, as I've been saying, forgive me for repeating myself over the course of this show, but it's not about me. It's not about Binnall of America. It's about the friends we made along the way. It's about how lucky I am.
Disclosure. Yeah,
exactly. Yes, how lucky I am, and all of us are, in a sense, to have forged this crazy community here out of Binnall of America. So, yeah. So thank you guys so much for coming on here and being a part of the big 20th anniversary spectacular.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for having us, and congratulations on 20 years, man.
Thank you, man. It's kind of a scary accomplishment. It really,
yeah, it's a thing to be congratulated on. And also, I've heard throughout my life that as people get older, their brains get a little bit more mushy, and they start to have more emotions and more feelings. And from your intro, you've proved it all right.
Oh yeah, it's true, dude. I'm super mushy these days. This special, there's a lot of that here on this special. A lot of y'all mean a lot to me, man. I'm not gonna lie, Who knows?
I'm at the age where I'm like crying at Wendy's commercials and stuff.
Yes, I've been there. Yeah, I used to fight it, but now I'm just kind of like, oh, that Baconator, man, it's getting to me. That kid got the Baconator. I love it. Now, the thread running through the special is the 3 questions. We'll start with John. John, where were you 20 years ago? What was going on in the world of Tenney in April of 2005?
Shit. Let's see. I was 2005. I was just starting work at a fashion magazine in Detroit as their head of advertising design. I was lecturing, of course, because I've been doing that since 90. But I think I got hired at that magazine because they did an article about me the year before. And that was the first time anyone ever took a picture of me and did those like weird light trails with flashlights around me and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And the article wasn't great, but I think the picture looked so cool. They were like, we need to get this guy on board.
Nice.
And so like 2005 I was working at that magazine and really getting to a point in my life. So I would have been 20 years ago. Shit, I would have been 35. My goal was to be retired at 40.
Not a bad goal.
And so I left that job when I was 39. And that was the last real job I had. So I was well on my way to being a freeloading bum.
Nice. Nice. There you go. Lesson for all the kids out there listening. How about you, Matt? Where were you in April of 2005?
I'm sure I have a good alibi. Yeah, it sounds like an interrogation question. Well, I was playing music probably somewhere. I was performing poetry. That's pretty much what my bag was back in those days, was hosting open mics and playing guitar, standing on tables while doing a guitar solo, and and serving coffee, because I worked at the cafe too. So I was a barista, weirdo, singer, guitarist, poet guy. So
nice. That's great. That's awesome, dude.
It still floors me.
Go ahead,
I was going to say, it still floors me, the amount of musicians I know in the paranormal, occult, supernatural community. And the fact that, like, I think it's because there are so many musicians that someone hasn't put together like a huge record of all of us, like doing our music or performing together. But the thing is we're musicians, right? So we're never going to get that kind of organization done.
No. Yeah. Well, if you ever want to collaborate,
project. Yeah. I'm not a musician, but I would definitely be a booster of it. Yeah, that sounds cool as hell.
Maybe so, Tim. Maybe you're the organizer. Maybe you're the one that finally puts it all together.
After this thing, I may have to. I may have be itching to organize after this.
You can be the Colonel Parker.
Yep, perfect.
I'm more fit for the Colonel Sanders, but well. So the other big one is where how did we all meet? So we'll jump to you, Matt, because I distinctly recall you were coming up in the world of the paranormal, and you live like a half hour, 45 minutes from me, and you came to my town to hang out and have beers and just kind of shoot the shit. It was a very serendipitous sort of like, and you, and I'm going to give you props here, so I don't want to embarrass you, but you become a big player, a star in this field. This was back when you were kind of like, I think I'm going to start doing stuff. And I'm like, yeah, dude, you should do stuff, you know? And originally you were just kind of like posting stuff. And now you have a podcast and you're wildly popular on social media. You got a blog and you do all kinds of stuff. You guest appear on different shows. I mean, this was back when you were like, I think I might want to do stuff. So that was, I mean, it's pretty cool looking back on it in that way, that like, you know, we were just drinking beers and I'm like, do it, man, do it. So, but I believe that was kind of how we first met, right?
Right. Well, it's kind of related to the last question, because I got really tired of hauling amps in and out of venues in the ice cold in the wintertime so that I could play for an audience of 0. Or, you know, I mean, it's not like that was always the case, but I kind of just being a dad, working full time, and not really wanting to spend my time out late at night places. And so I kind of dove back into all my old paranormal books that I had always had around and built upon my library. So it's kind of funny because April is also, I just realized, like 6 years since I started the blog up. And that would have been right around that time. So it was, I think you saw a picture of the Betty and Barney Hill gas station museum that I had posted.
Okay.
And you had messaged me on Twitter. You're like, do you live in Massachusetts? Like, where are you? Because I didn't used to like put a lot of personal stuff on there. And that was the first communication we ever had. And I was like, oh, wow, like Tim Binnall's messaging me. This is amazing. I felt the same way when Tenney messaged me the first time. I'm like, what? So, I mean, I'm, you know, in a way, Tim, you're a friend and a mentor to me, because we did meet up that time. Yeah. And, you know, we made plans and we met up, and Tony C's.
Yeah. Tony C's. I remember.
Yeah. And had a few beers and some appetizers, but that, you know, I remember that conversation well, just because, I think I maybe needed a little push, and I needed a little encouragement and maybe a little direction, and you did offer that. So,
Yeah. Well, my proudest, if I'm going to be a mentor, I had this experience with Adam Sayne. I feel like it maybe happened with you too. Cause like, Adam I would kind of like, I'd give Adam like unvarnished opinions on people all the time. And Adam would be like, one time he's like, Tim, when I first met you, I thought you were just a hater. But now that I've gotten to know some of these people, you're right about all of them. So it's like, and I remember like one time I hung out with you fairly recently, and I could see the cynicism of being in this for a while now was starting to grow on you. And I'm like, oh, AP's growing up. He's starting to see this field. He's starting to see the real shady fucking shit that you experience in this field the longer you're in it.
I know the one. I know what you're talking about. That was a ride back from Exeter, the Exeter UFO Festival.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I've always tried to be diplomatic and polite about stuff. At least publicly.
Oh yeah,
but
I try to be as well. Yeah, but there's a lot of characters in this crazy field that when you've been around long enough, you're like, oh, you start to see they fit the archetypes too. You're like, oh, you're one of those people. Oh, well, okay, yeah.
Well, I mean, when you were first getting to know me, I mean, one of the things that stuck with me is you said, you kind of like suspiciously looked at me and you're like, you're not hoping to become a millionaire off this, are you? And I'm just like, no, dude, I don't think I'm going to make any money doing this. I just want to get some of my thoughts about the weird shit out there. You're like, okay, good.
That's right? It's fucking...
Yeah. So that's been a running joke for you and I since then, is like going after that big UFO money.
Yeah, exactly. And John, now I remember I had like a Twitter account. I never used it. And then all of a sudden I got into Twitter like really hardcore, like around, I want to say 2018, 2019. Mm-hmm. And that's when you and I connected. I would hear Tenney all the time. Tenney. And then you and I started kind of exchanging messages. Then we
interacted for like a year on Twitter.
Yeah.
Because we both recognized like what you were just talking about, like bullshit and the archetypes that people fall into. We both had good humor about it. We both like wanted wildness, but also knew that like people were trying to just grift money off people who didn't know any better. That's kind of what brought us together on Twitter. And then in April of 2019, we met in person.
Yes, we did. Portland, Maine. Loren Coleman.
6 years ago, probably right around now.
Yeah. Loren Coleman's International Cryptozoology Conference in Portland. And that was one for the books.
It was. And you know what? I almost didn't go to that because Loren and I have had a tumultuous relationship for decades. Yeah. And he always wanted the conference to be very straight, very science, people with PhDs and people that were well recognized. And I said, like, one of these days you have to invite me, Loren, because like you've got to have some fucking fun at this thing. Like you've got to have someone that's going to get in there and talk about weirdo shit.
Yeah.
Because that's where you started, like writing books on like extra dimensional creatures and shit. Like you got to have someone in there. And so he got me in, and the only other really good weirdo that was there was you.
Right. And what really struck me is that it was like we were kinfolk from the start because we both love a few beers.
Yep.
We both enjoy our cigarettes, and it was like we would run into each other. Like I remember, I mean, like, oh, I really hope me and Tenney can hang out. And then it was like, yeah, me and Tenney are hanging out a lot because we're both out in front of the fucking hotel with that now iconic picture of you and I standing that Matt and I recreated last year, standing there just kind of shooting the shit in the smoker's nook of the hotel.
Yeah, somehow or another, too, there was a whole thing with you and I because we were standing outside smoking. We went in the lobby. There were some women in the lobby. We ended up getting them to go in an Uber with us to some strange random bar.
Yes.
The women immediately disappeared. And then like a huge police altercation broke out at the bar.
Yeah.
And I walked out and there were cops out front and my phone started ringing and I was like, okay, that's Tim. He's trying to find me. And I heard you talking and you were literally standing like directly behind me, like looking for me.
Right. Yeah. It was definitely like a townie bar. And they knew right away we were not from Portland, because I think I remember like they pretty much told you and I both to get the fuck out, but in different. From what I remember of the bar, it was like all these different connected rooms, and it was like a maze, and it was so confusing and shit. But at some point, you and I, they pretty much, it wasn't like a hostile thing for either of us, but they were just kind of like, get the fuck out of here, because this is Portland at 2 a.m. and you don't. I
don't know if you remember this, but the bartender,
safety.
The bartender of the part of the bar that I was at. This was still one of the strangest things. I ordered a drink and she said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "Michigan." And she goes, "Yeah, I don't want to serve you. I don't think this is your type of bar." And I was like, "No, I'm fine." And she goes, "Listen, you seem like a nice guy. You should probably get out of here."
Yeah, that was pretty much the message I was given. Like at the same time, and when the police presence erupted out front, and they were like,
exactly.
Yeah, and then you and I like bump into each other. And we're like, we should probably get the fuck out of here. Like, what were we thinking? What were we thinking? It's 2:30 in the morning, fucking in Portland. And there's a whole bunch of drunk townies and shit. This is terrifying.
It was a great time. A good time was had by all.
I will. This is somewhat related to Matt's story, but it's a famous story with a different friend of mine, but it relates to yours, Matt, where it's like there's a guy, Jim Vujovich. He's a Binnall of America listener, fan, friend, part of the Paramania crew. He famously, in our circles, came out to Boston for something. And he was like, "Hey, I'm coming out to Boston to hang out." I thought he was like from like Worcester. I thought he was like from somewhere in Boston the whole time we were out drinking and shit. And I'm like, "All right, dude. So, like, how long do you have to drive? How far do you have to go back home? How long's the drive? Like, fucking, like an hour away or something, 45 minutes?" He's like, "I'm from Michigan." And I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He's like, "I'm from Michigan. I'm just in town for something." And I'm like, "Oh shit! I thought you confused with someone else. I thought he was someone else that I had been talking to online for a bunch." So, yeah, but we had a great time nonetheless. But yeah, it was. It was a good time. And
my favorite thing that happened at that convention was there were Loren did have a bunch of scholars and PhDs and learned people there. And the final day of the convention, I was coming down the elevator, and I was in this elevator with two of the other speakers, one who I think was like an anthropologist and the other one who I think had some kind of degree in like primatology or something like that.
Yeah.
And I walked in and they both kind of smiled quietly at me. They didn't say anything to me. And then right as the one guy got out, he said, "Oh, your lecture was very curious and interesting."
Oh,
and I said, "Yeah. And the audience enjoyed my lecture."
Absolutely. Well, I always hold you up as, Matt and I have talked about doing an event here in Massachusetts, and we are of the same mindset on this, where it's like, you got to be like entertaining. So many of these things, the people are like, next slide. It's like, no, dude, you got to put on a fucking show. Like Tenney puts on a show. There's a handful of people that really put on a show. I've tried to emulate that mindset when I do a presentation, where it's like, look, I'm going to just kind of get up there and riff with my notes and shit, but I'm going to try and do a show for you, not necessarily like a lecture. So, and I've always appreciated that you're a master at it. So,
I mean, I think that Matt can talk to this too. Like, it's just part of performing. When you're a performer, like if people are going to take the time to watch you, give them something to watch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, some of what I did back in the day, I'd say a good portion of it would have been considered more performance art than poetry or music, because I had it in my mind that, and I think this is true, whether you're good or bad on stage doesn't really matter. It's whether people remember you.
Yeah.
So there's a gimmick part of it there where that always kind of worked for me. So I was always trying to just break the rules. And I still do that now with dubious results sometimes, but I have fun with it, and I'm able to laugh at myself, so I'm not too worried about it. But
exactly.
Yeah,
that's the other.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that's the other thing too for any of us, right? Like, and Tim and I have discussed this. I'm sure that we've discussed this, Matt, or like at least talked about it online. But like, we're talking about ridiculous shit. Like, how are you not having fun talking about, snowmen from outer space and like elves? Yeah. Like, how is there not some joyful mirth in you when you're talking about this? Next slide.
I think I can quote Tim on this one. We were talking about fucking flying saucers, man.
Exactly. Well, I think that's in a big way why I chose to have you two guys on together for this segment, because it was like the three of us have a certain real appreciation for the absurdity of all this. And I always felt like the three of us kind of shared that same appreciation and mindset that like this shit's just crazy and weird, and let's have some fun and laugh about it. And it never ceases to amaze me how humorless so many of these communities and people are, where it's like you don't take any of this seriously. It's like, yeah, as Matt just said, yeah, it's fucking flying saucers, dude. Like, come on, fucking lighten up. Oh man.
Yeah, the overwhelmingly mundane things like UFO hearings and congressional hearings, and just like put some witnesses, like some like real experiencers on there. Like, I get it. Again, you want to have like military pilots and people who work for the government, because those are your most those are the voices that are going to get the biggest headlines. But like, if you want really big headlines, I've got like handfuls of experiencers who have had fucking experiences that will get headlines if you let them testify in front of Congress.
Yeah. No kidding. That would be wild. Yeah. Well, it's like, I mean, I look at this scene today and it's like, what have you done to my UFOs? Like, what the fuck have you people done to my UFOs? You've ruined them. And you'll be remiss. I want to mention this because it meant a lot to me, Matt. I will never forget that weekend, Labor Day weekend. I don't know the year. It was right after the pandemic. I want to say 21. And I was on social media and lamented that Labor Day weekend used to be a real hopping time here in New England. They had the UFO festival in Exeter, and then Loren had his event in Portland, and you could do a double shot. And it was like just put it in my veins. This is awesome. And that weekend there was no Exeter event. Loren had moved his event to a different time of year, and it was just such a fucking bummer. And it was coming off the pandemic. And I'm like, this just sucks. And you reached out and you were like, let's fucking go do something. Let's go on an adventure. And that really meant a lot to me, man. It really, really did. I still look back on that and I'm like, Matt's a real fucking solid dude. He's a real good guy. And maybe you weren't thinking it was going to be some profound thing that meant a lot to me, but it really did, dude. And I really appreciate it. And I'll never forget that, because it was a true friend thing to do, man.
Always happy to help. I think that's when we went to America's Stonehenge, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. America's Stonehenge. Don't believe the hype.
Is that the one they blew up or got destroyed or whatever?
No, that's the Georgia Guidestones.
Oh, right.
America's Stonehenge. Go ahead. It did get vandalized by a QAnon maniac. Right around like shortly before we went up there, I think.
Yeah, it was around that time. Yeah. Somebody took like a tile cutting saw to the sacrificial table there.
Oh, right.
Put QAnon on it. Yeah. America's Stonehenge, don't get me wrong. It's nice, but it's like, it's so, you hear America's Stonehenge, then you see it and you're like, okay, this is nothing like fucking Stonehenge for starters. And second, are we sure this isn't just the foundation of an old colonial home? Like, are we sure that isn't the case? And as Greg Bishop pointed out, because they're like all of the rocks align with the calendar and shit, and with the like. Greg Bishop pointed out, it's like the rocks. They say the rocks like align with the calendar, but they like tie it into the Gregorian calendar, and it's like, if this is an ancient monument, then how the fuck how is it aligned with like the Gregorian calendar? That doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it's a mysterious place in many ways. So, but I have an affinity for America's Stonehenge, but in a sort of, again, an absurd kind of way.
Yeah. Well, I think it was better called Mystery Hill. Mystery Hill was a better name for it, but I think America's Stonehenge plays it up too much.
Yeah, because you're expecting, like some real druid shit. And it's like, no. I do love the thing where you go in, you can speak through the tunnel thing, and it like projects your voice out under this altar thing. That's like the coolest part, where it's like, okay, this I think might have been some kind of like ancient thing, maybe. But otherwise, it's like, I don't know. The rest of it's just kind of rocks and shit. You know, but it's still cool, and it's kind of like our signature weird. Like anyone who comes to town, it's like we got to go to America's Stonehenge because that's the bucket list of roadside attractions around here, pretty much.
I think that's really weird in England, like for years and years wanting to see Stonehenge. And then when you go to see Stonehenge in England, there's like a giant parking lot and a huge museum you have to walk through. And then you can't get within I think it's 25 feet of the actual stones, and you're just like, whatever. But then if you want to go, I mean, it's England, right? But then if you want to go and see like a stone circle somewhere, they're like, oh yeah, there's one in that farmer's field, like a quarter of a mile away. And you go there and there's not as big as Stonehenge, obviously, but then not rebuilt the way Stonehenge was rebuilt in the turn of the century. Like it's just a stone circle that's been there forever. And it's just sitting in a farmer's field, but because it's not big, people don't pay attention to it.
Yeah, it is kind of funny like that. Yeah. You can just go up and touch it and shit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even here, like if you go to the Gunjewamp Forest in Connecticut, it has a lot of the same stuff that Mystery Hill has, almost exactly. And but none of the hype around it, nothing built up around it. It is private property, though, so you need to book a tour. But Kiki Dombrowski and I went down there. It was really pretty cool. I thought it was nice. Yeah.
There's a stone circle just outside of Coventry called the Rollright Stones in England, and it cracked me up when I went there because it's on a farmer's private field, but there's this, since it's an English heritage site, people are allowed to go to it, right? But there's literally just like a 3-foot tall fence, and then there is a like 1 pound box on the fence, and before you go in, they just trust you to put a pound in the box, and then you just go inside. And I was like, oh, you couldn't do this in America.
Yeah, no, they'd steal the fucking box.
Right.
Oh man. Well, at the risk of being repetitive on all these segments, as I've said to everybody as we close it out, we could do a whole show. It's crazy. This whole special is like I'm blowing through fucking essentially like 4 months of or like 2 months of programming here to put this show together. You guys are going to be back on Binnall of America in the future, of course. There's so many other segments I got to cram into this that we're going to wrap it up here. I really want to thank you guys for being there for me for all these years. Matt, I reach out. We talk all the time. And Tenney, I try to reach out. I feel bad. I sent you a message the other night. It's like, I'm not just calling when I need something, Tenney. I'm calling tonight to catch up on where you been. So
listen, before you get rid of us, I think both from Matt and I, at least for sure, I think like you keep saying how awesome it is that, we do all this stuff for you. Like, I mean, I don't think you understand how important you are to all of us.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I consider you kind of like a mentor. I'm trying to do a podcast now, and I'm like, what would Tim Binnall do? But you are super important. And like just the articles you write for Coast to Coast alone, but the show, 20 years of this show, and it's an institution in the paranormal world and a guiding light for all paranormal podcasters. I love when people are just discovering it now too, like younger people that didn't know. And you direct them to like an old BOA, and they're like, "Wow, this is awesome!"
Yeah, especially when they're like, "Wow, this is awesome." When was this? And you're like, 13 years ago, and they were like, "What?"
Yeah. Or I get people who are like, "What the fuck was this like recorded over the phone?" And it's like, "Yes, dude, it was 2007." Like that's how it was done back then, man.
Yep.
So enjoy it. Enjoy the blast from the past. But thank you guys. I really appreciate those kind words, man. You guys are the best. And it's been an awesome ride. And here's to more adventures. And Tenney, we got to get you up here to New England again for something. I'm sure Matt and I we'll cook something up eventually. So we'll definitely do that. And I'm sure our paths will cross in the future. All three of us at some point, I hope.
Yeah, I hope too.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
Continuing on here on the 20th anniversary special, we have another old friend of the program. I believe he was a listener before he was a guest, actually. My friend, Red Pill Junkie, Miguel Romero. He debuted on Binnall of America back on July 16th, 2015. So we're coming up on his 10th anniversary being on Binnall of America. He's made 5 appearances on the show over the last 10 years, and 2 of those were Christmas specials. So much like many of the guests you've heard on the special this week, part of the fabric of Binnall of America, a true friend of the program and a friend offline as well. We've had some great offline adventures we'll reminisce about as well here tonight. But thank you so much for joining us on the festivities, Red Pill.
Oh, delighted to be here, and may I also congratulate you because 20 years is quite the landmark.
It's pretty cool, I'll be honest. I don't think even when we wrapped it up down in New Orleans, I didn't quite get the chance to sort of do what I'm doing with this special. This is kind of like I'm putting a fuckload of work into this one. Really kicking myself here, scrambling and doing all these interviews. But I want to celebrate, as I said to all the folks when we scheduled this, it's not really about me, and as cliche as it sounds, it's about the friends we made along the way. It's about the relationships and the memories and the folks who made Binnall of America what it is today. It's not just me. I'm just the host. It's the guests who really have really been the fuel for the machine. So as I gave you the heads up, as I did to everybody before we went in, because I didn't want to catch anyone flat-footed. So the first thing, the thread of the whole special here is, where were you 20 years ago? Now, as anyone, I've mentioned it already on the special. I'm going to repeat myself probably a lot here on this show, but, I was in the lobby of the Marriott in Gaithersburg, Maryland, talking to Stanton Friedman on this day, April 23rd, 2005. Here we are 20 years later, April 23rd, 2025. Weirdly enough, that fell on the same day when we would do the show. So that's kind of why I had to do this. It was too much kismet for me to handle. But where were you? And you don't have to tell me April 23rd or today, April 15th, when we're taping the thing. But, April 2005, where was Miguel Romero? Where was Red Pill Junkie back then?
Red Pill Junkie probably wasn't even a thing, 20 years ago. Because you sent me the questions beforehand, I felt compelled to do a little bit of digging using the Internet Wayback Machine. Yeah. Because for me, the best way to try to pinpoint where I was is by trying to search the little breadcrumbs that I have left all over the interwebs, throughout all these decades. Because one of the things that I loved to do way back then was to leave a comment.
Yes.
I read something compelling written by, I don't know, Loren Coleman, Nick Redfern, or our friend Greg Bishop, and I would leave a comment that I thought was adding to the discussion, because that's what we used to do back then, to you youngsters who only use social media to, I don't know, say skivity or to give a thumbs up or to, to troll someone. No, there was a different game back then. So I used the Internet Wayback Machine, and I entered into UFO Mystic, which was a website that I loved, and in which I started to cut my teeth, leaving these comments, and started to get involved with the paranormal online community. And the oldest comment that I could find, in which I was using the nickname Red Pill Junkie, was of August of 2007. And I think that it was in October of 2007 when Greg Taylor asked me to be a member, a news administrator for the Daily Grail, which is the website in which I'm still contributing to this day. So, answering the question, I don't think that I was still involved in the online paranormal community, although I was probably either reading about paranormal stuff either online, or maybe I was still invested primarily reading printed magazines, which were the ones that were available to me. They were the ones printed in Spanish, of course. So I guess that was me back then. 20 years ago, I was, I guess, still very much focused on my primary career. I was an interior designer, and I was not yet tipping my toes into this into this marsh in which I then ended up falling and never managing to get out of.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, here we are, 20 years of doing this. I know exactly what you mean. Well, it's funny that you say that because, well, it's 2 points. First of all, we talked to Aaron Gulyas and Jack Brewer, and we have very similar accounts of all this. Me, you, them. We all kind of cut our teeth back then in the early years in the message board comments and on the forums. That was kind of like where all the action was back then. So it's funny that you have the same memory of those times. And the other part is that amusing me is we wrapped up the seasonal format of Binnall of America around 2018. And we did the big show in New Orleans. And then later you wrote a very nice sort of wrap-up article for Daily Grail and mentioned the answer, in a sense, to the second question, which is how did we even meet? Because as you mentioned, I had done an interview, I want to say with someone like in China, or I used to do a lot of international interviews back in the day. And I sort of facetiously, as I think it's now become part of the fabric of the show, where I sort of do characters. I do the characters where it's like I do a voice and I'm supposed to be somebody else, but it's not really me. And I was like, I think I said something along the lines of like, well, there's a lot of Americans out there who are probably like, oh, I don't care what's going on in South America or whatever. And then you took issue with that, because you didn't know I was like sort of doing a facetious, ignorant, xenophobic American character, if you will. And then you were like, what the hell is wrong with you? Something like that.
Yeah,
like, I don't know, dude.
Yeah, I believe I used the word jingoistic, which was... Yes. But yeah, exactly. And it's interesting because, what started as an argument or as a difference of an opinions ended up becoming a deep friendship. It happened the same with me and Greg Bishop. I remember when I first encountered Greg's writings on UFO Mystic, it was the first time in which I found someone challenging the hallowed extraterrestrial hypothesis in ufology, which was something that I still believed in, I guess, very deeply. So I was very antagonistic against Greg's argument, So, and so I guess at the beginning we kind of like butted heads, but then we kind of like decided to be cordial, of course, using netiquette or internet etiquette, and then slowly but surely we became, dear friends, and the rest is history.
Yeah, but that's we met on by way of some wacky sort of thing, because you had been listening to the show. You were a listener to the show, much like several other guests that we've had over the years. Started out as listeners, wound up as guests. It's an awesome experience for me when that happens. The other big tentpole of the special, of course, is just sort of fond memories of our misadventures. You're one of the folks. I think the majority of the people in the special are folks, and that's really, and I feel really bad, and I'll say this, in a sense, and I'll probably repeat myself. So I mean, I couldn't get everybody on the fucking show, folks. So if I did, if you weren't invited on the special, it's not your fault. It's not my fault really either. It's just sort of the circumstances of how this all unfolded. But you and I we've had the opportunity to go on a number of adventures over the years. We explored Dallas together. We did New Orleans, and we did Los Angeles. I mean, just great times, great memories, and really just a real bonding experience for me and you and the whole crew, the whole Paramania crew, those early years especially.
Right. I remember that trip to Dallas, which was very memorable. Yes, it was the first time you and I met in person. Yeah. Actually, you and I were the first ones to arrive to Dallas.
Oh, were we? I don't remember that.
Yes, and then how we ended up in this.
I remember. Oh, Steve Ray. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I remember with Ami, baby.
Yes. Nothing really. It sounds much more sordid than it really was. Quite frankly, we were really quite like. Let's be honest. We were kind of like nerds in the strip club. But our friend Steve Ray, who organized and conceived of Paramania and organized the original gathering of miscreants and misfits. At the time, he was a strip club review. He wrote strip club reviews, which is a fantastic gig if you can get it. And we were kind of busting his chops. And I'm like, well, look, if you pick me up at the airport, that's how we were in the same car. Now I remember, I'm like, if you get me at the airport, I'll buy you lunch at a strip club. And I was just kind of being sarcastic. And then Steve rolls up, and you and me are there, and we get in the car, and he brings us over to like some Dallas strip club on a Thursday afternoon.
Yeah.
And it was like, and he was just like, you've got to try the food here. The food is outstanding. And he just kept talking up the food. And we're like sitting there, and it's you and me and Steve Ray. And we're kind of just talking about the weekend and about the paranormal and having a conversation like you would hear on Binnall of America. While these, like, I would say almost like increasingly sort of like annoyed, maybe like strippers were kind of like trying to get our attention. And we're just like, yeah, okay, thank you. No, I'm good. And they're like walking around topless trying to solicit dances or whatever. And we were just like, no, we're good. We're here for the chicken fingers.
Right. Eventually, they figured out we didn't have any money.
Yeah.
So we were like, just alone.
Yeah, broke paranormal fans. So they were like, well, don't bother with those three weirdos over there. They're talking about alien abductions and shit.
You're right. That's Steve. I mean, then he organized that event at this castle. I mean, it was almost like an Italian Renaissance, palazzetto or something. And I remember arriving at this place, and it was, what are we doing here? I mean, this is like, I don't know, $10 million mansion, and the owner wasn't even there. And there was this creepy it was taller than me. I'm 6'4". This guy, I think he was at least 2 or 3 inches taller than me. I remember he gave me a handshake, and he almost like broke 3 fingers out of my hand, like, trying to show, that kind of like force. And it's like, okay. And I guess he was like the bodyguard or the guardian, trying to check us on the premises that we behaved. And I remember you saying at some point, because all the Paramaniacs were just huddled in one corner while the other guests of invited to that party started to arrive, you said something that, man, this is going to be really awkward when these people start to hunt us for sport.
Yes. It certainly gave that impression. It felt like we were going to be hunted for sport. It was
like and the paintings and something. I really felt, is this guy like some kind of like scientist working in the UFO reverse program or something, because paintings with weird mathematical formulas and something, and all these books. At one point I was really creeped out until I relaxed and realized, okay, this guy is a nerd with money. Who wants to be around interesting people, and I guess Steve is there to provide for that. So we were almost like the entertainment. Like, okay, I couldn't get you any like dancing monkeys, but here are some weirdos who believe in Bigfoot, which is probably the next best thing.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It was quite the that was a wild. That was a great weekend. And then the LA weekend was fantastic. We went to like the Museum of Death and the infamous tar pits, and toured around LA with Greg Bishop as our guide. And then New Orleans was really special, especially now looking back. That time with Ken Thomas was like precious. And same with Dallas with Jim Mars. It was like those were two. I guess 2 one in a lifetime experiences. Maybe we get one of them. We had 2 of them with those 2 guys, who were both no longer with us, and great dudes. And the chance to hang out with them and pick their brain. And I remember we were in Dallas, and Jim did like the whole presentation on the Aurora alien at the Aurora graveyard, like standing at the grave of the Aurora alien. He did like his presentation of what he would do at like a UFO conference. It was like going to a bar and some some rock legend just strolls in and starts playing acoustic. It was like, what the fuck? This is the craziest experience of my life. This is amazing.
Right, like you said, along these years, this is probably the things that will remain with you. After all is said and done, the chance you sometimes get to meet these legends, because to us they are legends. We've read about them since we were kids. We watched them on TV. On documentaries on the History Channel, and then you get to actually stand around with them, and they are so generous with their wisdom. That's just something that really stuck with me, how they were just happy to pass it along to the next generation, and probably that is going to be then our role. In the future, God willing, to manage to leave some pearl of wisdom to some 20-something who wants to, for godforsaken reason, wants to go through the same trial as we did. Say, okay, just stay clear of this, because there's a lot of bushes and brambles and things, and thorns, stay in this side of the road. But that was so memorable, Jim, and then Ken Thomas. When we were standing on the tomb of what is the name, Jim Garrison?
Yeah, Jim Garrison's grave. Yeah,
exactly. The district attorney who wanted to unravel the JFK assassination case. A part of history, that I guess many of us have been fascinated with. I know, especially after I watched the movie JFK, with Kevin Costner, Oliver Stone, and also I remember how Ken was so civil and very polite, even if you didn't agree with him, 100%. Like, for example, what do you think? He asked me, what do you think about the JFK assassination case? I said, well, I'm beginning to be more of the idea that probably Oswald did it, that Oswald was the lone assassin, instead of like the big CIA kind of conspiracy. He said, and he was okay. He wasn't like, no, you're wrong. Haven't you read this? Haven't you read my books? And just I told him, well, but at the same time, I feel that there's a lot of things we haven't read about his involvement with the CIA, right? Like, for example, how they were trying to probably cover the fact that he was some kind of informant. and there was some shenanigans going on in Mexico, when he allegedly visited the Cuban embassy and all that, and there's that information. Anyway, the thing is that this is the kind of people who they are not desperate to convince you, right?
Yeah.
Like they already they wrote the books, they have said their piece, and they now are ready for what comes next, which is admitting the fact that some mysteries will never be answered. The same thing with the Aurora, this case. Chances are we'll never actually know if some alien actually crashed in this little town in Texas. Yeah. But at the same time, it doesn't matter anymore because it's part of the folklore. For better or worse, it is now part of the mythology, and it will keep affecting the culture in ways that I don't know. Who knows what will happen in 2047? The 100th anniversary of Roswell. I don't know. We'll be here, to witness it.
Oh, God, I don't know. Yeah, 22 years from now, I'll be cutting it close. I'll be cutting it close. We'll see, though. Oh, man. Well, as I've said to everybody who's been on these, we could do, and we just had you on the show at the start of the year, so it's like, you know as well as I do. I think we did 3 hours in January.
Yes.
We could do a whole show tonight, but we got a lot of folks to bring on to the program. So we're going to stop here. And I just want to thank you so much, man, for everything. You've been a huge supporter of Binnall of America over the years, not just a friend of the show and a guest on the show, but a big booster of the program through the Daily Grail and on social media, and just a real friend of Binnall of America. And I really appreciate it. And I can't thank you enough, dude. I really can't. And I consider you, one of my great friends here in this field. I've just been so lucky. That's what this special is really all about, is I've just been so incredibly lucky to make so many great friends in this field over the last 20 years. And that's what this has been, to celebrate all these folks. And you're, of course, one of them. So thank you so much for being a part of BOA for all these years, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, man. You're more than welcome. And otra vez, felicidades.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
One of the wildest guests we've ever had on BOA, William Zabel. Let's just do a throwback here of William Zabel, because I know you want to hear some Zabel, folks.
Anybody that knows me and knows how I got in the face of the cops over the Columbine shooting know that, I get in the face of politicians and cops all the time, but we had a thing here. They were trying to steal my business out from underneath me. I own a car wash that I bought from an old-timer down here on Main Street, and they were trying to tell me, well, we're going to revitalize this whole street, so, we're going to do the eminent domain. I said, well, you know what you can do with your eminent domain? And they're like, oh, well, you can't be that way. So I started doing some investigating, and they kept saying, well, we're bringing in Marriott, we're bringing in the Holiday Inn Express, and I'm like, dudes, we're 20 miles from nowhere. Are you crazy? Nobody's going to drive out here from DIA to stay the night. And I started doing some digging, and finally somebody from the city council told me, she goes, Bill, this whole thing is a hoax. There's a couple of people in the city council that are committing fraud. They're getting donations to revitalize Main Street so they can get these hotels in, but these hotels have already said they're not moving out there. So I brought this to the attention of the Adams County DA, and pretty soon, what do you know, I'm getting knocks at the door. Y'all, we're getting complaints from the city about you. You're making threats. And I said, I'm not making threats. I went to the Adams County DA and turned all you boneheads in for corruption. And then the cop's like, well, that's not what the city says. So we talked for a while. And finally, the FBI got a hold of the case. Somebody from the city called the FBI, came in and found out these guys were all corrupt. They had no intention of putting in a Holiday Inn or a Marriott or anything. And they got one lady, she's headed to jail now. It's taken like 3 years for this thing to go to trial, and everyone else in the city all decided that they would quit and get out of town. So that was one controversy I was involved in.
Now, you mentioned you were an actor. Were you in anything that anyone has seen or could see anywhere? Because you got a lot of fans who listen to the show. Is there anything on YouTube we can see? Are you were you on an episode of Suddenly Susan or anything?
No, this stuff probably you wouldn't find on YouTube. You might. I was in The Adventures of Fort Fairlane. That was a movie with
Andrew Dice Clay.
Yeah, Andrew Dice Clay, who the women hate because he's so sexist. I played a roadie. You can see me in one of the scenes there. I'm smoking a cigarette standing against the wall. Just
do you have any lines?
No, not in that one. That my idiot mother-in-law put me in that one, well, you got to work if you're going to live with my daughter. And I'm like, fine, what do I do? And she goes, well, you can be an extra. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. So I did that.
Okay, so you're a roadie in Adventures of Fort Fairlane. All right, we need listeners to find these segments. So, all right, what else? What were you in that you might have a speaking role in that?
Beverly Hills 90210. I played a teacher. One episode. I just had a couple of lines is all.
Do you know the episode?
Third season. I know it's third season. Let me remember the episode.
Give us the plot if you need to. That would work too.
Basically, the plot there, that was when it was, just after, let's see, I'm trying to think of their names now. Shannon Doherty and Jason Priestley play brother and sister. They were just getting used to the high school. They just, they had been there a year and a half, and they were having problems. And there was one girl in the scene who, she's not a main actress, but she was kind of tormenting them about it. And I spoke up and I said, hey, you guys, you got to do this after class. And that was my whole line. That was it. I didn't, there was nothing else, because then the class ended, and that's all I did was just one episode.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
Continuing onward here with the 20th anniversary special, we have another dear friend of the program talking about the Wizard of Boz. Walter Bosley is back here on BOA to help us celebrate the 20th anniversary of the show. Thank you so much for participating in the big festivities, Walter.
Well, thanks for inviting me to. Congratulations. 20 years is a big deal. I remember when my publishing label hit 20 years ago here back in 2022. That was a real important landmark for me personally, and threw a little party. So I know you're enjoying this, the 20-year mark.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've been kind of like simultaneous. It's like turning 40 or something. Like simultaneously kind of dreading it, but also excited about it. But it's like, as I was telling you before we went on the air, sort of out of the ether of alcohol, it kind of came up with this big celebration idea, and it's been exciting and fun, and really a lot of fun catching up with everybody. So before, I've been doing this for everybody on the special. We'll give you the stats here. You've been on the show 3 times. Mm-hmm. We need to get you on more often. I just look at that. I'm like, 3's not enough. But you've been on the show 3 times. Debuted on Binnall of America December 16th, 2009. So, wow. Yeah, so it was almost 16 years ago. So, yeah.
What did we talk about?
At the time we talked about, and this is remarkable because I have an incredible archive of emails. I kept all the emails from the show since we started. All the correspondences, all the scheduling and everything. So, I was looking today to look up you and Jason Offutt, who's going to be in another segment, looking up to see, when did I first hear from these folks? And I dug into the season 4 folder, and I found an email that you had sent me. I didn't copy the whole thing, but you said this was you emailed me in October of 2009, so we taped shortly thereafter. And you said, I'm listening to last Sunday's Radio Mysterioso, and I'm flabbergasted. And with an exclamation point, you say, I have been doing intense research directly related to the ley lines for 3 solid years now. And you went on to sort of mention your ley line research. And you had just, I think, relatively recently at the time, come out with the Disneyland carousel book. And
yeah, it had been out for about a year then, I think. Yeah, it was still new.
Yeah, so that's how we first met. I kind of skipped ahead to the second one. That is how we came into each other's lives. You heard me on Radio Mysterioso. Greg and I must have been talking about ley lines or something. Yeah. I don't know why. And it blew you away.
Yeah, it's it was back then, especially in 2009. I had not yet decided to write what would become Empire of the Wheel, the book about the weird stuff going on here in San Bernardino. But I was a year and a half deep into the deep dive that I had taken down that rabbit hole, and telluric currents, ley lines were all part of it, because I stumbled into that looking to follow up on the Disneyland book, the Latitude 33 book, right? Because it's about an intersection of ley lines there in the park. And I thought, well, what if you followed those lines out of the park and it leads through Southern California? Is there any other weird stuff going on? So I was looking into paranormal stuff, and that led to a report of a ghost at a mall here. And then that led to a very questionable suicide, which led to me discovering, wait a minute, there were 6 other strange deaths that look like murder, and the rest is Empire of the Wheel history. But yeah, at that time, I was also in the deepest woods of high strangeness I had experienced in my life, and I have a lifetime of high strangeness. Yeah. But that was my real deep dive, as I said, and yeah, so I was neck deep in it then.
It was like serendipitous that you heard us talking about it on Radio Mysterioso.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So one of the questions we skipped ahead, but the thread that runs through the whole special is, where were you 20 years ago? Where was Walter Bosley, physically, mentally, however you want to answer it? So, some people are like, well, I was living in Tallahassee, and then other people are like, I was deep into whatever. So, but where were you in April of 2005, 20 years ago, this time?
You're going to like this. I was in April of 2005. I was in Israel I worked in Jerusalem for 2 weeks. I was there working there for a month, and I was in Jerusalem for a couple of weeks, and then in Tel Aviv for a couple of weeks.
Really? Is this with the government?
April 2005. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. April. Oh, no. Whoa. I got my months wrong. I was in Israel in May of that year. April, I was in Islamabad, Pakistan.
Wow.
Yeah, I was in Islamabad. I was in Pakistan. I was in Islamabad for 3 weeks, and in Karachi for 1. So I was in my counterterrorism job back then.
What the fuck? Wow. Is there much you can tell us? What exactly were you doing?
One time,
top secret.
I think it was. Let me. I'm trying to remember. One of the 2 times I went to, because I did the Israel thing that I just described twice, and one of them, and I think it was 2005. Yeah, I was supporting the protective service operation on Laura Bush, the First Lady, when her entourage was visiting.
Oh wow,
Jerusalem, and I was part of the undercover support. For her. In fact, doing what I was doing, blending into the crowd, she and the entourage walked right by me, less than 3 feet away, just passed right behind my back. But I, of course, my eyes were out and away, looking for threat. Wow. But that was down in that courtyard by the Wailing Wall. That particular instance, but I was there staying in a nice hotel, and the food is just wonderful. I love Middle Eastern food, and
so that was you in 2005.
But that was in May. In you asked what I was, if I could say a little bit more about what I was doing. That's what I was doing there in Pakistan. It was doing stuff in support of hunting down terrorist suspects. That's basically what I did around the world between 2000 and 2006.
Damn. Wow. All right. So were you even into all this stuff, or did that kind of come along? I mean, you may have had a passing interest, but did that more come along after?
No. Like I said, I have had a lifelong... I first started hearing about what we came to know as Roswell from my dad in 1974. And I had a fascination with UFOs through the 70s as a kid. I had my first personal weird experience, a weird enlightenment in December of 1979. I was 16, and that opened me up to a world of high strangeness, deja vus, weird time phenomena, spirit activity, all sorts of strangeness. My uncle, who was my mentor and recruiter into my government intelligence community career, he started by working me on the weirdness and the paranormal interests and things like that. And because he had stories of his own. And so that was what really started his mentorship of me. So, I had been experiencing weird stuff for decades by 2005. Yeah. And that's why I'm saying a couple of years later, in 2007, early 2008, when I stumbled into this Empire of the Wheel stuff, that it was the deepest dive I ever took into the high strangeness of the world. That's saying something, because it was something that this stuff always interested me.
Yeah. Interesting. All right. Yeah. And so we established how we met. You emailed me out of the blue randomly, but we've had a couple of adventures offline that, one in California, one up in Canada. Good times. I really enjoyed, I remember hanging out with you. We didn't get into any trouble, fortunately or unfortunately. I'm not sure, but
not yet anyway.
Yeah. No, not yet. There's still plenty of time for both of us. How you were there with us the whole time in LA? I'm trying to remember now. The whole period's like fuzzy.
I think I drove. It was you guys were there for a whole weekend. I think I drove into what you did in town, where we went to the Bradbury Building and stuff like that.
Okay.
And then later, the next day, I think I met you guys in Pasadena for the park.
Yeah.
Devil's Canyon.
Yes. Oh, Devil's Canyon. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was. I've had some of my weirdest experiences, or a couple of them there. That place is full of the telluric ley line energy.
Yeah, it's an odd place. Devil's Canyon, right by the name alone, is like, oh shit, what are we getting ourselves into here?
Right, that should tell you something.
And then up in Canada, what I remember most, in a sense, is we were in an Airbnb and there was a giant crane. Remember that giant? It was like the most captivating thing. And Bishop has a picture of like the five of us like looking up at this crane, like captivated by the enormity of the crane.
Yes, we were speaking at that event.
Yeah.
In Nova Scotia. That was my first trip to Canada.
Really?
Wow. My only one so far, actually.
Well, they won't let you in now because,
That's right. Not that guy anymore. Yeah.
So it was good times. I think what people it sort of flies under the radar in a sense for you and me is what a lot of people, why I wanted to feature you on the show too, is you have been a huge supporter, like behind the scenes of the program, and a great friend. Where we have, people don't know this, but we haven't talked to, in a bit, I've gotten both of us pretty busy in the last couple of years, but we very frequently chat on the phone, and you gave me all kinds of advice over the years, and you're a frequent person I enjoy calling. It's only like a handful of people, like maybe 5 people that I'll I'll pester with a text like at 11 o'clock at night and be like, "What are you doing, dude? Let's chaw out. Let's fucking talk."
Maybe that's why we do enjoy talking so much, is because we don't do it too much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But you're one of the few people I really I keep on my speed dial.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah.
What's going on? Let's sort of. Have you heard the latest of going on in UFO world? Sort of zaniness that we enjoy.
And boy, there's been plenty of zaniness lately. So.
Yeah, for sure. It's I don't know what to say about all that. I feel like it's petering out, but I don't know.
It's gone through. If you recall, back in 2017, when Lou Elizondo and the TTSA thing first emerged, I was one of the first ones who said, this guy, he's basically just probably contracted to the agency. This is all an agency thing. And there's several people, say that, have said that since, have pointed that out and have seen that. But I was saying that, look, I said this back when that idiot Corey Goode emerged. I said, basically there's cycles of 3 to 5 years. And whenever some new shiny toy, the latest thing, the big star emerges, they have about 3 to 5 years, depending upon the longevity of their impact, to either make something of themselves so that they're one of the people that are always around, or it fades, it fizzles out, and I think that's what you're seeing is we've come to the end of a collective 3 to 5 year period that there's several things and people that are fizzing out, and it's time for something new or fresh to emerge. And I think that's what you're feeling. And there's always the exhaustion with the talk of disclosure. This president is the disclosure president. They've been saying that for 4 presidents now. It's right around the corner. So, disclosure is stale. We've talked about this. Disclosure is not going to come through anybody or anything or effort of this community. And people don't want to hear that, but it's just a fact, I think. We're at the end of a cycle of zaniness.
Yeah. And kind of to throw back to what I was saying, I think there are some folks like you, Greg, Adam, Sayne, that folks that like there are like never ever heard, because it was just phone calls, but like podcast like conversations that you and I have had over the years, reminiscent of what you're saying, but even more with you and I offer even more unvarnished thoughts on things of that ilk. So I've enjoyed those conversations with you, the podcast episodes that no one ever gets to hear because it's just you and me just shooting the shit. Late
those
at
are
night.
some great shows that never were.
Exactly. Yeah. And so, I just want to thank you, man, for being such a great friend to me and to the show for all these years. And, we gotta hang out again sometime soon.
Yeah.
We have to, I get out to California infrequently, but, from time to time, we definitely gotta meet up and get into some trouble.
Let's do it. This year I'm going to be at Contact in the Desert, interestingly, because I thank you. I was hired as a writer on a particular gig that I can't talk about yet on air. But going to Contact in the Desert is kind of the follow through on what this project is. So I'll be there as an attendee, kind of a professional attendee. And so if you're going to be out there for that, we can meet up. But if not, we got to make this happen.
I probably won't be at Contact in the Desert, but I will. What's going on with you had a festival last year? Are you doing another one this year?
The NIMSACon. We've done 2 NIMSACons.
I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah. The second year that we just had, they're in October each year, was even more successful than the first one.
Excellent.
And so we're deciding about the third one thinking about maybe having it in a different location.
Oh.
So, in fact, I was just telling some folks the other day, hey, we need to start thinking about this year's NIMSACon because it's already spring. And as soon as we decide what the details are, I'll be blabbing about that soon enough.
Yeah, let me know.
Will do.
Are you like how, without giving too much away, like what do you mean by move the location? Are you thinking like nearby or like really far, like, or are we talking like fucking Wright Patterson or something crazy? Like, you know what I'm saying? Or like fucking wherever that is in Ohio. Like, you think it's still California or like somewhere else in America?
Well, either somewhere else in California or another state that has a connection to the airship mystery.
Right. Yeah.
So something that if we did that, it would be easier for folks from all over the country to attend, you know, because if it's centrally located. So, yeah, we're thinking about, you know, what's next with that, because it's such a good theme. It's such a cool, you know, event that we just want to keep doing it.
Awesome. Yeah. We'll keep everybody in the loop on that. And
absolutely.
Yeah. And so with all that said, brother, thank you so much for everything over the years. It's been great. You're a great friend. I hold you in the highest regard, and it's been my pleasure to have you on Binnall of America all these years. And as I said, it feels like there's been more, but I guess that is the
yeah.
I
gotta have you
phone calls.
I gotta have you over at my channel at YouTube, Walter Bosley channel. For more too, because people liked, and I really enjoyed that episode we did. My gosh, it's been a couple of years, but we got to do that. So let's make that happen.
Absolutely, man. Well, thank you again for everything, and thank you for coming on the big 20th anniversary special, brother. It's been real, and I really do appreciate everything for all these years, man.
Congratulations again, too. That's a landmark, and you should be proud.
Thanks, man.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
All right, folks, we got quite a collection of friends here now for you in this segment of the 20th anniversary special. I kind of think of them as my Nashville crew. Adam Sayne, Serfiel Stevenson, Kiki Dombrowski, Wren Collier, folks that I've had the great pleasure of hanging out with many times down in Nashville for the Strange Realities Conference, which was put on. It'll probably make a comeback before you know it. It was put on by Adam and Serfiel of the Conspiranormal podcast. And as I was telling Kiki when I was putting together this segment, these two guys have just been so incredibly kind to me and wonderful and brought me in multiple times down to Nashville and facilitated just a myriad of adventures over the last few years. And Adam and Serfiel and Kiki and Wren are sort of unique in a sense among the people we're talking to tonight, because you could almost call them like post-pandemic guests on Binnall of America. Wren first appeared on the show in September of 2017, actually, believe it or not. So he came along before the pandemic. But then, weirdly enough, Adam, Serfiel, and Kiki all appeared in the summer of 2020 when we were doing the Summer of Strangeness. Adam and Serfiel appeared in September of 2020, Kiki in July of 2020. So post-pandemic folks. So they kind of, a lot of them came along, and Wren came along in September 2017. That was like 6 months or so before we wrapped up the seasonal format of Binnall of America. That's when I went off to wander in the wilderness for like 4 or 5 years, and then came back and revived the show. And Wren's overdue. He's criminally overdue for a return to BOA the Revival. But as I've often said, whenever I have my friends on the show, it's like I always like just feel terrible about. I felt terrible about scheduling all these interviews for this anniversary show. I'm like, I'm such an asshole asking all these people to do this. But it's like, well, you know, I love them and I want to come on and celebrate them and thank them for all the great memories and exciting stuff and cool adventures we've been on over the years. This is, like I said, this is a celebration, not just of 20 years of Binnall of America, but really the friends we've made along the way. And Adam and Serfiel and Kiki and Wren are they're among them in a big way. They're just great folks, and I love them. I think the world of all four of these guys and gals, I guess you could say. and so I do. I really think the world of all four of them, and it's great to have them here to celebrate the anniversary. So welcome to the show. This is kind of like I'm taking a page from Adam Sayne's book. I've got a full house here. It's like a Conspiranormal episode. It's like I don't know what little box to look at, but welcome to the special, folks. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Thank you for having us, Tim.
Thanks for having us.
So good to see you all. It's so nice.
It's good to see you. Well, it's good to see you too, Kiki.
It's good to not see you.
Well, it's good to hear you guys. And then you can't see me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Honored to be on this.
Kiki? Was that an intentional joke, or was that just you didn't realize the see you part?
Didn't realize, you know me.
Right. There you go. So the thread that's running through this show, beyond sort of the friends we made along the way, is 'cause I'm really kind of interested, because I don't even know if I've really ever had these kind of conversations with the various folks who've been on. I mean, people know, because this episode's coming out literally on the 20th anniversary of when I interviewed Stanton Friedman in the hallway of the fucking Marriott in Gaithersburg, Maryland. Literally 20 years to the day. I can tell you where I was, because I was there in that hotel. But where were all you 20 years ago? What were you up to? What was life like for you back in 2005, which is so unbelievably crazy to think that it's been 20 years. I'll go around the circle here. We'll start with you, Adam Sayne. Where were you in 2005, buddy?
Where was I in 2005? Well, let's see. I was in Nashville. I moved to Nashville like 2 years before. I was married then, living in an apartment. I was in 2005, incidentally, it was around the same time I started really kind of listening to what at the time was internet radio shows. So, I mean, right at the same time that you started, I was listening to others that were doing it at that time, and starting to get into that and get back into the paranormal. So around 2004, 2005, that was kind of a pivotal time for me too. So
yeah.
I was, 28, 29?
There you go. Yeah. Nice. All right. How about you, Serfiel? 20 years ago, where were you, brother?
I was going to college in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. I was working at record stores and producing local gangster rap and trying to start up a black metal band. And deep in the heyday of the synchro mystic blogs, I think that was really going on.
Nice.
And above top secret forums and all that crazy shit.
Yeah. The pickets were sparse back then, but still some good stuff on online. But yeah, I remember when I kind of first got into this, it was like there wasn't the diversity of places you could go for different things. Now, how about you, Kiki? Where were you 20 years ago, buddy?
Jeez. It is really crazy to think 2005, it was 20 years ago. So I had just returned from being in Paris. So that means I was working on my bachelor's and honing in on the topics that I would continue to explore through both degrees and post. So, like what I still love. So studying a lot of mythology and writing a lot of poems. It was an easier time in 2005, wasn't it?
It was. It really was.
Partying.
We all had our whole lives ahead of us.
I feel like life starts at 40, so I'm only 3 years old.
There you go. All right. I like that attitude. Yeah. Well, yeah. Now we got 20 plus years ahead of us all still. So, and now we have the wisdom of hindsight and older age. So
are you going to have a 40-year anniversary special?
If I can make it to 66 years old, I'll be cutting. think, but we'll
cheers.
We'll see. How about you, Wren? Where were you at 20 years ago, brother?
Geez. Well, I was 20 years old 20 years ago. That would have been a really transitional period in my life. I think that was right as my first marriage was collapsing. I dropped out of school. It's like right around the time I started writing. So I started writing for this website called Large Print Numbers back in, like, it was like late 2005, early 2006. And really get into like the whole games journalism thing back then, which is where I got my start, like blogging and writing and stuff. And it was like right around that time I went first time went out of the country, like went to Tokyo to cover a show there for a magazine. So it was like big changes in my life then that pretty much set me on the path that got me here today.
Nice. Were you into Magic back then too?
I kind of always was into Magic. Yeah, like because I'd been into it since I was like in high school.
Okay.
But I hadn't been like a serious practitioner until I guess I wouldn't have been until like pretty around when I first appeared on Binnall of America. Because it was like around that time I was getting back into paranormal podcasts and radio. So I was like listening to Radio Mysterioso and Where Did the Road Go? And I was reading stuff like Passport to Magonia for the first time and realizing that like, oh, if I want to meet an alien, I need to learn how to do magic. And so I decided to finally get serious about it.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I'll stay on you. We'll circle back sort of chronologically. I'm trying to remember how we met, but I think that is kind of how we met. You were sort of emerging as a voice in the online scene in 2017. And yeah. I was wrapping up in All of America, the seasonal format, because this was season 10 you were on, I believe. And it was sort of like this 20th anniversary special, but stretched out. I smartly stretched it out over a year and interviewed like all the different people who had been on the show. And then I'm like, I'm going to have a chunk of episodes with like people, first time guests who, to keep it fresh, and people like new voices and stuff like that I want to talk to and feature on the show. And I believe that's how we first met, sort of like in the online sphere. And then we, of course, met in person at Paramania down in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, that was the first time I met you in person. I think like I think you found me because I had just started my blog at the time, and Greg had like told you about me and you had featured my blog or like an article I wrote on the Coast to Coast website.
Okay.
And I think you'd heard an episode of Radio Mysterioso I did, and you like asked me to come on your show because I'd said some stuff about like socialism and stuff. You thought it was interesting that I was like talking about that on a paranormal show. So you wanted to get me on and talk about stuff like that.
Nice. All right. And then from Atlanta, then I also met Adam Sayne. That was the first time. That was a magical weekend. Yeah. And I remember I have fond memories of that weekend in Atlanta and meeting Adam, because it was like, who is this? I kept hearing about Adam Sayne. Adam Sayne's going to come down. Cutch was like, Adam Sayne's going to be there. Adam Sayne's going to be there. Fucking paranormal. And I'm like, who the fuck is Adam Sayne? And I'm like, all I kept hearing was like, Adam Sayne's going to be there. So, all right, it's going to be really cool. We're going to have all these different guys. And Jerry, remember Jerry? Jerry was, so I'm like, you got kind of, you unfortunately got like lumped in with Jerry for a little bit, where I'm like, who the fuck are these people? Who are these strange people? But I remember like late at night seeing Adam in the hotel lobby. And this is like when I was like first like, I think I kind of like this guy, because he's like going through Dr. Future's whole crazy Georgia Guidestone. He's like telling the story of Dr. Future.
Yeah, me and David Metcalf were talking about it.
Yeah. And I'm just kind of like, he's like listening in on this conversation, and I'm like, this is really interesting. This guy's great. So we kind of like, we would chat a lot, and then you were like, I'm going to do an event. And like anyone who's in the paranormal long enough knows, like, if you hear that, it's like, all right, dude, call me when you wake up and get serious. And like this year alone, I've talked to like 3 people who were like, I'm going to do an event. And so then Adam, true to his word, like contacted me like shortly thereafter and was like, all right, we're doing it. We're doing this thing, the Strange Realities down in Atlanta. And he was like, I'm bringing you down, which was incredibly kind of you, Adam. I really do appreciate it. And Serfiel, of course, also is connected away because every time I talked to Adam during that time, it was always like Serfiel this and Serfiel that. And I'm like, who's this fucking Serfiel guy I keep hearing?
Yeah, Serfiel I don't think he's yet to come to a Paramania. So
no.
He's actually joined us for it. But the thing is that Strange Realities and Paramania for me kind of meld together. So
yeah.
It's kind of like, it's a lot of the same crew. And so.
Well, you guys kind of picked up the spirit of Paramania and like opened it up to the public, which we've seen, and people really fell in love with Strange Realities. So it's kind of like they're kind of like a kinship, the two weekends in a way.
Well, you're kind of like the spirit animal of Strange Realities.
It's true. Yeah. Yes, he is. Yes.
Yeah. I really appreciate that. I've tried to. I love Nashville. I've fallen in love with Nashville, and I every year it was like, this is the best. I have a feeling, like I said, that this is not the last time we'll be talking about a Strange Reality. So who knows? Maybe the next one will be up in Seattle or something. That would be awesome.
Yeah, there's a possibility. We've talked about certain things. Yeah.
Yeah, and now I can think it back. Now I distinctly remember meeting you, Serfiel, because we went to the burger place in
Dino's. Yeah,
Dino's. Yep, we went to Dino's. It was me and you, and if she's listening, Jen Campbell and her husband, who that was the only time he would come but never show up in the. He was always mysteriously not around during the whole week.
Hiding in the hotel.
Yeah. God bless him. So and it was like I just love the dichotomy between Adam and Serfiel. Very different personalities. It's just like it's like a Bert and Ernie thing going on, which I really love. And Kiki, you probably, I don't know if I ever told you this, Kiki. I'm responsible for you getting mixed up with all this because at Coast to Coast, so I'm working and I'm looking for stories all the time. And there was a story about you were doing an event somewhere in the Nashville area. And Adam may remember this. And I sent Adam the link to like whatever local newspaper was like, Kiki Dombrowski's doing a tarot reading at Reflections or whatever, someplace. And I'm like, hey, Adam, this woman's from Nashville. You should get her at the next event. And that turned out to be Strange Realities, I believe. It kind of came together like that. I think it was like that was in.
Yeah, I think like maybe you told me about Kiki. I think that might have predated the first Strange Realities.
It was something right. Like that. I don't remember. Yeah,
it was something like that. And then I had her, Kiki. I had you on the show the first time, but you were part of the second and third and fourth Strange Realities too.
Yes, so. I think, because if Kiki came on in July of 2020, then it must have been around that time and that was the one we had to do online because of the pandemic. So it was like, But Kiki, I'm the one who put you on Adam's radar. So you can thank me or blame me. It could be either one. And then I met Kiki at Strange Realities down in Nashville. So it all kind of came full circle.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, I didn't know that there was an article about something I did in 2020. I wish I had even an inkling of memory of what that was. But I'm glad that you found it. And I'm so grateful to know all of you and so grateful to hang out with all of you and want to see you all again soon. Trying to think, Tim, when did we met at Nashville, but it wasn't there was the pandemic year, so it had to be 2021?
Yeah, then that 2021 was like
it was 2021.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, was that the year you got Berg? That's like might be my favorite Kiki memory of all. Like, you came with us to the awful like roadkill music.
Oh, I don't know why you guys like that nasty restaurant. Like, there's so much good food in Nashville, and you're like, let's go eat like crocodile. It's nothing to do with Nashville.
It's the gimmick.
It's like this little gross tourist junk hole. I don't know, but good for you. I mean, like, you know what? That's great. Like, but What else was there other than the nasty crocodile? Wasn't there like what, emu?
Oh,
something. Really
yeah, it was like an emu. It was like all wild game.
It was all like exotic animals. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like
I never ate there. I bowed out of those excursions.
Yeah, that was a good call. I think I sat there with a glass of water.
Yeah, like a salad or something. Yeah, but then I don't remember how you split off from the group. But then, like, next thing I know, I just see Kiki like come barrel assing up the street like in her car, and she's like, "I got a cat. I got a cat. I gotta go home. I gotta take this cat back with me to Savannah. I have to leave now." And it was just like the greatest exit I've ever seen at an event in my life. It was just like, and we all kind of, and then we all kind of were like, "Oh, okay, goodbye," and then he took off and was just like, "Did she just say she got a cat?" And that was
holding the cat.
Yeah, it was Berg. I was like, "She really got that cat just now?"
Yeah. Right down that road, there's this really great cat cafe. It's called Catio, and I had finished my presentation, and I thought a really nice way to decompress was to just go hang out with the cats. And I sat down, kind of like laid in front of a sofa, and Bert was sleeping behind me, saw me, and booped me on the nose with his paw. And I thought, well, I mean, that's it. This is my son. And so all of the teachers that year became Bert's uncles. So when Steve Berg came out of the hotel to meet Bert, he went, "Where's my nephew?" That was the first thing. So yeah, that was a good year. It's always so much fun to hang out with y'all. And then we had another year. We went to the witchy cave.
Bell Witch Cave.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's, all five of us have that shared experience. And that was such a magical, just excursion. Like, it was just so cool how it all came together. I think it was like 15 of us from that weekend that all went a big group into that cave. Yeah. That might be my favorite memory of all of us together, because it was just like, what an experience. You know, it was really bizarre.
Yes, that's what the tour guide was saying too. A bunch of people being like, "So, how many UFOs do you see? How many Bigfoot?" I know there were a lot of questions going around that day. Did anybody see anything or feel anything there?
I thought, Wren, didn't you hear something like around the corner?
I had a whole content experience.
Yeah.
I mean, I had my spirit box with me. And there was a point where I was like, just me and Josh just went back to the cave entrance. And I was like looking at, like, it was sort of like this, it was almost like a ramp that like went up a wall. Like you couldn't see, like, it was like a crack in the wall. You couldn't see where it was going back by there. And I just like felt like I felt something like crawling out of there, like towards me.
Wow.
Jesus.
And I had the spirit box in and I was like listening, and it was just like, static, weird, random voices and stuff, snippets of things. And then, I had my little pentacle of Solomon that I carried with me. And I like pulled it out and was holding it in my hand. And I just hear the spirit box suddenly gets like very coherent and says like, "That is a toy." And I just kind of like froze and didn't really know what to do. And I was like sitting there just kind of listening. And I heard it say like, basically like, "You have no power here. Like, you should leave." And at that point, I decided it was time to go. And so I headed out, and the whole time I just felt like I had something like weighing on me. Like, I remember it was the year I rented that convertible. So
yeah,
I drove back all the way to Nashville, and it was like cold outside too, but I had the top down the whole drive back down the interstate, and I was just like blaring music really, really loud and just like screaming as I was like going down the interstate. And the whole time we were leaving that area too, I saw all these different animals. Like there were like a bunch of deer, there were like foxes standing on the side of the road, like there was like an owl on the side of the road at one point.
Jesus.
Like possums and stuff. It was like just the menagerie of animals as I like left. And then, just my banishing ritual for that was just like driving down the interstate at like 70 miles an hour with the top down, like screaming. at the top of my lungs.
That's awesome.
So Wren contacted the Bell Witch.
Yeah. I mean, my theory about whatever was there was like, well, I don't know if like the Bell Witch story itself is like real or if, it ever existed in the first place. But I think that because of, I don't know how many years of people going into that cave, believing something to be there, right? Like the story that has been built up around it. There sure as hell is something there now.
Yeah, it's an egregore.
Yeah, they've built something that lives there now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Probably something to start with, and then the egregore on top really makes a recipe.
And whatever's there is, it was one of the most humbling experiences I've had as a magician. Because it was like very much a lot of times, I'm very, I don't know, have a lot of like bravado and macho attitude towards a lot of this stuff. But that was an experience where it was like, all right, there are some things out there that are bigger than me and that I perhaps should leave alone.
You can see it on his face.
Do you think, Wren, that you almost it was like a genus loci, like a ghost of the place, or like something that is around that area that's just there? That you could have tapped into?
It's possible, yeah, but it really felt like, at least my theory was that it was something that people going to the cave had like built up. All the stories, all the mythology had.
So a tulpa kind of effect.
A tulpa, yeah, like an egregore.
Yeah, interesting. I just remember I had partaken in some edibles on the way to the fucking cave.
You were ready then. You were ready to receive.
And I just remember the guy, it was like fucking dark out. Kiki and I took like one of the best pictures I've ever taken of myself ever. Kiki, you remember that?
Beautiful.
Yes.
Beautiful.
It's a fantastic picture. It really
it's an
is.
album cover.
It really is. We need to work on some project together just to use the picture. The picture will justify the project. But I just remember the guy, and didn't he have one arm or less than 10 fingers or something? He had some kind of he looked like he'd been through it. And I just remember him being if you're going to fall, fucking just fall and don't try and stop yourself. And he's you're going to be walking through, it could be ankle high water and you get to sign a fucking waiver. And the gummies hitting me. And I'm just what the fuck? What the fuck? I thought this was I thought this had past safety inspections and shit, dude. We're going down a rickety wooden staircase into this cave, and I'm
this is Tennessee, Tim. What are you
It was a real ass cave.
No antiquities laws about all these desecrated graves and all this shit you're walking all over.
And the best part was that we pulled it off because that was the third year in a row we tried to get into Bell Witch, and every time they're nah, it's raining, you can't come. Raining, we're closed. I was what the fuck? Wren, you were with me when we went out you and Cutch went out there when it was closed. And it was just
we drove all the way out there, yeah.
That place might be creepier in the daytime than it is at night. That was
probably.
Really?
That was, yeah.
Seems a very beautiful area in general. And
it is. Have you ever been up there? Well, you have, but it has a creepy vibe to it. It really does.
Yeah, that's real.
But I almost think about it because I've heard that story my entire life, and I almost wonder if I'm just preloaded. So I just wonder, it's as soon as I get there, I'm it's creepy. But other people have told me that they have the same general vibe of it's really creepy up there.
Yeah, I'm not preloaded at all, and because I didn't even know about the Bell Witch story until I went. And you guys told me about it. I'd never heard of it before, so I wasn't preloaded at all, and I can confirm that it's a weird place.
Yeah.
Tennessee is a weird place. Full stop. It's just a vibe here. Nashville and
Something's going on in that Adams, Tennessee, Red River area, though. Something is going on. Weird is going on there. It's a weird place. So I think it's one of these places that's just a window area.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That would make sense. But partially when the creepiness of going out there in the daytime was it felt like one of those situations where they're all right, they know you're from out of town. They're they don't get it.
Living, huh?
Come through town. So it's all right, what are y'all doing here? You here to see the cave? It's your cave's closed. Get the hell out of here. It's kind of got that vibe the whole time where it's I don't think they want us here. But my other favorite memory, Adam, this one's for you, was when we took the picture at the
the Strange Realities, and your dad was taking the picture, and I like, this is one of yours I know. I like elbow you out of it. I'm like, because your dad was like trying to figure out the camera. I had no idea it was your fucking dad. And I'm like, get a load of this guy out of me. He can't even figure out the fucking camera on his phone. And you're like, yeah, that's my dad. And I'm like, oh no.
I remember that.
Actually, I'll tell you, I was thinking of my favorite memory, and really, I think it was from this last year, was you left your hat at the restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
And we had some time to kill right before you and Wren left that day on that Monday right after the conference was over. And so Wren went and did something else, and we were like, well, we got time to kill. So we decided, let's just go see if we could get the hat. And you didn't even call them. They told you it wasn't there.
Yeah.
And then we just decided, well, let's go ahead and do it. It was like in 45-minute drive, because it was south of Nashville. We were staying, you guys were staying on the east side. And so like that was, and you actually found the hat. You managed to find the hat, which was impressive as hell. So it was worth actually going there.
Well, I mean, God bless her, my mother, as cynical as I, when I told her the story, she's like, they were trying to keep the hat. That's why they told you they didn't have it. That's why they told you they couldn't find it. They wanted to keep it.
Is that the same hat that you wore at every single Strange Realities conference?
Well, it was a new version, but yeah.
Okay,
I have.
I thought it might be the one.
Well, no, it's not. The one's just sitting on a desk here, a shelf here.
Okay.
But
I mean, that ties into my favorite Binnall memory, and it was from when I first met you at Paramania. And I remember we went to that Irish pub, and you like, everyone was like getting ready to leave, and you just like wandered off and started talking to these people that were at the bar, and it turned out it was like somebody's birthday, and you just started drinking with them and like hanging out with them, and I was like, this guy is the coolest guy I think I've ever met.
Thanks.
And then like, what was that, Adam?
No, go on the story. But I have a similar story.
Later that weekend, I remember at some point we were talking about magic at the hotel. Like it was like after hours, we were just like hanging out in the lobby, and you were like asking me like if you learn stuff or like where you could start. And I remember I said to you like, Tim, I don't think you need magic. Like you're one of those like rare people who kind of just like things just happen because you will them to happen, right? Like that hat was there because you went to go get the hat. Like you didn't need magic to make the hat appear. Like, and I was just like, at that point, I was just like, yeah, Tim is a special. Like, I was like, there he goes, one of God's own prototypes. Some kind of high-powered mutant, never even considered for mass production. Too weird to live and too rare to die.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I
will add to that in 2022, we're all hanging out at the hotel later on. I think it was Saturday night of Strange Realities.
Out front,
yeah. And all of a sudden, like all these buses just turn up, and it's like a whole bunch of like school bands just show up, right? And we didn't actually get to see this, but apparently Tim went in to and gave them all a pep talk.
Yes. Yeah. I'm like, this is the weekend, guys. This is what we've been practicing for all these weeks leading up to this. We got to get out there. We're going to take the state championship or something like that. And they're like, who the fuck is this guy?
Oh, shit.
Oh, man. We had a lot of fun down there in Nashville, dude.
Maybe a little too much.
Well, it's funny. I was thinking about this, Wren, because you said that about not needing magic. I was like, now that I think about it, I think I've like taken part in at least like 4 or 5 Wren magic rituals over the years now at this point. I've got quite the list of, beginning with that Paramania. You were like doing tarot, and then we did like a group a group thing in the hotel room. That sounds dirty, but we did a group spell or whatever.
Yeah, outside of the context, that sounds a little surprising. But no, we did a conjuration of the angel Gabriel for someone in the hotel room. And yeah, like I got a table around us, and like we did the whole sort of my whole operant field method and everything. And I remember I was like wondering which angel to call, because the petitioner needed like eloquence. They wanted, like, they were going to give a talk soon, and they wanted to like be able to communicate their ideas effectively and stuff. And it started just all of a sudden just started pouring rain outside. And I was like, okay, water, like I'm going to call Gabriel. So that's what we did. And yeah, I remember it was so funny afterwards. Cause it was like me, you, like Adam, Dave Metcalf was there as well. It was like Josh. And I remember afterwards we were all standing, like outside the hotel, and Dave Metcalf was like, wow, Wren, you're a real magician. Like, it was like, he was so surprised that I was like legit knew what I was doing.
I remember Adam told me about that too. I think it had a pretty big effect on Adam.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. There you go.
That was an interesting weekend all the way around. That weekend.
You know, with Kiki, I always think with you the best is yet to come, because we keep missing each other when you come up to New England. Like I feel like there's a vein of misadventure that you and I haven't quite tapped yet here up in the New England area.
I 100% agree with you. I think that we have some, I don't know, a sense, some antiquing.
Could be, yeah. Absolutely.
Maybe a Red Sox game. I don't know.
Yes.
I think that would be fun. Yeah. I was up there one year, and
we missed each other. Yeah.
I know. I went apple. What was it? Apple picking, or what? I went for pumpkins and or apples up right outside Boston with Matt with AP Strange.
Yes. Yes.
And we missed you. So I want to do that this year. I don't know when you're in. I know you said you're out of Massachusetts this fall, but I think that I hope that
we'll figure it out.
Then.
We'll figure it out. But yeah, we gotta have some kind of crazy misadventure. So we'll see what happens there. But
misadventures, yeah, we'll find something.
Y'all should take the train. Maybe take the train over to Providence. Go see like the Athenaeum and stuff.
I don't spend enough time in Providence. It's a great town. Also,
I don't either. I never get down to Providence. It's not far. But I've been meaning to. I tend to go more north, America's Stonehenge and Portland Lawrence Museum and stuff like that. That's more my domain. But yeah, we'll figure something out, Kiki, when you get up here.
Yeah.
Did you go to America's Stonehenge though? I thought you did one of these times you went up here.
Oh, sure. I've gone a couple times. Yeah, it's an interesting place.
Adam's been to America's Stonehenge. It's a little overhyped, but it's kitschy in its way.
I think it's fascinating. I don't know if I pick up on anything, but I do recall going once and just walking kind of like the boundary where all the circles are pointed out, kind of like, the boundary of the property. And I swear that I was smelling like incense. Like I could have told you that somebody was like lit a fire, like burning leaves or incense. And I don't know how it came up in conversation when I went into the gift shop to say, thanks, goodbye. And they said, yeah, there's nobody out there. There's no landscaping today. So it's just kind of like this random, I don't know.
Did you have any experience like that when we were in the Bell Witch Cave?
I had nothing at the Bell Witch Cave. Weird. I was just, my fondest memory of that evening was just the drive. So maybe kind of like Wren, it was like the road that did something to me, and the darkness of those streets, and the soundtrack that I was listening to, and that was a really magical experience.
Yes, especially the anticipation in the dark. Yeah, those dark roads, and like you're getting further and further away from Nashville, and it's like, what are we getting ourselves into? We're going to a haunted cave. This is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and the roads there seem like all the kinds of roads where horror movies star, or stories that end up on Unsolved Mysteries star.
Yeah. And just okay.
I was going to say, we concluded the night at Waffle House like any good group of friends would. So.
Absolutely, yeah. and one more fond memory over the years. Again, and this one's from recently, like Adam was saying, was was Serfiel's dad taking us all in at last year's event. I think it might have been Halloween. It was Halloween. It was Halloween night. Yeah. And he had us over and for drinks and a crazy brisket, right? Yeah. It was like so good. It was like real Nashville home cooking with all the trimmings and Serfiel's dad's house is like, it's like a wonderland. It really is. It's like there's art on the walls and masks that he makes and all kinds of cool, like little things that he's collected over the years and antiques and little ephemera. And it was just so you could spend, a half hour just in one room, like looking at all the different stuff and then go to the next room. And, it was really amazing. And I really do appreciate your dad having us over there and for you making it happen. And, it was a wonderful memory. I still look back on that evening and think what a fun time it was.
For sure, Tim. Yeah, it was great.
Oh man. Well, it's been a blast. It really has. And I've said this to the other folks when we tape these sections. I could do a whole show with each and every one of you guys. I could do a whole show tonight with y'all, but I'm going to be squeezing so much into this special that we'll stop it here. And I just want to say thanks for everything. You've all been such good friends to me over the years. It's
hanging out in IRL too,
Yeah, these real life friendships. I think that's kind of the funny part because, I was looking, it's like, well, these guys haven't been on Binnall of America very much. It's like, well, there hasn't been much Binnall of America since the pandemic, and since we kind of wrapped things up, and we only really revived the show like a year and a half ago. So it's like, you guys, your body counts will be added to as the show goes on and on and on. You, like I said, you guys are like the post-pandemic friends that I've made over the last few years that I really do love and cherish so much. I think the world all for you, and we've just our memories are like off the page. Our memories are in real life, and they're fantastic, and they really I carry them with me for a very long time, and it's thanks to all you guys and your tremendous friendship and word Serfiel kept using at the Strange Realities, fellowship. This is a fellowship among this group and the Strange Realities folks, and and I'd be remiss if I didn't give a special shout out to my little buddy Adam, because he gets to experience the every couple of weeks drunken Binnall phone calls that go on for about an hour. And then, some nights, I'll be honest, Adam, I know it's happened to you too. Some nights, like the next day, I'll be like, did I fucking talk to Adam Sayne last night? And then I look at my phone, I'm like, oh, yeah, I did. Apparently for 90 minutes. What we talked about, I don't recall. But
well, I just want to, just thank you, Tim, first off for your friendship. And then also, too, it's been great knowing you these last few years. And we talked a lot about memories, but I think we're going to be making new memories here pretty soon. So
absolutely,
I've really, and also too, since I've met you, I've become a fan of your show, and I'm more have listened to the newer stuff than I have any of the older stuff. But I have really enjoyed it, and your show is now one that I go to every week to listen to. So, it's really, you're a really great host, and it's a very host-driven show rather than a guest-driven show. So it's really
you got a sense of humor, which is hard to find sometimes, unfortunately, in the paranormal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. I try to bring that. Yeah, I've kind of over the years, I've kind of wondered, like, oh, am I too much the clown jester of all this? But it's like, that's just my archetype, man. That's just who I am.
Trickster.
All through life, no matter when I tried to I was the trickstery guy and, the jokester in high school. And then it's like I get to college and I'm like, I'm going to be serious now. I got to, but like within 6 months, I was like sort of right back into the same like sort of slot that I always been in, which is like I find the humor in everything and in the absurdity and everything. And it's like I can't help but just like point that out and laugh and enjoy the ride that way. I don't try not to take anything too seriously.
I think you're a born showman. Like you have the heart of like a pro wrestling promoter. It's like you just like have that whole persona down so well. It's very impressive to watch you go.
Yeah, and you've brought such great presentations to the conference over the years. I mean, yours is like really brings that levity to everything, and can really start the whole night, the whole conference.
Yeah, well, you guys let me live my dream of being the host of Family Feud, or 14 Feuds, we're legally required to call it. But yes, we all know what we're talking. Oh. All right. Well, with that said, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of the spring and summer. And some of y'all I'll be seeing over the course of the year, and others I'll be seeing down the line, I'm sure. And as Adam said, we've already had just a wealth of memories, and we're going to have so many more, I'm sure, going forward. So thank you for being a part of my life. I love you guys.
Absolutely. Love you too,
Tim.
Love you too, Tim.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
One of the most cited episodes of Binnall of America that kind of captures the flavor, no pun intended, of BOA over the years is, of course, the meat-eating horses episode. Let's throw it back to meat-eating horses. Collier O'Reilly, take it away.
Humans have known that horses can consume protein different types. I mean, when the book was released, there were originally 18 different types of meat, including human, that we knew horses had eaten. And this had occurred in 30 countries over a space of 4,000 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, Binnall of America!
This English horse got loose and then systematically went through the streets of Lucknow, killing people and tearing them apart. And if you sit down with them, you say, okay, look, I'll just put it on the table and you decide. And I think that's what I'm talking about. You know, you're such a great example of this, Tim. I mean, you look at the book, you go, well, I don't know. You know, I see a lot of kooky stuff in my life, and I don't know. And at the end of the book, you go, you know what? I think the guy's kind of right.
If I put the miles in, will you invite me into the Long Riders?
Maybe. Chicago is a long time coming, and you change getting there, I'll tell you.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
All right, folks, up next, we've got, you can call him a BOA legend, if you will. He's got the most appearances ever on the program, talking about our dear friend, Greg Bishop. Welcome to the 20th anniversary special, Greg. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Cool. I didn't realize I had that. It's not dubious, but I didn't know I had that honor.
It can be kind of dubious. It can be a bit dubious. So we have the stats here. We have the stats. So you have 18 appearances on the show. 18 appearances.
I think that's the most I've been on anything.
Hold on. We're not done yet. 18 appearances as a solo guest. 9 additional shows. The baseball special, the much maligned baseball special. Also a Christmas special and the NOLA party, Paramania seasonal send-off for Binnall of America in 2018 or something like that. So all told, what's that? This is actually your 30th appearance on Binnall of America. So yeah, you have the record easily.
That's ridiculous. I'm honored.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Well, we'll get into kind of how you ended up with that record in a sense, but the first question we start out these segments with, the thread that runs through the whole special, April 2005, I was interviewing Stanton Friedman in the, in front of the ballroom at the Marriott in Gaithersburg or wherever the hotel was for X Conference. That was my first ever interview 20 years ago on the 23rd of April. So you don't have to get specifically on the 23rd of April, but April 2005, where was Greg Bishop? What were you up to 20 years ago?
My God, I think I was just about to, or the publisher was just about to release or had just released Project Beta.
I believe that's the case.
Yeah, and that's kind of frightening because people are are referring to the book now, 25 years later, because of all the disclosure stuff and government stuff. Suddenly it's like, oh my God, have you read this book? And I'm thinking, oh my, I don't even want to talk about that book anymore. It was so long ago.
20 years.
Yeah, 20 years. Yeah, insane.
Yeah.
It's so weird to think that it seems like it was the beginning of my life somewhere, but it also seems like yesterday, like a lot of things.
Yeah, well, you're like one of the few people I have a pretty vague, or I can make an educated guess as to where they were 20 years ago. Because the other part of the questions here we go through on these segments is, how did we even meet? And I sent you the email last week because I have a ridiculous archive of emails of everybody that I've ever booked on the show. Now it sucks because I could do it all through Facebook or whatever. Back then, I'm going through these old folders in my email account. It's like Stanton Friedman, Linda Moulton Howe, like all these people I was emailing with, getting them on the show. And in the season 1 folder, scroll down, there's an email from you. Because I was writing about Coast to Coast at the time, not writing for Coast to Coast, writing about Coast to Coast, which is how I ended up writing for Coast to Coast, actually.
Yeah.
And you had been on with Art, and Art interviewed you, and Doty was on with you, and I wrote about it in the Binnall wrap-up or whatever the fuck it was called, and you read it and wrote me an email. And the funny part is, like, the first line of the email is something like, I don't think we've ever spoken before. And it was like, oh, wow, what a crazy fucking, what a crazy email. Like we've been friends now for 20 years. It was like, I think I forwarded it to you, just first contact. And that was the first time I heard from you. It was in the summer of 2005. And believe it or not, actually, and again, this is like I was saying, that how you have so many appearances. We did this show, the X Conference sessions, which was like the interviews on site at X Conference. Then we launched Binnall of America with Jim Mars in the summer of 2005.
Right.
Proper, the seasonal format. And so you were actually episode number 6. So you were the 6th episode of the show when we got it rolling out, that's kind of how you ended up with so many appearances. You've been on since the very beginning of the program, pretty much.
Yeah, I think it's one of these lucky things where you write to people and you have the same interests and you got the same background and you kind of know the same thing and you can speak the same language, and then sometimes you just become friends with them. That's what happened when I was doing the magazine and radio show and all that. I mean, you do the same thing. I mean, you would just talk to people, which is great because other people are like, okay, question number 3. And they don't let the person, and I notice this on big shows sometimes too. It's like, wow, they were just about to say something very interesting and you just went to your next question. It's like, why are you afraid to just go? And you weren't. So I noticed that with other shows too, who I rarely listen, but sometimes I hear other shows and like the guest will say something, some odd little thing, and like I don't know if the host just doesn't care or they're not paying attention or they think they shouldn't, but it's like, no, ask him about that fucking thing he just mentioned, and they never, like, more often than not, they don't. And it's like, that's like that time that I crapped my pants when I was like, okay, anyway, next question. It's like, no, why did you crap your pants?
Right, yeah. It's like, what the hell, dude? So, and this is a macabre stat in a sense, but like, were it not for Robert Miles, you would be the earliest living guest still on the show, because we started out, the first 3 guests have passed away. Then it was Robert Miles, and then it was you. So,
Mars, Friedman, and who else?
No, it was Jim Mars, Marshall Klarfeld, who was writing about ancient aliens, and Terry Hansen, who wrote that fantastic book on
The Missing Times.
Yeah, media coverage of UFOs, and all 3 of those guys.
I remember that.
Away. Yeah.
I met him once. I went to dinner with him, Linda Howe, Richard Dolan, and Whitley Strieber.
Nice. Yeah, he was a good dude.
Yeah, right after Project Beta, or right before Project Beta came out, and he was a great guy. We
and his
had a
research
nice talk.
Was really good. Yeah. So that's how you ended up with all these appearances. Then, of course, you became part of the tradition with the Year in Review, and again, the baseball special, and any of these special episodes we do where we're all hanging out and shit. I always, you're part of the fabric of the program. So, as I've been saying, I really just want to thank you for being, a part of the show, being so encouraging, becoming a great friend over the last 20 years. It's crazy. We've been friends for 20 years now. It's not just the show. It's like you and I, like you, me, and if not for you coming on Binnall of America, Gorightly heard you on Binnall of America. Gorightly reached out to me, and I've been friends with Gorightly now for 20 years. So like the three of us, you two had been friends before, but I connected with you two guys through BOA, and the rest is history. The three of us have been friends, or I've been friends with you two for 20 years since then. So it's crazy. I just want to, express my love and appreciation, man, for everything over the years. It's been great.
Well, it's been fun. It's always been fun, and we talk anyway. Oh, and I have to tell everybody, I have to be nice to you because you saved my life when I lost my job.
Oh, I thought you meant I literally saved your life because
probably because otherwise I couldn't. I wouldn't be able to pay my rent because you had been kicked upstairs and you guys were looking for a web person for Coast and. Yeah, you said, would you be interested in that? I was like, oh, my God. I mean, I've been desperately looking for work for like 4 months since I got laid off. I said, well, let me try this for a while. And it kind of saved my butt. I mean, I actually had an income again, and it was something that I knew learned how to do pretty quickly, and I liked doing. So,
yeah, you do the content.
Yeah. So I had to thank you for that. And I'm still working for Coast in some weird capacity, editing the Art Bell Vault. You know what? I'm looking at the email I sent to you. I sent it to you from my hellokitty.com email, which I haven't used.
Yeah, that's why I had to write to you last week. And I'm like, what the hell is your actual email nowadays? Because I'm like, there's no way you're writing from the Hello Kitty fucking email.
Yeah, that was my anonymous email for a while. I wanted to be Hail Satan at hellokitty.com, but somebody had taken it already.
And then the third thing, this is probably going to be the hardest one for us to kind of go over in a sense, is this fond memories from our misadventures. I think between you, maybe Loren's like the closest other person that I've hung out with the most off air. I mean, you and I have hung out in California many times when I've been out there. We've been up to Canada on multiple occasions, and we've traveled all over the United States with the Paramania crew. So, I mean, just countless memories of experiences that we've had over the years. Is there anything that really, I'm afraid to ask, but is there anything that really stands out? I'm trying to think like there's
you shouldn't be afraid. I'm trying to think of some stuff. When you guys all came to LA, that was a lot of fun because I got to show you guys around here. New Orleans the New Orleans Paramania was wonderful and strange and horrid and everything at the same time.
Yeah,
it was so weird.
Yeah,
I mean, it was like we had the voodoo on us or something. The one was the last one in New Hampshire.
No, that was in the last one. We were in the Bay Area.
That's right. It was a Bay Area one. The New Hampshire one was great. I mean, we got to go to Barney and Betty Hill's grave. And you know what my favorite part of that trip was? And I think you were in the car with me. We were driving back from Exeter, the thunderstorm, and I was so excited. And you and other people like, what are you so excited about thunder for? It's like, we don't get it in California, not like this. It was shaking the car. It was great. To me, it was just like being in a carnival ride or something. I don't know, but that's what I remember about that. Oh, and also everybody consenting to go eat lunch at the airport or breakfast at the airport.
Yes. Well, it wasn't it was an airport, but it wasn't like the fucking airport.
No, it was a regional airport. I think one plane was thinking about taking off while we were there. So that was
like a diner. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then going to see Loren on that trip was probably the best part of the whole trip.
Yeah. We saw Loren. We've had a lot of, I was reminiscing about this with, geez. Now I can't remember. I've talked to so many people who've been on this special, but, to me, like hanging out with Jim Mars at the Aurora grave, and going with Ken to
Jim Garrison's grave. Yeah.
Oh, Red Pill Junkie. That's who I was reminiscing about this with. And yeah, because he was there with us on those trips, and just really once in a lifetime individual experiences. Like, you just never going to get it back. It was like, holy shit.
How would we
hanging out with Jim Mars?
Yeah, I've seen him twice in my life, and that was the second time. And I'm privileged to have hung out with Jim Mars. The first time I saw him was at a convention, and we all went karaoke singing, and he sang "Great Balls of Fire."
Yeah, when I met him the first time, he was like, I was a super fan, and he was like on his way. We were like crossing, like, I was leaving the bathroom, and he was like going in, and I'm like, holy shit, Jim Mars. I'm like, I can't even believe it. And he's like, after all the beers I've had tonight, it's not that hard to believe I'm heading in there. And it's just like, oh, dude, I fucking love this guy. Yeah, Jim Mars, man. God rest his soul. He was a great dude. You know, he was very kind. And all the folks who were part of that first season, I was saying to Loren tonight, I just really appreciate all y'all fucking doing this, just coming on the show when we first started. Like, I look back on that first season, it was like a fucking murderer's row of people, like Loren and Stan and you and Rich Dolan and other guys, like we were saying, Terry Hansen and Robert Miles, and just real fucking serious researchers, big time researchers. Loren was in that first season too. You know, and all y'all fucking, I mean, I know it was a different world back then, and there weren't like, there weren't 8,000 fucking podcasts, and everybody, like, if you want to go on a show nowadays, you can fucking take your pick pretty much of all the different shows that are out there and everything.
Yeah, like, there were like 5, you know?
Yeah. Back then there were like 5 or 6, maybe 10 or a dozen or something like that, just getting started. And, you know, all y'all just gave the show like just a huge boost of credibility, because it was like, where the fuck did this show come from that's interviewing all these like big name people? So it was a really, you know, I appreciate everybody who made that leap of faith and came on the show way back in the day, because it was like, who knows what could have happened.
Yeah. It's historic. I got the same feeling when I was doing my magazine in the 90s. Like, I talked to all these people. Nobody said no. I was totally stunned that nobody said, I don't know who you are. Get out of here.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, it was like, I think, and
all the
like
remote
Jim
viewers
Mars and shit.
Yeah, I got all the remote viewers. I got, you know, Dean Radin, like when his first book came out, and Keith Thompson because of Angels and Aliens, and it was just like, wow. I mean, I could not believe all the people that said yes. And the other thing was just how, and I think you probably noticed this too, it's like how just nice and helpful they were and forthcoming with information and all that. It's like, you know, so, you know, there's assholes in the field. There's assholes in any field, but for some reason, the paranormal, it seems, at least most of the people I've run into and that I want to keep contact with are actually fairly cool. And a lot of them became friends. And so that's what happened with your show too.
Yeah. It's, you know, like they say, the rest is history. I'm trying to remember some of the other crazy shit we've been up to. Dallas, fucking showing up in Dallas and forming that crew, and fucking my voice. You remember my voice that weekend? I was like all fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
I had the Paramania voice right from the get-go. That was like, I was like so irritated that whole weekend, but it was like, we had a really good time. It was a lot of fun. Dealey Plaza and everything else. Yeah. It was a good time.
Because Steve said, if I pay for you to come out here and speak, will you do it? I said, yeah. And then it turned into like, okay, we're all going to go out there and just hang out. And it wasn't just me. Josh, I think, spoke, and Micah Hanks. And
well, what happened? You're rolling over the end here. You were like, who is this fucking crazy guy? And I was like, let me talk to him. And then he was like, I'll buy, because he wanted me to come too. He wasn't going to fly me or anything. Steve's not that wealthy. But he was like, I'll buy you a ticket to WrestleMania, which is like equal, nearly a fucking plane ticket. So I was like, oh, okay, yeah. If you'll buy me a ticket to WrestleMania, I'll come down to Dallas. And so then you and I were kind of talking, and we were like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, what, is this a good idea? And then we were like, let's just go. And if he turns out to be like a crazy person, he did turn out to be a crazy person, but he became our crazy person. So we begrudgingly love Steve Ray. So, but we were like, we'll just see what happens. And then like this magical sort of group was formed of traveling fucking weirdos. And it was, but you were like, I don't know about this. And then I talked to him and I'm like, trying to convince you, I'm like, look, I'll come too. We'll do it. Let's just do it and see what fucking happens. And then kind of, it turned out to be pretty awesome.
It was. I mean, it was I don't know, better than I thought, but I did not expect anything. I had slight dread because like, what's going to happen? And it turned out fine. It turned out great. Had a lot of fun. We went to the party at that weird castle.
Miguel told that story too. Yeah. He mentioned that story too. Yeah. The weird castle. Yeah.
Somebody's house that looked like a castle. Some tech bro guy or something. I can't remember who it was.
Zane or something, right?
Zane? That's it.
Something like that. And he was in AI.
Yeah.
So he must. I don't know if he's still doing AI or what. You'd think he'd be like.
He's probably living in in the Bahamas now and has 10 times as much money.
Good for him. But
yeah,
I wish besides the money, I wish I lived in the Bahamas right now. All right, so that's kind of we'll wrap it up here because I got another set of folks rolling in about 20 minutes. But like I said, I just want to thank you, man, for everything over the years. It's been an absolute blast. It's been a great friendship, a great adventure. I don't know. It's you're just you're a significant part of the fabric of Binnall of America. Like I said, you were there on the ground floor, and that's how you've racked up so many appearances. It's funny. Like I've had some people on that only came on like sort of around the pandemic and everything. We've become great friends since, these folks. Yeah. But then it's like I look at guys like you, Gorightly, Loren. It's like these were guys who were on the ground floor at the very beginning. And sort of like boosted me and sort of gave this program, a lot of energy to keep going. So I just want to thank you for everything, man, over the years. It's been really great.
Well, I was glad to be there. And also it's kind of a testament that all these shows have come in later, but you're still here. You're doing this thing and you're doing it better than most of the people out there, I think. And that I get the feeling that a lot of podcasts now are just the people are going to lose interest probably in the next year or so. Then others will come in and fill in. But I can't think of any other paranormal, like independent shows like yours that have been going this long. There's probably a couple of them. Mine sort of started in 98, I think, but it wasn't really a podcast. It was just something I did on a pirate radio station. And I think you started podcasting before I did. I was just kind of like, I guess I'll just do a show on this station that I have, which is an internet station, but you actually kind of pioneered it. So kudos to you. And thanks for having me along for the ride.
My pleasure, man. It's been my great pleasure. So yeah, it's been awesome.
Thanks, Tim.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
All right, folks, we are closing out the big 20th anniversary special with a fantastic final segment. Our guest here on this segment, you have heard on every edition of Binnall of America since we launched the program 20 years ago. He is, we'll call him Joe Vee. That's the name we used back in the day. He was a writer for Binnall of America, a friend of mine from high school. And when we were launching Binnall of America, when I was launching Binnall of America, after we rolled out the X conference sessions, which is what we're celebrating the anniversary of tonight, the very first interview with Stanton Friedman, I was like, I need you to do a voiceover because you have a very deep and robust voice. And after many tries, he recorded the, I suppose you could say, now iconic intro to Binnall of America. So you've heard him on every episode of BOA, save the X conference sessions. So welcome to the show, making his Binnall of America debut, so to speak, although he's been the voice of the show for all those years, the one and only Joe Vee, my friend.
Well, it is excellent to be here on Binnall of America Audio. As more than just a voice in the background or the intro.
All right. And I've got a surprise for you, Joe.
Uh-oh.
I hope I didn't ruin it when I sent you the link, because I included like a little clue by accident and I changed it. So did I ruin it? Just be honest.
I didn't notice. So you.
All right, then. Well, let's just bring him on the stage here, folks. The one and only, the legend, Bruce Rux.
Oh, the man.
Guest number 20 here. This is it. Well, when Joe couldn't do 8 o'clock tonight, and I'm like, well, I'm taping with Bruce at 11. And I'm like, well, how about 11? And then I'm like, oh, shit, I'm going to surprise Joe Vee with... Because Joe, for folks who don't know, Joe is the guy who writes in the ridiculous list of questions.
Every bizarre question you can think of, any obscure reference, anything to get Tim to go on in complex compound sentences. That's what I write in. Although he's gotten better at like editing them down for me.
Yes, yeah, you said
and it works.
Bruce, thank you so much for coming on the show. Welcome to the 20th anniversary special, my friend.
Very happy to be here. Wouldn't miss it.
Now, you heard me talking to Joe before we brought you in as the surprise for Joe, but of course, just as Joe's debut, so to speak, on the show, you are part of the fabric of Binnall of America. We're rolling out the stats here for everybody who's a frequent guest. So you, by my count, you have made 16 appearances on BOA over the years, in addition to also 2 Lost Cast episodes. Jason Offutt reminded me of those. So 18 total appearances on BOA over the course of the 20 years of the program. Made your debut on the show June 24th, 2009, with a trio of episodes, a trilogy, where we discussed Hollywood versus the aliens. That was June 24th, 2009. So we've been hanging out here for 16 years, talking shop on BOA.
That sounds about right. That also tells me where I was when I was trying to think exactly when we met. I wasn't sure of which site I was still at. I just left an old site where I'd been supervisor for 7 years and gone to the new one. So yeah, I remember that very well.
Now, we start out the segments here with where were you 20 years ago? 20 years ago, I was interviewing Stanton Friedman. So where were you, Bruce, April 2005?
In 2005, I was still at the site I was talking about. I was a supervisor there, and I spent a lot of time, and I got a lot of research done there. I liked to work sites where I had a lot of downtime, and that's when I do my research. You know, I just go to rents.com and I surf around and find all kinds of interesting things to study, and just spent most of my day doing that. So that's what I was doing back then. And I loved the site. I was having a wonderful time. I was being paid very well. I was appreciated in the job, and I just loved it.
Nice. So you were in a good place. Had you already written? You had already written Hollywood versus your books, right? You've written. You had written those. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, those were 97 and 98.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I should have looked that up, but you have no idea how many plates I'm spinning with this thing.
Yeah, well, actually, technically, they were 96 and 97. Now that I think about it, but yeah, Hollywood came out in 98.
There you go. All right. And Joe Vee, I know where you were 20 years ago because we were hanging around here in Burlington, listening to Coast and talking about me possibly starting a radio show. That's what we were calling it at the time, a radio show.
Yeah. That's the key, though, is like, I don't think anyone can understand. 20 years ago, you couldn't just pick up your iPhone and start blabbing into it. The podcasting still wasn't a thing. So it was, you had to be dedicated to this, and you had to go out of your way and go to great lengths to find paranormal, so to speak, content. It wasn't as diffused as it is now. Like, you go on Apple Podcasts, you got a dime a dozen. But back then, it was pretty slim pickings. Once you got done with your co-show, I mean, Rents was still there, but, I think Hilly Rose was down to like 4 shows a month. Michael Corbin, he was like 2 years away from passing. So it was It's pretty slim pickings.
Yeah.
So you came at the right time because the content was needed.
Well, thanks, man. Thanks. Well, we had talked about it, and what a lot of people don't know also is Joe Vee inspired the seasonal format of Binnall of America because I was thinking of doing a weekly show, and Joe was going to be the first guest of the weekly show, but it was so difficult to schedule him. I was like, fuck this. I'm going to just tape interviews with researchers and then sort of roll them out when I can do them in my own schedule. So Joe Vee inspired the seasonal format of Binnall of America. So he's, a fundamental, trailblazer in a way, if you will. And we'll get back to Bruce in a minute because I want to talk about
it's honestly, it's in the audience's best interest that I could never commit to that first interview.
yeah, I think so. I think so. And we'll save that for later. So Bruce, the second question on the docket here is, how did we even meet? And you and I have a fantastic story about that because there was a guy, and let me see if I can get his name up here while I'm talking to you. Geez, I feel bad now. I'm gonna have to make a note of this to edit this. What the fuck?
Roswell Museum coffee cup, just in case anyone's wondering.
What's that, Roswell, you say?
Roswell Museum, yeah. Coffee cup.
Okay, I know now. All right. So, Bruce, how we ended up meeting, how you ended up on Binnall of America was Dave Comer, a longtime listener. He was on the BOA forum, and he was like, you got to get this guy, Bruce Rux. You got to get this guy, Bruce Rux. He wrote Hollywood versus the Aliens. And kind of like what Joe was just saying, this was 2009. Even back then, it was like, and you're not on social media or anything, so it was like it took me months to find you. I think I've told you this story before. We've talked about it. It took me months. Luckily, your name, Rux, is unique enough that it was like, if you were like Bruce Smith or whatever, you'd never fucking be on the show. Like, it just never would have happened. It just never would have happened. I never would have been able to find you. It was like I was doing everything I possibly could, and finally,
the Boba Fett surge.
Yeah, and finally, it was like I came up with one of those like online phone directories, and I think I had the tip that you lived in Colorado, and that's when I was like, okay,
my
well,
publisher
let's just
put that on my biographical information in the books. I didn't want him to. I didn't want him saying Colorado, but I didn't want him saying where I lived.
So that's how we lucked out, and the rest is history. People rightfully, they fell in love with you, man, as a guest, and you immediately were like, all right, I got to get this guy on the show all the time. Like, it's that commanding voice and that sense of certainty about things, I think, is people find very comforting. You have no idea. And you, as you know, you've become a serious part of the fabric of Binnall of America. The Rux Giving special is beloved by the listeners, as Joe can attest.
I look forward to it every year. I love doing it. It's very nice to have a kind of home here, really. And I know I've been around almost as long as you've been doing the show, it's gratifying.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And it's the whole purpose of this 20th anniversary special is, it's kind of a joke, but it's true, to celebrate the friends we've made along the way. And you're one of those guys who, we've become friends, and we've had so many great conversations over the years. It's been just an absolute blast, man.
Look forward to many more. Yeah, I always enjoy it. It's the one time of the year that anyone even knows who I am, let alone that I'm alive.
Oh, don't say that. Come on now. Now, Joe, I've told this story. I don't know if I told it on the show or not, but I'll tell it anyway. One of the old jokes we used to have back before I started Binnall of America was we would go to Barnes & Noble, right? And we would sit and we would have a seat and we would sit at the table with me, you, we'd have coffee, and then we'd always pull one extra seat over, an empty seat that we would save for Stanton Friedman.
God bless Stanton Friedman.
Yes, God bless Stanton Friedman. God rest his soul. The great man, a wonderful, wonderful human being, and a dear friend. And that was to me, it's such a weird look back, because it was like, I remember.
And then like a month later, you actually were sharing a table with Stanton Friedman. So
right. Yeah. We like conjured it up into existence. And it was, that was the joke. We would go for coffee and save a seat for Stanton Friedman in case he wanted to show up. And we just kind of would laugh about it. And then look, like the next thing you know, like Stan became a part of the BOA family, and it was a huge part of the show. So it was just like so weird to think about that. Like we, you were there at the very beginning. It's like I said, you were taping the fucking voiceovers in my basement. And it's just crazy. Like you've seen it all. You've seen the whole progression of this. I'm sure it's been kind of weird for you to like watch. All of a sudden, I'm like, yeah, dude, now I work for Coast to Coast. So it's just been wild.
Well, you travel the arc of the paranormal there, paranormal radio. Look at it like this: there was dearth of content out there. You had no choice but to start your own show, and there you are. Now you're at Coast. You're officially like with the sole survivor of 90s, paranormal entertainment. That's the one that's lasted through it all. You're there, and but it's been incredible to see that happen. It's been quite a journey.
Thanks, man. I wish, yeah. It's been.
Of course, I never got to sit with Stanton Friedman, but I get to that vicariously through you. So,
I never met him either. I never had the opportunity.
Bruce, did you do a lot of conventions back when you were kind of in the circuit?
Not a lot. As a matter of fact, I was invited to the Roswell Museum. I couldn't make it at the time. I was working. But I was invited at that time, and I did go to a couple of different UFO conventions, or different UFO groups, I should say, and give some talks. The Denver UFOs, is it Denver UFO Society? Yeah, it's DUFUS, Denver UFO Society. They have a very unfortunate acronym. But I talked to them a couple of times, and they were actually pretty on the ball, despite the unfortunate acronym.
Yeah.
Most of them were pretty smart. So whenever I gave a talk to them, I didn't have to do a whole lot of background information. If I referred to any particular UFO case, they were on top of it. They already knew.
Nice.
So it was very easy to talk to them, really.
Very cool. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So you had kind of, to circle back to 20 years ago, so you had the books, had you kind of already dropped out of the scene by 2005? You must have, right?
Well, I was never really in the scene.
I suppose, yeah.
Like you said, I didn't have an online presence. The only reason that I talked at the Denver UFO Society was because there was a member that hung out at the Village Inn where I went and had coffee. And she asked me to come out and talk. And I said, okay, what the heck, why not?
Yeah.
And I did that a couple of times over the years. I did give some other talks. I can't remember exactly when. I gave one in Orange County. That was probably the best talk I ever gave in California. That would have been in, I have to think now. I want to say that was 98, 99, somewhere in there. Might have been right around 2000.
Yeah.
That was an excellent talk. It's probably the best one I ever gave. I wish I had that one filmed. So if anyone wanted to, get a presentation, that would be the presentation they'd want to see.
Yeah.
But that was a very nice trip. I had a lot of fun. I mean, it was in the Hollywood Hills. The first thing I did when I was going up to the hotel, I saw this really good-looking girl filling up this brand new, gorgeous sports car. I said, "Wow, that girl's really cute. And that girl's really Rose McGowan."
Oh, wow.
It was Rose McGowan.
That's wild.
So, I didn't get to talk to her or anything, but yeah, that was her. And I'm in the hotel, and Jimmy Smits was there at the time. I was sad I didn't get a chance to meet him, but he was there. I saw Allison Hannigan with a group of people going in for coffee at one point.
Jesus.
It was just kind of fun.
That's wild. And the third part of the thread here for the special is favorite memories of our misadventures, online or otherwise. And Bruce, I was saying earlier to Jason Offutt, you and Jason and Jack Brewer, of the 20 guests who are featured here on the special, you are the sad three that I have not had the chance to actually hang out with yet. So we have to make that happen someday. Because
I would love to take that little pirate tour one of these days. There's
out here in New England, you mean? The pirate?
Yeah, there's the Pirate Museum. I can't think of where the WIDA is, I think.
Well, now that you're retired, dude, fly up here. I'll put you up for the weekend, dude. We'll fucking do it. We'll go to both. There's 2 different ones, one on the Cape, one in Salem. We'll just go to both. It'll be awesome.
I would something love to do that. I'm still in process of moving and getting settled. I'm still not even exactly sure where I'm going to go. I'm looking at Texas at present. Right now, I'm busy getting my roof redone. It's 28 years old, so I got the insurance out here. And before I sell it, they're going to give me a complete re-roof, which is great.
That's awesome.
For a $1,000 deductible on my part, that's going to save me like $35,000 on the bid.
Jesus, yeah.
And the house is pretty much my retirement. So once I have that and I get settled wherever it is I'm going, then I can look at, maybe taking a trip out and visiting the Pirate Ship Museum and all that other fun stuff.
Brothers, say the word. Just say the word, and I'll clear the weekend, and you can crash here. So yeah, we got beds and everything. So I won't be putting on an air mattress or anything like that. We got a real guest room.
I've slept in bathtubs. You would be amazed at some of the places I've slept. I've slept on stoops.
On what? On stoops? Oh,
yeah, I slept on a fire escape in Detroit.
Jesus, save that for Ruxgiving 2026. Someone put a pin in that, and we'll get that one. I want to hear the Detroit stoop story. But the last thread in the special is favorite memories, and for you, Bruce, because we haven't hung out offline. A lot of these people were like, some of these stories. I'm like, oh Jesus, they're like, but you were so drunk. You headbutted a dog. It's like, when was that? And they're like, Dallas. It's like, oh Jesus. But I do have 2 particular memories of our time spent over the years on Binnall of America. The first being not as humorous, but that you were in and we don't have to revisit the whole thing, but just the serendipityness of you being at the Aurora shooting, and it was like, holy shit, Bruce was fucking there at this thing, and you came on the show and you had this incredibly compelling firsthand account of what it was like to be in that situation, and it was like, that was, just wild. Sad, and just a really interesting sort of episode that was unlike anything we'd ever done. Thankfully, unlike anything we ever did after that, because it was like, holy shit, you were literally in the building for this crazy tragedy. It was like, what are the odds that Bruce Rux was? Well, I mean, it was the Batman premiere, so the odds were.
Batman premiere. If there was going to be a time I was going to be there, it was going to be then.
Exactly.
Yeah. Mercifully not in the theater that it took place, or the adjoining one where the bullets were flying. But, I was in the theater.
And my other favorite memory, and I should see, well, I don't think it got caught on the audio, but there was one year, you may remember this, one year for Ruxgiving, we were going long. We were like 2.5 hours deep. And we had like an in-law apartment here at the house, and the lady who rented it, real spitfire, and I'm putting that nicely, like starts fucking banging on the door. She's like, the fucking water heater burst. My bathroom's flooded, or something like that. And I'm just like, oh, what the fuck? And I'm like, Bruce, I gotta go, and I'll call you back with once I figure out how to deal with this burst water heater or whatever it was. Something like some kind of home problem, like at fucking 11:30 at night. It was crazy.
I had forgotten that until you just brought it up, but I do remember it, yeah. As a matter of fact, I think it was around that same time I had my water heater went out.
There you go.
It was leaking at the base. I had to get that replaced.
Yeah, I think that it was something like that.
It has been a long time because I just got it replaced again. It's good for like another 7 years.
Wow. Well, you got to do all that if you're going to sell the house.
You got to do all that if you're going to sell the house, yeah.
And Joe, I mean, we have all kinds of memories. We grew up together. Like for folks who don't know or understand, Joe and I went to high school together. I've known you probably since 1990. I want to say 5. So I've probably known you.
Miss Whitehouse's journalism class.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. We met in journalism class.
Yep.
Yep. And then I remember now, I was getting into the paranormal, and I'd always been in it.
I had just moved back, so I decided after high school, Mike, I was kind of middling around. I'm like, I got to go find myself. I'm going to go to Seattle to find myself. So
yeah,
I was out there for like, what, two and a half years, and I moved back to Massachusetts.
Yeah.
And then shortly after, like a month in, I bumped into you at the mall.
And you had mentioned, and I was listening to Coast, and you were like, I got to go home because I want to take a nap or something before I listen to Coast. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then then we reconnected and shit. And one thing led to another, and Binnall of America came about. So
yeah, but I got to say, though, it's the recording of the intro is still seared on my mind. It's still very vivid. Going over those takes again and again. No, I need you to keep the L going. Roll that L a bit.
Yeah, I was really.
But I remember it especially because I don't know if you know this, but I've been married for 16 years, and my wife only a couple of months ago, number one, found out about your show, and then number two, I got a text. Hey, I think I found Tim's show, and then a couple minutes later, is that you?
Well, it is like a really good Easter egg in a sense, because for all these years, many people have thought that I did the voiceover. So it was like, no, that's a guy I went to high school with. Like, people would email me or they would ask me casually, like, oh, do you do that part at the beginning? I'm like, no, that's a different guy. So, and that, that's a 20-year-old fucking digital recording that, we taped it in my basement. So it was, I still kind of remember that. Yeah, I remember that experience too. It was
and then the only other time you did to me was with when finally you had Jacques Vaeni on. No, emphasize the V. Those last two, get that in. And then, I would never do audio. I would never do voiceover work professionally because I can imagine it's like this, but just times 10.
Well, actually, you're responsible in a sense also for one of the big blunders of Binnall America that you share. Because we used to, this is back then, people don't know, Jacques Valet, it's Valet. We would call him Valet because he was missing in action. He was he had left. He had left the fucking scene. He wasn't on any shows. There weren't any shows to listen to, so people weren't talking about him or anything. So we just thought it was Valet for all these years, and for all those years. Then when I got him on the show, I called him Jacques Valet, and someone wrote to me right after, and they're like, "You fucked up his name, man. It's Valet." And I was like, "Oh, I never fucking knew. How was I supposed to know? I just read it off the fucking book. No one ever mentioned him." Or
he was MIA for, before you had him on. I mean, what, 10 years? He hadn't been on any program.
Right. So it was
he was staying low for a reason. I know a lot about Valet. Valet's responsible for a very good part of how much I was able to figure out in my books. He is one of the most reliable researchers in UFOs that you could ever hope to come across. But right about 1965, 1966, he wrote two books, Anatomy of a Phenomenon and Challenge to Science. And in those are where he got the Mars graphs that show he was doing a study with his wife, Janine. They're both astrophysicists. And what he did was a study of the relation of different planets to Earth at the time of UFO flaps. And lo and behold, the only planet that was consistent was Mars. It was consistent as a heartbeat. So he did this study 2 years in a row, and he was adding to it. And he said, well, the only thing that keeps this from being not just a correlation, but kind of proof of causation is that the study needs to go on for full 20 years, and this is only 17. Right after that, he never talked about Mars again. He never brought it up. He got hired by the National Security Agency. And by the time 1980 rolled around, he was studying remote viewing. They were training him for that stuff.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, my publisher published Valet, and I had to change that. I had the quote, I had the book, I had the quote, I had the source cited that said, yes, Valet was involved in, he was being trained in remote viewing. But Valet complained about that, so I had to remove it from my book and not put it in there. But yeah, I had the source and it was all cited. So yeah, he was picked up by the government and they just shut him up. And of course, they gave him, massive computer contracts. He was responsible for a hell of a lot of DoD computer contracts. So that's why he stayed really low on the radar. And the reason he did is he figured it all fucking out, which is how a lot of the way that I was able to figure it out was because of his research. And what he did after that, he never talked about Mars again. And he started just talking about, other dimensions, fairy folk, who knows, bizarre beings. He got really nebulous and throwing everybody off track. But that was because he had to. And what was interesting was that in all those books where he was doing that, he was leaving breadcrumbs. He was kind of leaving something for anyone to pay attention to if they wanted to track down what he was really trying to say. And that's what I did. So that's why he kind of went off the radar and went underground and hid and stays that way. And I get it.
Yeah. Well, he's a little more out there now, but back when we launched, back when Binnall of America launched, it was like he was sort of like this phantom. So, and no one talked about him, right, Joe? I mean, remember that? Like no one, it was like he wasn't anywhere.
You got other authors were referencing his books.
Yeah.
So that made, I think both you and I tried hunting them down. Like, I know I got some used copies from, back in the 80s.
Yeah. That's what I did.
Nothing was in print. And he wasn't doing any interviews, and it was all like, okay, it was all sort of like a word of mouth.
Yeah, yeah. So
okay, so he refers to this and that, and
we mispronounce the name all the time where we would.
When I would revise my book because I put an accent over the E, so it would be pronounced valet.
Yeah.
He doesn't put the accent over the E. He just pronounces it valet. So now I feel like
there you go. It's really his fault.
It's his fault. It's damn valet's fault. How dare he?
Now, before I wrap it up, well, two things. First of all, Joe, do you have any question for Bruce? And just one. Just like, do you have anything you want to ask him? And the other thing is, I have a question for you, for Joe. Now that we've managed this magical arrangement, I think maybe you should come and co-host the Rux Giving next year if we can figure out a way to do it. So keep that in mind. I don't want you to commit to that yet.
Good by me. I'm open. I'm good.
Yeah, I probably should have asked Bruce first, but I know he don't.
I'm good.
So, so put a pin in that. Think about that, Joe, for later. You can gracefully bow out and be like, "My wife won't let me." We'll just say you're. So that always works, right?
With me, it would have to work that night.
Any situation you get in, once you get married, any situation you get in, that's the ultimate trump card to get out of it.
There you go.
Nah, she's not digging it, man. Sorry.
She doesn't want me out there, man, in the scene. So do you have any question for Bruce? That I know you were caught by surprise that he was going to be on with you tonight, but do you as one of the biggest Bruce super fans in the Binnall of America universe, do you have anything you might want to ask him?
Off the top of my head, well, Bruce is, talk about the change of generations. He is like the last showman, charismatic guy who can own a room, in my opinion, left in the field. The rest of them are gone. And just in general, what the hell is happening to the field? Like it's
no one reads
has it
anymore.
lost its magic, or is it just or am I just jaded? What's going on?
No one reads anymore. People just get on their phones and they pick up snippets, but they don't read anymore. All the books that I have cited in my bibliography, all the sources I cite, all the T's crossed, all the I's dotted, and it's quite voluminous. I read those books, and I have them on my shelf now. They're still there. I have so many books to move to wherever it is I'm going to go. It is not funny. I'm going to have all-the-wall dead bookcases. I'm just going to order bookcases and start filling them up because I've got tons of them. And people just don't read anymore. They don't read books. So they're really not paying attention. That, and they kind of take for granted whatever they hear on the available heuristic, whatever they pick up on the internet when it comes to questions about UFOs or ancient civilizations or anything like that, which is why you've got this idiocy going on with the stuff that might be underneath the Coffrey pyramid at the moment.
Yeah.
I immediately was highly suspicious of that when I first heard about it. It was 2 days in before I actually saw any kind of video on it. And very quickly, I found a guy. There's a guy on YouTube named Metatron. I forget what his real name is. You know Metatron?
Any fellow Italian that makes it big, I'm keeping track of.
He's great. Well, he lives in America. He's married and he lives in America, but he's a native Italian, so he speaks Italian. And he's a real history buff, and a very, very serious history buff. So I watch him quite a bit. And he latched on to this what's under the pyramids nonsense. And he said, well, look, they're having their conference, like a 4-hour conference that they were holding in a week. And he watched the whole thing, and it was in Italian, and he speaks Italian. So I watched his whole breakdown. He broke the entire thing down for like 2 hours and talked it all through. And in no time flat, I was getting confirmed exactly what I thought in the first place, which is that these guys' science is non-existent. They've got LiDAR and stuff. They've got the SAR. But they were telling the computer what to find rather than asking the computer what it thought might be there. And what we came up with was this ridiculous-looking thing like a slinky springboard that you'd crank and get ready to launch it to the moon, Alice! You know, it's stupid. And everything about it, just on the surface of it, never made any sense to me because, my God, they're talking about going more than a half mile below bedrock under the pyramids. And it's below the water table, for Christ's sake. 95% of that is below the water table. You cannot possibly tell me that there is some serious construction down there. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
And fortunately, Metatron nailed all that down for me. And yeah, it's a bunch of BS. And this is from the guy who believes in Martians, okay?
There you go.
I'm just saying, it's not there.
All right, there you go, Joe. There's your one question. So consider joining us for Ruxgiving next year. We'd love to have you, man.
I'd love to have you. Yeah, please join us.
Yeah, it would be fun.
Can I do with a beer in hand?
Yeah, of course. It's Ruxgiving. It's practically de rigueur. So with all that said, you guys are the last segment for me to tape. So it's been, well, I don't know. I may come out of order. So let me just going to really edit this one. So with all that said, we'll wrap it up here, folks. I really appreciate you guys coming on and doing this. I know, Joe, this is kind of a stretch for you because you're not really a personality in this field. So it was kind of like you were skeptical when I'm like, hey, do you want to come on the 20th anniversary special? You were like, why? And
yeah, that was like, no one wants to hear me. Like,
you deserve it, man. You were part of the launch of the whole thing. You were there at the very beginning, and I wanted to kind of celebrate you and have that Easter egg for the hardcore fans. This whole special is all fan service, man. It's all your favorite folks. And I wanted to throw a little Easter egg in for the hardcore BOA listeners who maybe over the years have been like, who is the guy? Like, who is that guy? So now they know. It's Joe Vee.
I am a real human. I exist. I'm not AI generated.
Where does the voice come from?
And Bruce, man, you know I love you, brother. It's been an amazing ride. It really has. 18 appearances, or 16 appearances, excuse me. The 2 Lost Cats also. So, yeah, 18. I don't even know. I think maybe we're at like 14 Ruxgiving specials because I think we're coming up on the big anniversary. But, you know, you're not just a part of the fabric of the show. You're like a part of my life, dude. Kind of like you were saying. It's like when Thanksgiving comes along, I'm going to hang out with Bruce for the night, and we're going to get into all this stuff. And like you're legitimately a part of my life, part of my holiday season, and a dear, dear friend. And it's been great to have you as part of Binnall of America for all these years. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. The feeling is mutual. I always enjoy it.
We gotta spread this stuff around. Let's put it on the internet.
You're listening to Binnall of America Audio.
Great heavens! What kind of radio show is this?
All right, folks, there you have it. That was the Binnall of America 20th anniversary spectacular. It's now in the books. You've done it. You've made it through 5+ hours of BOA. Congratulations. I want to thank all the guests who appeared on the program. I'm going to go down the list here in order of how they were taped, but probably not the order in which the episode was put together because I spaced it out differently to sort of make the time flow of the different links of the segment. Be that as it may, here they are. Big thanks to Steve Berg, Josh Cutchin, Jeremy Vaeni, Dr. Tyler Kokjohn, Adam Sayne, Serfiel Stevenson, Kiki Dombrowski, Wren Collier, Adam Gorightly, Aaron Gulyas, Jack Brewer, Adam Davies, Miguel, Red Pill Junkie Romero, John Tenney, Matt AP Strange Hopewell, Loren Coleman, Walter Bosley, Jason Offutt, Greg Bishop, Bruce Rux, and the mighty Joe Vee. With all that said, there's nothing left to say. We'll be back in 5 weeks on June 4th, 2025, with a whole bunch more stuff, I promise. And with all that said, thank you to everybody who's been on this ride for the last 20 years. It's been crazy. It's humbling and awe-inspiring to just look back on all this and be like, wow, 20 years. This is crazy. I never thought anything like this would ever unfold from that one conversation with Stanton Friedman at the Marriott in Gaithersburg, Maryland. But here we are 20 years later, still going strong, possibly stronger than ever, because Binnall of America was never a weekly show until the last year and a half, and here we are. So, yeah, let's just keep the train going, my friends. Thank you all so much for all of your support over the years. From the bottom of my heart, y'all mean the world to me. I love you. I really do. I love the Binnall of America audience. You guys are the best. I should put a little tag in here. Look, if you made it all the way through, the secret password is Marigold. So just if you ever see me somewhere and you're like, hey, Binnall, Marigold, I'll be like, that's a fucking hardcore listener. That's someone who made it all the way through. Until next time, this is Tim Binnall, thanking you for listening and signing off.